All right, so this is my time to talk. Let's see. So I'm going to be. This is my stream, and I'm not going to get cut off of my stream. So I'm going to say what I want to say, right? So let me give people enough time to come on in, because this is like last. I didn't even make an announcement, but I wanted to do this earlier, but I had too many things to do. Now I got a little bit of a window to talk about stuff. You probably can hear this stuff from the playback too. But I'm gonna get into some stuff. People might be caught up in their feelings about it, but it has to be said. There's some real talk here. I think we have to start having an understanding of what certain terminologies mean and how it affects other people. Right. So if you hear stuff in the background, that's cooking. I'm doing something late here, but in the meantime, we got to get some understanding of what we're facing. God, I want no more napkins. Yeah, what we're facing. You know what I mean? Oh, we got Sister Topaz up in here. Let me see. I won't do too many bams, but here we go. Bam. Anyhow, so yeah, we have to start being honest about what we're facing. Okay. Um, we got Kane here. Bam. Don't forget Kane. I'm doing my New York brother panel. So I'm gonna send you some information. Just when it's coming up. Anyhow, I don't know, when we talk about slavery, people that are opposing even hearing about it, they make it look like it's a fun activity to talk about, like we talk about baseball or something. I mean, that's probably one of the most depressing periods to even talk about. And for what I gather, when we talk about this with white folks, there's a lot of guilt. That's one of the main reasons why they don't want to talk about it. It's guilt, embarrassment. They're put this way, as much as we're tied to it as the ones that's been wronged, they're tied to it as the ones that benefit from it. So I mean, that is what it is, man. There's no shame in talking about that. Um, I was on a brothers panel yesterday, and one of our good brothers that come around, he mentioned that's one of our problems. Think about it, that's one of our problems. Okay, so he said slave mentality, and I think it was some other stuff. But brother just got so agitated, and my whole thing is, let a brother finish what he's trying to say about it. See, the thing is, when we talk about slave mentality, for the most part, the main narrative about slave mentality is being the servant of your slave master. So that's the main thing that people try to keep it in context. Is you're bowing down to the slave master. You're kissing his boots. You're doing everything, right? But now I can say this without a person cutting me off. There's many layers to this whole slave mentality, right? I mean, the most common one is the field Negro and the house Negro, right? So people took that mentality even after not even having to kiss the slave master's butt, right? So he can do that now. That's a slave mentality, right? Where you can still have the slave mentality without being a victim. It's in a way, it's a psychological thing that we haven't really fully overcome. That is one of the, excuse the noise, y'all. I'm making hash browns. So I'm trying to get all my stuff together here. Anyhow, so I think I get a little tired of people trying to control how a person think. When you're already awakened about what this stuff really represents. And I get it. Some people try to put out a philosophy for people to follow, but you can't really impede on individual thought. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. Oh, my bad. I'm supposed to put the link in the chat. I got my phone in my pocket. I'm speaking with my phone. I don't even know if anybody here. We got 4 people here. That's cool. We got Hood Conservative here. Oh Lord. Here we go. Bam, Hood Conservative. And I think sometimes too, I'm glad you're here, fam, if you're still here. I think that sometimes people try to take the conversation off the table because they have some kind of psychological issues too. I really see that. There's something going on in their head. We got complex design up in here. Bam. It's a lot going on to where they want to convince themselves that they have an even playing field, with this white dude, right? And they want to be able to constantly say things in their head about how equal they are, right? So the fact that you can just take the slavery conversation off the table, you're equal now, right? Everything is solved, you know. And again, the fact that you're able to do things in a way to where I don't want it. Like, for example, I was reading Tia Son Johnson's post that I think a lot of brothers concurred with. He said that I think he was at work or with a neighbor or something, and him being pretty tall and pretty big, he caught himself having to try to um, having tried to show that he had, he don't mean no harm. He don't mean no trouble. You know, and I think most of us black men do this. I hate to say it, that's part of slave mentality. Because what you're trying to do is not get the master or master's wife upset. So you don't want no trouble. That's a slave mentality, whether it's negative or positive. This is what we're still trying to overcome. So some of us inadvertently do that so that we won't cause no trouble, right? So the fact that people try to, and if anybody's typing something in, I probably read it like every 5 minutes. So don't think I'm ignoring you guys. Um, the fact that you have to compete for the approval of, I guess, the descendants of the slave master, I don't know, whatever you call them. You gotta compete, meaning that you have to show that I am the better black person. Let me give y'all another scenario. What if you're in an environment where it's like majority white people and you're the only black person there? Another black person shows up, right? You tell me, when that other black person shows up, for the most part, that dude that was there first, does he look like he's welcoming that other black person? Or is it a possibility that he's like, man, what you doing here? This is my space. You tell me. You tell me on that one. That is a slave mentality. Said, give me a few. I was going, oh, okay. Okay. No problem. I'm not really committed to this live anyway, as far as being long. I just wanted to put this out here because a lot of us just not being honest with ourselves. That's kind of bothering me just to hear it from grown men past 30 or even past 25. Of like, you got so many different, like I said, you have so many different layers of the slave mentality, and people were just not acknowledging the point to where, okay, if the sickness or the disease, I dropped a bottle. You can probably hear that. You probably hear everything. If the sickness or the disease is a slave mentality, Okay, you talked about the sickness. Now let's talk about solutions and try to look in the medical handbook or whatever it is and try to solve this thing. Because okay, this is 2021 now. Are you gonna tell me that in 2021 you don't see any proof of anyone having a slave mentality? You let me know that one. Matter of fact, let's take it even further. 2021, are you going to tell me, oh, we got Cap up in here? Bam. 2021, are you going to tell me that the white folks don't have a slave master mentality in 2021? Which is it? I just don't like when people try to piss in my face and tell me it's raining. I'm not cool with that. You know what I'm saying? It's very important to really acknowledge what's going on so you can fix it. That's the bottom line. You don't just sit there and acknowledge it, because I just hate the narrative that people just, when they bring up slavery, that they just gonna sit in their ass and do nothing. That's a come on, man. I don't like the narratives, man. It's because it's just flat out lying. That's all it is. It's flat out lying. You're lying. I don't know anybody. I'm gonna just be real. Maybe I know too many achievers. I don't know. I don't know too many people, period, that just say, hey, man, people got a slave mentality, so I'm just going to sit on my ass and do nothing. I never heard that, dude. I never heard that. And matter of fact, if you heard it once, is he going to paint the whole black community with a broad stroke? So that's why I said, on people that try to put those narratives out there, I think like psychological issues, right? I think they have psychological issues, in my opinion. So I think that has to be said, and I know it's not popular, because we want to talk about the gynocracy and everything. Hell, the gynocracy is slave mentality. Is it not? Not talking about it, but fostering it and making sure that it continues, because the gynocracy was based on trying to keep everything under control, and keep the slave master from jumping on the boys. Remember that? Oh, he don't mean much. He don't mean, shut up. Popping them in the back, in the pop of the head, in the back of the head, in front of the slave master, so she can show that he got the boy in line. That's a slave master mentality. I mean, don't we do that today? We do that today, right? One time I wanted to see, I wanted to do a live to go over Dr. Shahrazad Ali's book. I might do this later on tonight. The book is Are You Still a Slave? By Dr. Shahrazad Ali, right? So let's see. I think, she got a lot of questions in here. It says most of our men are frightened and antagonistic about the responsibilities of marriage and fatherhood. That's a slave mentality, fam. You can't avoid it, man. You can't avoid it. And check it out. I don't like it. Most of us don't like it. Most of us are not happy with this status. Okay? The whole thing is put it out there and then put your heads together and come up with different solutions. It's not just one, right? I think some of us have a concerted effort to stay away from the slave mentality by helping out their brother, not disparaging their brother. Some of us do that. So guilty. But we do, or we do, yeah, we do have the right to acknowledge that this stuff exists. I'm gonna just keep saying it. Okay? Most people that try to try to take it off the table as far as discussion are usually like people that's like maybe 40 and younger, you know. And again, acknowledgement does not make you a victim. If somebody has like some kind of a lump in their chest that could be cancerous, oh, you just a victim. You got a lump in your chest. You got a lump in your chest, man. You know, you just saying it because you're a victim. But most of the time, if somebody acknowledged they got a lump in their chest, most of the time they would find solutions to get that lump all out of there, right? So when people try to do that whole thing, I think it gets dangerous when they try to take it off the table as far as discussion, because basically we're not. See, if everything was like fair across the board, then I can see that. You know, if we didn't have this whole George Floyd thing and all these other things that's happening, then I can see that, okay, well, you know, we don't have it. But the thing is, it's so many different ways. Like, let me ask you guys this: was there any proof of a slave mentality in the new movie Coming to America? Hit 1 for yes and hit 2 for no. I am so curious what you guys, how you guys will respond to that. I am super, super curious on that. Oh no. Uh-oh. I don't have any evaporating milk, so I can't even make pancakes. Uh-oh. I'm not making no condensed milk. That's too much damn sugar. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. The last can. We good. We good. So let me check how many people, what the numbers are. Nobody responded. Yeah, but let me see what kind of controversial. Oh, he's telling the truth this time. Go ahead, fam. But he'll probably say, well, the same thing with Asian Chinese. You know, he try to find some way to conflate it. We know your MO now, fam. We got you. But yeah, that whole thing, man, that should never be off the table until there's justice, freedom, and equality. That should never be off the table. And again, it's not something that we like. This is not a favorite. Man, I can't wait to talk about slavery. No, man. What other descriptions that we're not acknowledging about slavery? And I'm trying to think. I mean, there's so many different things, man. Even how we interact with white folks, right? And what's so sad? Other nationalities are figuring out how to use that whole slavery mentality against you that got nothing to do with the experience or the history, you know, as far as lineage. They figured out ways, you know, Asians or whatever, they figured out ways to use your slavery mentality against you. They figured it out. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the things that you know, that's going to pretty much define our so-called legacy. I'm doing air quotes, legacy. We got AL up in here. Bam, Monique, my sister. Bam, said death ratio 25 times, I think. Bam, right? And sometimes it worries me. Sometimes it worries me that I don't, you know, that's the part that's going to make us, or how can I say? I think that's going to keep us from really advancing, because you got to have a realist in your camp. You know, you got to have someone that's able to tell you what is and what isn't. And then you need to have someone that's in your camp that's really good on solutions. A very solution-based minded person. When you don't have that, it's hard, man. It's hard to really conduct any kind of group or anything. It's very difficult. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully, man, um, our kids or our children, the young ones, you know, when I hear like some of them try to say, "Oh, that's back then. I have no connection to it." Black Lives Matter, right? I hear some of that, but I also hear the ones that are like, "Man, you better respect such and such, blah blah blah." I'm talking about ninth graders. So I'm hearing some of that. You know what I'm saying? He said, "I'm a Moorish Negus king." Okay. So Sister Shonda said, "Good afternoon, Art Stall in the chat. Great topic. Many Black or ADOS people don't realize how not addressing slavery and impact it has keep us from fully progressing." Thank you. Because again, see, it's so many different factors on this. Now, on one side, if you take it off the table, it absolves white folks' responsibility of benefiting from this horror because it's still ongoing, right? Take it off the table for black folks, they get this whole illusion of inclusion and wait to get hit in the head, and then as soon as they get hit in the head, oh, all of a sudden you pro black now. I'm blackity black and I'm black, y'all. You know, just because you thought that white America has changed and progressed, popped your ass in the head real good when you really thought that you were included. Now all of a sudden you change your name to Abubakar or whatever, and you just all that. You trying to tell people about their history and their ancestry. I'm like, dude, wasn't you wearing a mega hat last year? A MAGA hat last year? So why are you all this black this stuff now? What's going on? So I'm real big on history and being upfront and being honest about what's going on. I'm real big on that. I just hate the dishonesty and the disingenuous type stuff. You know. And trust me, I got white friends just like everybody else. And some things I say around them, and some things I don't. And guess what? You cannot tell me that they don't have the same type of thing going on about what they say around us and what they don't say. So some of this stuff, you got to miss some of us with this because as you can hear, some of these millennials, I'm gonna have to talk about the millennials. Sorry. As you can see, like about some of these millennials, man, they they're the poster child of denial. They're the poster child of denial, man. It's sad. And y'all hear that for that little sizzling? Those are hash browns with onions. So we're gonna see how they turn out. I haven't made these in a while. But clean this out. That's the mist is gonna be all man. You making this up? It's all dirty now. Like you gonna eat too? Right. Let's see. Let me make sure. Evan said reindoctrinate bros. Yeah. It gets crazy, man, because like me particular, I just don't like I mean people gonna lie, right? I get that. They're gonna lie and everything. I just don't like the things to where it puts us in a direction when we can't really get out of it because we're stuck in an illusion. That is a bad look, you know. I try to be patient about that stuff. I mean, I'm still patient. I think people are going to overcome this somehow. But the way it's looking, it's going to be a while, y'all. And the thing is, we are how can I say this? We are willing participants in the madness, though. Now, what I will say on the whole acknowledging slavery part, I do agree that you cannot make this your narrative on why you should not try. Okay, I give that to the naysayers. Okay, if you saying, hey man, this is not going to work because people have a slave mentality, yeah, I would say no, you can't use that to it keep from advancing. You know, let's see, did it turn brown yet? Oh man, that's too soon. I flipped it over too soon, y'all. God dang it. It's like hash light browns. uh, Now, as far as on the women, oh man, we got the bruh up in here. Rooter Roo. Bam. He came up here for the first time. We got VA up in here. Bam. So that whole slave mentality thing that I've been really pushing. Where was I? Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know what happened. But I was saying I'm saying that this wasn't this wasn't about. I'm back, y'all. I don't know what's going on. I just keep my phone in my hand. My hands are free enough now. But I think the people that don't want to acknowledge it, they on some blue pill stuff. It's a fantasy. It's imagination. You know, we don't have a slave. It's not real as far as being having a sense of illusion of inclusion. I'm not cool with that. And maybe because I'm getting like hella old, y'all, and I already know what is and what isn't. So you got some younger folks trying to tell you what is and what isn't, and it's like, nah, fam, you haven't lived long enough to make these absolute charges. You haven't lived long enough. You know what I'm saying? Like again, what about your children? What about your children? Right? See, the thing is, look, let's go with BLM. Let's talk about the psyche of BLM. Now we're talking about the main people behind the madness. Y'all hear that? That's my mixer. Okay, I'm done. Anyhow, let's talk about the madness behind that. Okay, usually someone that has I'm gonna be real about those kind of people as far as the ones that's running it. The whole ideal is to make sure that you take the black identity away and put in something else so that when you do go for a whole Black Lives Matter thing, you think you're supporting blackness, but you're supporting bussiness or rug muncher stuff or whatever it is, right? So now you went for a concerted effort to try to disengage the conversation about the commonalities and the real struggle with black people and put in the struggles of what you do in your bedroom. You gonna tell me that that's not a slave mentality? The fact that you taking your identity away that kind of connects you with your people and change it up. You know what I'm saying? That's a slave mentality. We got oh man, we got Rod up in here. Bam. Oh, Shauna, did I bam you up? Bam. Right. So that's what I'm looking at that to where it gets dangerous when we try not to acknowledge it. Okay. So I would say this: you probably spend about maybe like for example, if you're going to talk about it for an hour, then I would spend about 15 minutes about what it did to us, how it affected us, and then I would do another 45 minutes on coming up with solutions. That is probably your most effective slavery conversation. But the narratives, I mean, this is my declaration, y'all. I mean, if I can help it, because I was a little trapped in the other one because I was trying to be supportive, but this time, if we got people on a panel that tries to diminish it or try to make it look like that's not a factor, I'm gonna leave that panel. I'm out. I'm leaving it. And the reason why I'm leaving it, because you ain't being honest or you don't understand the psychological problems that we have behind that. We as a black people, we're not normal people right now. We're a new concept. We pretty much put, how can I say? We put a lot of trends on the map, but it was mainly out of struggle or somebody trying to control the direction of where we're coming from, right? We got BGS here. Bam. He said everyone knows what solutions are. Yeah, but they know it, and these fools try to skip a lot of stuff and not be honest about what's needed, right? Because most of our solutions If you notice, it's done globally. The stuff that we need to do is done globally. Stuff that we're trying to do that's here, it ain't working. It ain't working, and we keep trying to remix it. It still ain't working. Black girl magic ain't magic, right? Alpha your way out of different things. It don't work. All it does is get you a court case. Uh, it's a Me Too court case. It's so many things that we try to fit a square into a circle or a circle into a square. It just don't fit. But the only thing I can do is laugh a little bit. You know, I can laugh, but like I said, I feel kind of sad when the psychological damages kick in. When we're talking about this, because it's like it just proves a point that this stuff still exists, and we need to. It's more to just get over it. You get over a cut in your hand, but the fact that you have occurrences where people are doing the same stuff, you know, before 1865, that's a problem. That's an issue. That is something that cannot be ignored. You know what I'm saying? It cannot be ignored. I think that oh, my bad. Let me see if anybody, because I think I got about another 30 minutes. I gotta hit this paper up. But this stuff cannot be swept under the rug because, again, you got the slave mentality and you have the slave master mentality. You got people with the slave master mentality that makes less money than you. Make that make sense? I'm gonna say it again. You got people with a slave master mentality that makes less money than you, right? They're so intimidated by your success, but they still feel like they're blessed by God compared to you, right? I mean, you got like liberals. Let's talk about the liberals. In their mind, based on conversation, just by them sitting with you and talking with you, it's like they're doing you a favor. You know, instead of just talking to you like oh, that's a nice pancake. Instead of just talking to you like a normal adult or a normal human being, I'm doing you a favor because you're in my presence. I got the privilege. Now the thing is, oh, my mic is rubbing against something. It's against my shirt. Let's see. I just kicked off my shirt. He said, "Sound like a black woman." I guess so. Yeah, they're doing you a favor. Isn't that a slave master mentality? Remember the whole Michael Richards thing? Michael Richards is Kramer from Seinfeld. So many people love Seinfeld because of Kramer. He had the curly hair and he did a lot of quirky things. So a lot of people love this dude, right? But the guy that you happen to love gave you some very, very heinous but realistic things on what white people think of you. How many black people you saw on Seinfeld, by the way? I think it's what's his name, the Morris guy. That was it. He called him Chucky something. He's trying to be like an offshoot of Johnny Cochran, that kind of thing. But that dude, he let you know what he was about. And you know what's sad? He's from my alma mater, dude. He's from Cal Arts. I think he went to Cal Arts with Pee Wee Herman and Don Cheadle. I think they all went there at the same time, right? So, I mean, think about that. I mean, that's a slave master's mentality. And I think he was Jew. I think he's Jewish. Can anybody look that up? I think he's Jewish. So we talking about a post-racial society. I'm doing air quotes where this dude felt comfortable enough to say, back in the day, we used to hang you guys from trees. Okay, right? And you know, he was doing all these little noises and stuff. So you gonna tell me that them conversations don't occur when we leave the room? Well, but oh no, I got some cool white friends, right? They real cool. One dates my sister, and just because he dates my sister, he ain't racist. All right. So yeah, then after I put that realization out there about them dating my sister and we playing basketball together, we're talking about while we're young. Because usually when you get older, they disappear. All that stuff that they do in the hippie generation and all that getting high together and hanging out. For some reason, they are nowhere to be found when they get older. Ask some of the older people around here that had white friends when they were younger. They disappear a little later. You know what I'm saying? You know. Let's see. Uh-oh. Yeah, I still have it here. Let's get the other one. Yeah, the fake Johnny Cochran. I forgot I think it's Jackie Childs or something like that. It's a conscious level. Say it is. Say the race can rise no higher than its woman. We are done. Yeah, man, that's what they try to say. And what they mean is basically how that whole saying was based on how they raise the children. It's how they raise the children. See. But that's how I'm gonna do it, man. I'm just gonna just roll out, or if I can. But if it's my panel, obviously I can't roll out. But I'm gonna kick them out. But had to give my wife her serving. But I mean that's how I'm gonna do it, man. If I'm on a panel, if I'm a guest, and if I'm on a panel full of deniers, I'm out. I'm out. And it's not that I'm just like emotional about it. It's wasted. It's a waste of time. I'm trying to leave with my wife on the phone talking loud. But anyhow, that's pretty much my whole take on that, man. That slave mentality. That slave mentality has to be called out. We should not be hiding that from anybody. That is something. That is something that has to be called out and eventually destroyed. We got to take care of that. And well, yeah, we got to take care of that. Because I was thinking, okay, maybe, but we got to take care of it because it's getting expanded every so often. It's all over the place. So yeah, so that's my whole thing on it. If anybody wants to jump up and talk about it, but it seemed like people are afraid to even get into it because maybe you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. We got Mike V up in here. Let's see. Uh-oh. Bam. Let me read Village Arsonist. What is he saying? Let's see. It says They abort our babies, vote in liberals that replace us with racist immigrants, and push the LGBT agenda. Pretty much that's our story, man. We unfortunately, or my wife would say, infelizmente, você quer mais? Okay. Outra? Okay, she wants another pancake. All right. Yeah, my black ass can cook around here. Anyhow, that's what's happening. That is really what's happening with us. I think we have to really get that out of our system as far as calling people out. Like, you know what's another slave mentality, which I should have said earlier, is coons. Coons have a very, very strong and hearty slave mentality appetite. Coons. Okay. I put the link in the chat. Y'all don't be seeing the link. Let me do it again. Y'all gonna tell me that there's no coons? Come on.
Eu estava falando com você ontem sobre essa palavra no carro, na música. Still.
Sim. Jeez, yeah. Yeah, I'm like this, man. You know, my whole thing is you gotta call this stuff out. You gotta call it out. If you don't call it out, let me see. Sim, pra você.
Lembra antes de eu não gostar?
Se você quer.
Não, tá bem.
Okay. We got brother Cool V up in this bad boy.
Hey, piece of the panel, piece of the chat. What's going on, Art?
Alrighty, we having late breakfast with Art. Having a little what do you call it? Slavery talk with some hash brown.
I'm late to this. So what's the synopsis on this? What's the backstory on the title?
My issue, and I think you ran into this a few times too. I get a little tired of people having a strong stance where they're being rude about just acknowledging some of the slavery effects that we have. You know, people try to say that just because you're bringing up slavery, it's a victim mentality. Just because you're bringing it up, you know. And I was saying much earlier, yeah. And okay. I was saying earlier, like, I don't know too many people that just sit on their butt and say, man, I'm not going to fill out these applications because there's too much slave mentality out there, or I'm not going to work with brothers. You know, I heard people saying that they have problems with people with slave mentality. I heard that, but as far as people just sitting around and playing victim and doing nothing, okay. I don't hear that in many of my spaces. I mean, have you?
No, I haven't heard that before. I mean, I think people want, because slavery is such a, you know, a defeat. They see it as a defeat, and they don't want to talk about the loss, right? It's kind of like the Patriots when they went 18-1. They were undefeated all season until they got to the Super Bowl. Now they don't want to talk about it, right? And so I think what happens here in these conversations in the manosphere is that no one wants to use history in the context that it needs to be used and utilized in. And so you can't have a conversation about Black wealth building without understanding how we got to this point.
Right.
You can't talk about, you can't say, well, slavery doesn't matter. Actually, slavery is the precursor as to why you're in this position right now. But if you don't understand that part of history, especially the intricate details of it, post-Civil War, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, all of that has an impact as to where we are right now. So if you're not going to be, you know, authentic in your, you know, in the discussion about whether, you know, whatever it is, and not include slavery as a part of it, the conversation is not going to go anywhere, especially not with somebody like myself or you. And so people are rejecting it when it's convenient, but don't understand that white people are willing to send robots to another planet to look for life that happened 2 billion, 25 billion years ago. See, they're okay with history there. But when it comes to this history, they're like, oh, no, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, it's guilt. I think part of it is guilt. And we got Hoodservative up here. Wow, he popped up, man. That's like the Superman light or the Batman light. What's going on, Hoodservative?
Nothing much, man. I think you mentioned something that is very fascinating. You mentioned Mars, bro. Mars has nothing to do with the past, even though they're gonna look for evidence of microbes that are probably 1.5 billion years old. Yes, I get the reference to the past in that sense, right? But you don't make it to Mars discussing slavery.
Hoodservative. Follow the train of logic, sir.
No, I am following the logic,
no, you're
but
not.
I didn't mention Mars, bro. I'm not the one who mentioned it.
That wasn't the point, sir. That wasn't the point.
Okay, well, I'll put it to you like, let me make a concise point out of it, and this is probably the larger argument for most people who take this stance.
Repeat what he said, sir, and make a point. This is logic. What he said is that you're willing to go to Mars, to go back in the past to look for microbes that are 2 billion years old because it's part of the past, but you're not willing to go back a couple hundred years.
Right, and my counter to that is that the people who are obsessed on the past can't do things in the future like fly to Mars.
Well, basically, you know what modern physics is based on. It's based on.
Please enlighten me.
It's based on a 25,000-year-old idea called Memphite theology with Ra, with Ptah and the Noon. That idea still exists in physics today. It's exactly what it's based on. All your quirks or 8 quarks are based on Atum and the 7 created gods. Right. Same idea. What are you talking about?
Okay, studying that is not studying slavery.
Yes, the saying is it's history. So modern capitalism is based on slavery, sir.
Well, that's debatable, but okay.
No, it's not debatable.
How can you debate that? How can you debate that?
I just read 4 books that say that, sir. 4 books by Harvard-trained historians.
All right, who are the slaves exactly then?
Who are the slaves? The black people were the modern slaves. Basically, if I give you 2 books, I give you 1 book, really, Empire of Cotton, that talks about capitalism and how modern slavery, especially Jim Crow, was spread throughout the whole world. Capitalism was built on black people's backs.
That's how you got the stock market in New York.
So that's why you got there can be no capitalism without slavery?
There would be no capitalism without slavery. No. It wouldn't be.
No. That's not the question. There can be no capitalism without slavery.
In other words, everything has a seed, sir. In other words, there's no tree without the seed. I don't care how big the tree is.
Well, no, you're making a historical argument that slavery was born. Well, capitalism was born of slavery, and I'll accept that for the moment. But I'm asking, are you saying capitalism in itself cannot exist without slavery?
It's still capitalism.
Basically, if you look at how our capitalism works, basically, you have slavery throughout the rest of the world. It's not here anymore. Just like it was in Great Britain, slavery didn't exist anymore. But the thing is they benefited off the slavery in America and elsewhere. And they spread this idea throughout the whole world. It's still there. Look at the dormitories and the slavery that exist in Asia and Africa that we still profit off of. You wouldn't have cell phones if you couldn't get the tantalum from Congo, which you have 6-year-old kids basically in virtual slavery digging it out. It still exists, sir.
So we're acknowledging that. Hold on. Did we just acknowledge that China is re-enslaving Africa? That's amazing.
No, it's not.
I didn't say China. China's doing it.
No, China is not enslaving anybody because China sends their own people up there to do the work.
So Chinese slaves are in Africa.
No, we have black people. We have black people enslaving their own people. They always have. They're doing the same thing.
They always have. So slavery is a part of human nature then.
No. You're complicating something. American capitalism, like BGS is mentioning, was built off of the stolen labor from black people. More importantly,
do black conservatives ever read or study? I'm curious.
Guys, I'm trying to get through this talk without
No,
like
no, no,
throwing
no, no, no.
shots and insults. So I'm
No,
gonna
I'm
assume
saying
you're not dumb, and please don't assume I am, or
what
at
I'm
least
saying.
not try to say it openly.
What I'm saying is what I'm not. I'm not trying to say that you're dumb. What I'm trying to say is that you're uninformed. There's two different things. Okay, my 8-year-old, he has an extremely high IQ. He's not dumb, but he's uninformed because he hasn't studied. He's only 8. Okay, what I'm saying is you haven't read, and what you're doing is you spouting an uninformed opinion. You're arguing with something that you don't even know about. That's what I'm talking
Well,
about.
so far I've only asked questions. I haven't really offered much of an opinion yet. I've asked questions about capitalism, about slavery, about Africa enslaving China right now.
No. I think you offered your opinion when you said that that's debatable about capitalism and slavery.
Yes.
Yeah, well, because for one, I don't think that once you institute, once slavery is initiated, you're corrupting the idea of capitalism, because capitalism in its raw sense is just the free exchange of goods and services.
No, it's not.
I'll
It's
do
not.
this for you
No,
and
it's
me,
not.
and currency with
No,
the
it's
medium of exchange.
No, it's not.
Well, then, so please define capitalism as you see it.
Capitalism is the pursuit of profits inside a price system. That's what capitalism has always been about, a pursuit of profits. It's never been about freedom or democracy. In fact, they're arguing about that in the foreign affairs right now.
Well, I didn't say freedom or democracy. I said free exchange, meaning a person of his free will and volition can do things for another person. So what is that system called then?
Capitalism. That's called barter.
No, with an actual currency system, because barter is just barter, but currency is commerce.
Capitalism is the extraction of profits. It's not free exchange.
So me robbing another person at gunpoint is capitalism.
No,
we have old nations that rob countries at gunpoint. That's the American way.
But no, I'm trying to get a concise definition. Because if you're going to include robbery as capitalism, then we don't have a functioning definition for the word. Anything you do to make money can be considered capitalism now at this point.
If you're making profits, yes, it could.
And if that's your position, then black people can't feel a way about slavery, because listen, they were doing it for profit. So suck it up. Go get your profits.
About slavery?
That wasn't the
case. Wow. How did you break down the logic and how you jump from that, man? Go to that.
Well. All right. For one, if it's about, you're saying they were just operating capitalism, so they were just going for profit. So what's the problem?
What?
They were exploiting the labor unjustly. That's the problem.
It's just capitalism.
No,
it's just capitalism.
I mean, at gunpoint. At gunpoint.
That's just capitalism under your definition.
So are you saying that's a just system? Is that what you're saying?
What's a more just system then?
One where the labor is actually paid for.
So wait a minute.
By whom?
Hold a second. So you're saying that exploiting human beings is a just system?
I didn't say that. No, I actually asked you to give a more just system. For the record, I'm not saying that. For the record, I'm not saying that. I'm asking. I'm trying to understand what you like how you frame it in your mind.
How I frame it in my mind. What are you talking about, dude?
Okay, if this is we agree that slavery is unjust, but you're saying capitalism is also inherently unjust because it relies on slavery. So what is the better system? What is a more just system?
No, answer a question with a question. Answer my question first.
I just answered your question.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You gave me another question. Answer my question first. Is what you're saying is that exploiting people for profit is a just?
You asked me that, and I said no. For the record, I'm agreeing that it's unjust.
Okay. Well, basically, if you read what we call the World Economic Forum, if what they propose, if it comes about, is a more just system where you
Dave, how do free markets work under your definition?
Hold a second. Right, this is what we're trying to get to. What is a free market in your definition?
Dave, I started to give you an answer, and what did you ask me? How? You interrupted me.
I said how? Continue.
Well, thank you. You let me get like a half a sentence and say how. Okay. The world. Have you ever read Klaus Schwab's Fourth Industrial Revolution?
Not entirely. I'm familiar with the broad strokes of it.
I mean, how much have you read?
But no, I haven't read the book. I'm just familiar with the concept of the
you haven't read
Revolution.
it.
No, I haven't.
You haven't read it. Okay.
I'm asking you to tell me what you know, sir.
No. What I'm asking you, I want to know, instead of giving you like an hour dissertation, I want to know how much do you know? Okay. I think most teachers would do that. Before, most teachers would say, how much do you know first? So I don't have to go over stuff that you already know. Okay?
I'm acknowledging I have a basic level, not a minimal level knowledge of this particular subject. I'm loosely familiar with it. I know who Klaus Schwab is, and I understand what the World Economic Forum is.
Okay. Klaus, the fourth industrial revolution, what they propose is, since they can't hire people to the greatest extent anymore because automation is going to take those jobs, what they want to do is release the technology. Okay, number one, give everybody UBI until they give them a foothold, right? That's an equity just system. Number one, right? Okay. Secondly, release all the technology instead of holding it back like capitalism will do, which is where they withhold to make a profit. They withhold technologies that will help people, and so they can make profit someplace else. In other words, you release the technology. Okay, give people the tools, which is basically socialism. You give the people the tools of production. Okay, so they can come together, form their own free association, and make their own jobs, right? And then have a fair exchange of exchanging goods and services with other people. Okay, that is a more just system. Where people
that sounds very much similar to what's typically going on here.
No, it's
Explain
not.
it in more detail.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
How is it that you give the people the means of what you just said, means of production?
I'll give you an example of why capitalism, as we speak it right now, is not a just system. Okay, you got trillions of dollars that you're giving away to businesses. You got millions of homeless people. Okay, you can build them tiny homes with printers for $500 billion. Okay, for $500 billion, what you gave to Wall Street, what you gave to banks to stay alive. Okay,
and it'll be more cost effective than them going to jail for being homeless and everything.
In other words, Mexico itself can build a tiny home, which is like 400 square feet or 500 square feet for $5,000. Okay. If America was a just system, if capitalism was a just system, there would be no homeless people, because you have America spends that in their pocket lint. Okay, you could a city like Los Angeles, a city like San Francisco, a city wherever could actually build enough homes so there's nobody on the street. Period.
Well, aren't we ignoring two major factors though? One is the scarcity phenomenon, and two, human greed.
Is human greed is it just?
No, but it's human nature though. That's what I'm saying. Your system on paper.
I didn't ask that.
I'm explaining myself.
And what I'm saying is, I asked you. You asked me to give you a more just system. Okay,
and now we're
everything human beings do is not just, is it?
Right. This is what I'm saying. Your system on paper sounds, perfect, like a computer program. But in practice, I'm saying human greed is what seems to fuck that up. The system sounds good.
Exactly. That's capitalism, sir.
That's why
You asked me what a more just system is, and then you said it's not going to work. Of course it can work. Of course it does work. Mexico's already doing it.
Well, David, can I ask you one question quickly? I'm assuming you're defending capitalism. I'm assuming you acknowledge what we have now is not capitalism.
No, this is a heavily influenced.
Okay. Can you go and tell me when you had your best version of capitalism? When in history?
It actually is capitalism. But okay, go ahead.
No, I want to ask him when the most ideal time. What is the time we need to go and strive for?
Before he
and
does
replicate.
that.
I mean, honestly, I don't want to use a historical context, because it's not like we can just go back to horse and buggy days. It's too complicated.
That's what you're saying to do.
It's an example, sir. It's an example.
But before he goes there, let me acknowledge.
Go ahead.
Let me acknowledge Concrete Rose for the super chat. Appreciate you, sister. Go ahead, gentlemen.
No, I just wanted a time period, because if you're going to suggest that this is something we've already experienced, you got to give me an example of when this was.
Well, yeah, I don't think I've made that suggestion. I'm actually trying to suss out how it works. Like what you guys are presenting to me, I'm trying to get you to explain to me how it works. I haven't really said there's a time period.
I just explained it to you, and basically, you know what I explained to you. But the thing is, you gave me a deflective answer, like human beings are so fucked up that they can't do it. That's what you try to say.
Well, it's not that we're so fucked up. It's more like this, all right? The phrase, the concept of power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Everyone's heard that phrase before. So when you have a pile of money that really doesn't belong to anyone, it's the people's money. But then there are people hired to manage that money. Time and again, we find cases where the things don't get done, in the altruistic sense that the rules said they should. And this is what you see with like nonprofits and all that shit.
In other words, just because it's going to be difficult doesn't mean that we shouldn't try, right?
Well, I don't think it's worth trying if we see that people just don't operate like that. If we're going to have a system, we should have a system based more on, closer to more raw human nature. And humans operate based on raw self-interest.
If you did that, you wouldn't have gotten out of slavery.
True. But if you did that, you wouldn't have got out of the cage. Human beings have always cooperated.
Mm-hmm.
If human beings have always cooperated, we wouldn't have had a war over slavery. Like conflict is a part of human nature as well.
So you acknowledge it. So you acknowledge it.
Hey, David, what was the Civil War actually fought for?
Get him because he.
One, slavery was an issue, but there was also a bunch of economic reasons going into it too. The North and the South had different.
What was the economic issue?
Well, one, I'm not going to claim to be a complete historian on this. But I think,
you never go to history when it comes to something that's going to refute what you're going to say.
Because
for one, I don't claim to be a fucking master of all facts, but
you talk a lot.
Mm-hmm. And you came in here to refute something.
Are any one of you a master of all facts?
No, of course not.
But
thank you. What kind of you act like I'm saying crazy shit, bro?
You are saying crazy shit.
Yeah, doesn't change the fact you're saying crazy shit.
I've asked questions.
I heard better arguments out of feminists. Actually,
I was going to quickly add to David on your point about human beings. Cooperation is actually natural if you go back to the basic state, because when you don't have technology, human beings are working together just to get enough calories to survive.
Yes.
So it's natural for people to work together. When you start talking about wars and factions and tribalism, that is an outgrowth of leisure.
In fact, if war was unnatural, it wouldn't happen so much.
In fact, capitalism. If you actually go back and study it, as I have over the past 5 years, you actually go back and study it. Capitalism, it actually caused people to go into an unnatural state. So all the stuff that you see around you with feminism, all that kind of stuff, is an outgrowth of industrial capitalism. Right. It's unnatural.
Well, that we could agree with, because it's a situation of like what they say: hard times produce strong men make good times make weak men.
Man? What does that mean?
Okay, so when times got good enough, you could forge feminism. So you can't have feminism in the jungle in a primitive setting. Yeah, that's what that means.
So I think we're getting away from what Art was trying to.
Yeah, go ahead, Derek. Yeah. Well, the thing is, he came up to argue about slavery.
Right.
You can't. You basically you
come to argue with anybody, bro. We were having a conversation.
You came in and you said that you're
attacking anybody on this panel. I haven't insulted anyone on the panel either.
The dude, what you're doing is you coming in and basically you throwing in glitter, man, and basically confusing the whole thing.
Bro, we haven't even really discussed slavery that much. We were talking about capitalism and socialism. I really wasn't arguing about slavery. They didn't even come up so far that much.
Capitalism, socialism is a reaction to capitalism. You can't have one without the other. I don't know what people don't understand about that.
Mm-hmm. And there's aspects of socialism in this system that you love so much.
In fact, me and Aaron Clary had this argument, because Aaron Clary is an economist, right? Believe it or not, actually a very good one, because he worked for some top banks where he lives. So basically, but he got tired of the banking system and he left. But he's actually a very good economist, and we had this argument about 7 years ago now. Okay. About capitalism and socialism, because he calls himself Captain Capitalism. That's what he studies, right? And I told him there's no such thing as capitalism without socialism, because basically capitalism may be the engine, but socialism is the oil. In other words, the capitalism would seize up or burn itself out without socialism. That's the balance. And he looked at 200 countries and he said, you know what? He said there's every country that has a working economy has a balance between capitalism and socialism, including Russia and China.
Even Smith acknowledged that in The Wealth of Nations. He talked about that.
Well, that's
Capitalism
a
will destroy
problem.
itself.
That's a problem. I think that it's not just capitalism that has that problem. It's back to the human element again. If you're left to his own devices, a person will do whatever is available to him. So
No, he
people will
won't.
take
So
advantage of
conservative.
people.
No, he won't. No, he
Good
won't.
conservative. Why don't you just? I mean, we've suggested these books to you several times. Why haven't you read them?
It's not just capitalism. Hold on. Let me get something straight. What did I just say that was so disagreeable that humans
that's
will
not
do
the question.
whatever's available to them? No, because
that's not the
everybody huffed
question.
and puffed at the statement. I say that specific statement, and you mentioned random books.
In other words, you come in every time uninformed.
Hmm.
And then you throw questions, you throw like middle school questions at us, okay? And we keep giving you the answers, but that you don't accept. You throw more middle school questions at us. Go inform yourself. You don't believe us? Go read it.
So let's ask conservative this, because I mean, according to the title, it said I think it's bringing up slavery does not make you a victim. Now, do you think that talking about slavery makes you a victim?
No, the conversation. I mean, if it's a conversation, that's perfectly fine. It's what do you intend to do with it? That's where the victim narrative comes up.
So yes, you came in to basically thwart a conversation before it ever started.
How are we thwarting a conversation when that is the actual topic?
He's gonna keep doing this, man.
I know. This is the very thing that Art was talking about being on panels with people who are unmoved by facts and logic with regard to the argument that slavery must be discussed in order for us to move into the future.
Listen, gentlemen, if you all want to agree with one another, feel free.
Okay, we do. Okay, we will.
No, I think it's good to have him on the panel.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
To make an example to other people that what Art is saying is actually true. That
it's actually happening.
No, you know what? You know what, Mike and Art knows, man. I've been doing this, man, since 2000, right? And from I did this online with a friend of mine from 2003 to 2015, man, for like 12 years. Every week, man, 50 times a year, man. Every Sunday I used to do that. In fact, he still does the show, right? And it'd be a 2-hour show, and we'd go for 90 minutes, talk about whatever subject. In the last 30 minutes, we talk about solutions, right? So we came up with solutions for everything because we have people all over the globe. Came up with solutions for everything for 12 years. And guess what? Black people don't want solutions. They want to mire themselves in the problem because most Black people are happy where they are. And that's the secret.
Because it's easy.
Because it's easy. Black people don't want to solve stuff for the most part. Only a few do, but 90% of Black people want you to solve it so they can get their goodies.
Well, and then what's the percentage of those that just want to conform? They just want to stay in the matrix. They just want to, eat steak and have a good job. Just put me back in,
Well, like I said, black people are too lazy to pick up a freaking book.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS, quick question.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned something about artificial intelligence. You referenced something. And when you
industrialization.
What was that?
He's talking about Klaus Schwab's
Fourth Industrial Revolution. What I'm saying.
What was it? Yeah, what was you saying specifically about that?
I was trying to. A hood server asked me to give a better, more egalitarian, a better idea of how things should work. That's more fair.
Right, and you never got the whole point out. So can you get that out, please?
I was saying is that what the whole point of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, people kind of look past it, right? And Klaus Schwab actually crystallized it, right? What he said, the capitalism as we have practiced it does not work. It extracts way too much. It damages way too much, and actually constantly pits the poor versus the rich, right? You have that constant struggle, and capitalism, constantly breaks down. Okay, because of this, right? You can go back to any country throughout history and find out where capitalism is broken down, and you have this clash, right? So what Klaus Schwab says, since the machines are coming in anyway, it can't be stopped, right? And you can't, and states cannot guarantee people jobs anymore. What he said is, be better to start with the UBI as a baseline. Keep people alive, and and basically what he's saying is a semi-socialist model where
Okay.
you give give people the technology, okay, the technology that exists, and gives them the tools of production so they can make their own jobs. They can form their own coalitions, their own societies. They can make their own products, goods, and services, and do fair trade with each other. Okay, I said that is a more just system than the one we have now.
You know what's interesting about what you just said? I just posted a link from the National Security Council on Artificial Intelligence. This is a government think tank. If you go to their white papers that they published in 2019 pre-COVID, it says the same damn thing you just said.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, people.
And I provided the link. It's there. It's there.
Yeah, and people don't like it because it's anti-capitalist. But the thing is, most people that like capitalism don't even know the basis or the history of capitalism. They have no clue. They think we have been indoctrinated and socialized and brainwashed. Just think capitalism is this fair, free, democratic system, and it's not.
They like it because white people like it. That's all it comes down to.
I mean, they like capitalism is because you're at the tip. As a nation, you're at the tip of the pyramid and you benefit from it. But you have all these people at the base that don't. But the thing is, what COVID has taught us is that when it breaks down, guess what? Capitalism is going to save itself and not you.
Yep. And we're already seeing
and then the white paper. What is
Can I say something here?
Let the complex finish, and then you can jump in.
Oh, only thing I wanted to say was in the white paper. What it suggests is that in the event,
go ahead,
and this is the beautiful part about this, BGS, is because since it was published in 2019, this was pre-COVID. Yeah. But what it was suggesting is that in the event that there was some sort of global, right, dare I say, pandemic,
yes,
right, that would serve as the justification for the on-ramping, full-on fourth industrialization.
Yeah.
That's what the goddamn report says. Pre-COVID, it said it.
Yeah, BGS has said this too. BGS has said this. He said this. But we were talking about this like last year, that this was going to speed up the plan that was already in.
And that's before you even saw what COVID was, Rodney.
Right.
Yeah, but it's in the paper. It's in the white paper.
Yeah. I mean, The only part where COVID actually slows the process down is because COVID is actually, temporarily suspended the building of the infrastructure, which is what you need to actually have a complete fourth industrial revolution. Like it slowed in Los Angeles, it kind of grounded to a halt. But now that opening back up, you can see them building like crazy again. But there's other issues that's going to happen that's going to make it a little rougher. But the thing is, COVID, I think. I'm gonna let D go after this. What COVID actually did was force people to actually use these systems to see if they work. So basically, COVID for a whole year and a half was a shakeout of these autonomous systems like remote learning, distance, remote working, work remotely, stuff like that. It actually gave these ideas and these institutions.
It's like a test case or a use case.
It's like a good old maiden voyage shakeout. So now you know what worked and what doesn't. But go ahead, D. I'm sorry. D, you there? You wanted to jump in.
No. Go. Keep on going because I think what I was going to say is going to disrupt the flow that you guys got going right now.
What I'm saying is that's how come. Okay, that's how come. Because I actually about the tiny houses and stuff like that. And this is before COVID, right? When we talk about because they had on one of my shows in real life where I use my real name. We had a homeless advocate, right? And we were talking about how many homeless people there were in Los Angeles because it's a big problem. In fact, I think Los Angeles has one of the worst homeless crises basically in the country because of the high cost of homes. I was actually showing her an example of Mexico, which is basically a poor country for the most part, right? Replacing peasants' shacks with 3D printed homes. Okay. And they were showing examples of how they were one by one. They were taking not rich people's shacks or middle class people's shacks, but peasant shacks, and taking like $6,000 or $7,000 and building them a tiny home that was solid and keep the weather off of them and improve their lives. Right, $6,000 or $7,000 from a poor country. Okay, you just had the United States throw trillions of dollars around, trillions
Did
of
you
dollars, $10 trillion just last year. Yes, sir.
Did you hear about the tiny home community that just opened up in New Mexico?
There's one here. There's one in Seattle. There's one
that's
in.
what I was thinking about. Seattle.
There's one. They just built. They just built like 300 tiny homes in LA County, as a matter of fact.
Yeah,
just
New York.
recently.
Yeah, New York just blew away their zoning laws to allow tiny houses as well.
The thing is, the reason why tiny homes, and go directly to capitalism, right? The reason why tiny homes, even though it can be done, even though we have the technology, even though they know how to do it, doesn't get traction in the United States is because the banks have a lot of homes on their balance sheet, and tiny homes and people that are not homeless and bringing down the demand for housing will actually erode their balance sheet. So basically, the reason they don't do it is because they're protecting the capitalist banks and the capitalist banks' balance sheet. That's why they don't do it, because it will lessen the price of homes. Basically, you could bring down the price of housing to where the average person, even if they're on the state minimum, okay, could actually afford their own dwelling and not sleep in their cars or not sleep in tents or not spend like 70% of their earnings just to have a place to sleep to where they don't have to sleep on the street or worry about something like that. You could do that. The United States could do that within a couple of years if they wanted to.
Right.
Same thing with the
because you want to keep the price of existing housing prices. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, real quickly, shout out to J3 for the super chat. It says, "I am a simple man. BGS speaks. I send a super chat." Okay.
What I'm saying is that people think that because we talk about, I'm not against capitalism, because you need it. Okay, but the thing is, it needs to be balanced. And the thing is, capitalism needs a balance, like yin and yang, or like the noon in Patah, right? It needs a balance. You need a balance between the two to actually have a functioning society. Okay, and what has happened is greed allows this kind of thing to get out of balance. Jeff Bezos, who was a leftist, is a freaking leftist, basically does the same thing that a Donald Trump would do, basically exploiting your workers. Okay.
Yep.
Same thing.
It is the exact same argument I raised to you a few minutes ago. Yes.
So let DE go in first, conservative. Go ahead, DE.
What we talking about here is what exactly I've heard rumors, let me put it that way, that the wealthy are having. They're having this discussion. What should we do with all of these damn poor people we got on the planet? Our capitalism is failing, and capitalism cannot survive without slavery.
Right.
When I say slavery, not always the same type of slavery that existed from up until even now we still have it, but it's got to be that there is a war going on between them. Every once in a while, you see it break out. You see somebody fall from a window, some banker. But there's a war. There's an argument. Some of them would even come out and say, "Look, we need to raise taxes." That's as far as they would go. They wouldn't say we need to start building houses for these people. We need to start doing this, doing that, like you guys are talking about. But they're coming out. Some of them are coming out and say, "Look, we cannot allow this thing to go on like this, because otherwise we are going to end up dead." And that's what they're afraid of. They're trying to keep the system balanced in their favor.
Yeah.
And they're trying to push the capitalism. And you see this new religion, well, not new religion, but because we had democracy for the longest. But they're pushing democracy as a religion, trying to get people to say, we get involved in the system.
Yep.
But we are failing. Capitalism is a failure, like we just said, without socialism balance it. But I say, without slavery.
Yeah.
The whole system was based on free labor. Yeah, and that's what we've been trying to tell hood conservative for the longest. Capitalism was based off of the exploitation of people, and they basically evolved it because it was going out, but slavery couldn't have been sustained anyway. So he needs that basis in order for him to be able to come in and to hold a conversation on this subject. And then you've got, I mean, the same thing, you know, we're sitting up here, this false narrative has been placed out here that if you talk about, you know, slavery, that somehow you're stuck in the mud, and that's not it. They don't want you to know what happened. There has been no actual discussion of the reality of the economics of slavery.
This thing that we call slavery. Sorry.
No, I was going to say,
that we call slavery.
I think DE Raptor is behind. I think he's behind.
He's delaying. That's
Yeah,
what
he's
he is.
delaying. Oh, well,
He
let him
should
finish.
log out and log back in.
Yeah. Well, let him finish what he was. No, finish what you're saying, DE, if you can hear us.
Okay.
And then we'll go on.
We got a problem. The problem is that we have a problem. We have a psychological problem in that the brain normally, I don't know if I'm going to get this out right, but the brain normally tends to settle in a place that it feels comfortable. And the way black people, if you look at back from the 60s, from the time Martin Luther King says, we are going to do this, I see this day coming, people relax. They just fell into this, oh my goodness, it's over. Now I can relax, I can kick back and forget about it. You can't do that. If Martin Luther King was putting enough pressure on this system that they had to kill him, Malcolm X, a whole lot of people got killed everywhere in the world that started standing up, even in Africa. Lumumba, all these guys got killed. In Panama, all these guys got killed because they started standing up. And they started, this whole system started spread across the planet. And these people said, oh shoot, our lives now is in danger, because they don't stand still. While the poor people are standing still with this mentality that we are comfortable, these guys do not stand still. They are constantly looking at scenarios of, if we do that, what will happen? If we do this, what will happen? And that's the way they work, so that they can keep their system in place.
Yeah. In place, right? Yeah.
I'll go out and come back in.
Well, even the World Economic Forum, man, who are basically capitalists, man, they see that the system has to be rewired, man. They're not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're not. If you think that they try to do this because they love people so much, you be mistaken. The thing is, they already see what the end of what they call the capitalism that we have experienced, right? So the thing is they know that for this system to keep going, a remnants of the system to keep going in another form, they're going to have to make the system more just.
Yeah, right. And COVID has proven that the system is not reliable at all. It's completely fragile. And you know, a lot of people in this space who don't want to talk about slavery and don't want to talk about and want to act like, you know, capitalism is the only system that should exist, don't realize this system only has an expiration period to it. And so if you look at what the Chinese are doing, how resilient their systems have been, how quickly they were able to build hospitals, how quickly they were able to vaccinate people and things of that nature, they built their resiliency system within the system itself. The United States never did anything like that.
You basically, you know, this, and the way they're doing it is slow, man. They can build a 1,500 square foot house in 2 days. Mm-hmm. In a week, you can have the whole thing done. And we're talking about a 1,500 square foot house. We're not talking about a bunch of, 400 square foot domiciles. Okay.
You talking about Japanese or Americans?
We can do the same thing here, BJ.
Well, basically, I think it's a company in I think it's in New Jersey. I think in New York or New Jersey. I think it might have been New York. They was just in the news, right? Where they're actually selling 3D printed houses for half the price of what the going rate is, right? So in other words, in fact, the guy said it. He said it's a good technology. I can give people a solid home in less time at half the price, and I can make double the profit.
Yeah, there's actually a startup company in California. I'm not sure what exactly it is, but they use a naval base, an old submarine factory that they were able to acquire and have these manufactured homes built like Legos. They're actually a fast growing startup. And
yeah,
so
in fact, I think LA County bought some of those, and I think they deployed like 300 and 300 or so of those houses in Los Angeles for homeless people, which is basically an easy way to get rid of the homeless crisis because it costs them more to police them than it does to put them in a house.
Yep.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying here is that the people who want to protect capitalism don't understand the intricate details that go into that, and slavery is a part of that conversation, but they themselves don't want to have that conversation.
No, they don't.
It's all disingenuous to even come onto a panel and say, pushback without actually understanding the fundamentals of
right.
And
that's what he came in with.
And I thought I answered his questions, and he kept asking more and more questions.
But you know what his tactic is, BGS. It's the muddy up the waters. It's just to stir up the dirt, so that the whole conversation which we've moved away from, which was what art was trying to do. Yeah. And look, if slavery wasn't important, if we don't need to talk about it, then why do we still have the Electoral College? Why do we still have everything that was in place prior to the Civil War to maintain power for the minority?
If slavery was that still with us, not just amongst black people, but white people too, you would never saw the Confederate flag flying through the lobby of Congress during the riot.
Indeed.
Okay?
Yeah, interestingly enough, they had the battle flag and singing the national anthem. I mean, it doesn't get more oxymoronic than that.
Right. In other words, what people don't want to understand, one thing I can agree about the Southerners, right, is that the Civil War was a Northern aggression, and it was. Is because, and the more you read about it, 80% of the wealth was in the South. South was making money hand over fist. That's like Andrew Jackson wanted to expand slavery all the way down to the tip of Mexico because they're making so much money. All the money was in the South. In South,
Mississippi's a wealthier state.
Yeah, well, South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, they were selling slaves in Texas and all those slave states. Louisiana were making, selling that cotton. Cotton fueled the whole capitalist idea in Europe. It was fueled by 4 million slaves in the United States, right? It was making so much money, they wanted to expand it.
And they didn't want that expansion into the West because they knew that the North would be nothing. If they expanded it even further than that, it would have been the Southern states of America because the South had nothing to deal with that. The only thing that was up north were banks, and that was in New York.
And basically banks that made their money off of what? Slavery.
Exactly.
And a fledgling manufacturing base that depended on basically raw materials from what? Slavery, right?
Right.
And basically that's how come they put tariffs on the South. Okay. Absolutely. South Carolina said, this is too high. Even Andrew Jackson, who's a slaver, said, okay, this is too much. You're extracting way too much money from the South as far as tariffs, right? And they had mediated that in the 1820s, and then 1860s, Lincoln wants to build a railroad and said, where am I going to get the money from? I have bankers, I need to raise tariffs. Where am I going to raise tariffs at? Where's the money at? South. And that's how come he sent troops down to collect his tariffs in South Carolina. Said, we'd rather leave. And basically, guess what the North did? No, you won't, because that's where the money is. That's what the war was actually fought over. And right after that, if you and this is I'm reading the other book, like the book you suggested, the Half Never Told. Same thing with the Empire of Cotton. Said the exact same thing. Once you freed these people. Once you freed these people and your labor class and your money was gone, the labor was gone to actually produce your money. Right after that, Jim Crow came in the next freaking year. That's 1865, you're free, and next year, Jim Crow and sending black men to prison to actually go back in the same goddamn fields they left.
Because they couldn't leave the South as a battlefield, a ruined battlefield. So their Reconstruction had to take place.
Reconstruction was not about black people. Reconstruction was about rebuilding the South's economy and putting black people back to work. And if you read the Empire of Cotton, for free, they couldn't do it for free, for virtually free, right?
Yeah, for virtually free, right.
For virtually free.
Well, I take that back. They didn't have to pay the people that they basically put into prison. They locked up. because they
like,
were put into a new form of slavery, so they didn't have to pay them.
And that's how come they said that with the exception of people in incarceration, you could enslave prisoners because a third of your black men were picked up off the street and put back into slavery. Okay,
and if you don't believe that it still exists, come down here, down south. You drive around some of these prison farms and see what's going on.
But the thing is, what I liked about what the Empire Cotton did, that he showed how how that model was exported all over the world, and the same thing was done all over the world. If you look at the factories in Northern Europe, right, that brought in labor like orphans and children and women, right, they were using the same model that they got from the West, which is virtual slavery,
right.
And the Chinese still use it today. Chinese and the Vietnamese still use it today when they bring in women and people in dormitories. They had to lock the fucking dormitories to keep people in.
Yeah.
While they're working them 16, 17 hours a day.
And when they go to a new place that doesn't have these issues, they stand out on the beach, they look out and look at all of that shit and say, this is what we're gonna do. Yeah. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing, they use it because it works. Working people to death and extracting their labor by force works. That's slavery.
Yep.
They still do it.
And you see that slave that's bowing down there in front of Abraham Lincoln? That's Muhammad Ali's ancestor.
Really? Okay.
His great grandfather.
Wow. Okay. Well, and I know that's why he feels a certain way about America.
Now tell me that's not disgusting. And then I've had people that just felt like, I mean, they get to go look at that, and they don't feel that there's anything wrong with that. You got a black man bowing down in front of this man, and then if you look at it at a certain angle, his hand is over his head, almost like a puppy.
Yeah,
that's just.
And Lincoln tried to deport you. Lincoln didn't want you to stay here. He tried to deport you. He didn't want you here.
There's so many false narratives about these founding fathers and these people that's why when Republicans throw up Lincoln and go, Lincoln freed you. We freed you. They actually try to convince you that you should have allegiance to that party because we freed you. You didn't do shit.
Yeah, for Thomas Jefferson, the father of democracy, didn't believe in democracy for you.
Absolutely.
Thomas Jefferson bred slaves for exportation.
Yeah, pedophile too.
Yeah, the ones that were too young, he put them in, and he had like a button factory or something that he was running, and once they got of age, then he put them out in the fields.
Or he sold them off. Thomas Jefferson
and bred them too.
He bred them. Thomas Jefferson was the one that came up with the idea, since Virginia didn't have any more land that was valuable for tobacco anymore. They were poor. They started to say, well, we're just going to turn Virginia into a big slave farm. Yeah. So we're going to breed slaves and export them.
Yeah. So he wasn't, I mean, this altruistic person that they make him out to be, man, this guy was garbage, man. I'm telling you that, like, the books that BGS and I are talking about, they're basically they're if you read all of the books give you pieces from each other. They're all saying pretty much the same thing, but they're giving you pieces from different sections of the same problem that give you a more holistic view of it. Mm-hmm. You know, and I'm telling you, once you see this, if Hoodservative can read this and still come in here with the questions that he does, then he's disingenuous.
He does.
His story has always been a lie. His story has always been a lie. You know that, BGS. That's why it's called his story. His story. It's nobody's story, but he's always made it as he goes along.
The thing is that I think the reason we're seeing all these revelations is because we're at the end of this particular period, and white people see it, and I think they're trying to beg for forgiveness before the judge hits the gavel. Okay, right? Because I think were you on last night, Art, when I showed it? You probably weren't. I was actually showing a chart of basically in America. Basically, every year they produce like 500,000 less children. So they're
you did. I think I saw that.
I think you were on just as I was actually showing it because this is from a I think a website called Kids Facts. In fact, I'm going to do a video on it. Because I wanted to. I was actually looking up how many black children or how many children by race were there under the age of 18, right? And that popped up, and so I started looking at because I wanted to know how many black children black males that were under 18. That's actually what I was actually looking for. But the interesting thing that I actually found out on the way is a decline of white youth over the period of like 20 years, because the thing goes back 20 years, right? And you can actually see it piece by piece, section by year, they lose about 500,000 youths every year. So the young population is declining by 400,000 or 500,000 every year, and that's exactly the same thing that Biden was saying when he's talking to civil rights. By 2040, white people will be a minority, and that's true because because the death cross, as they call it, demographic death cross, was reached, I think, in 2014 with white people, where you have more white people dying than being born.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but BGS, if you look at it, well, you're correct about that. But as far as them looking for forgiveness, they're not only looking for forgiveness, but they're trying to create a situation where they will be forgiven, where people actually think, you know what, let's not take any action, really drastic action against them.
Of course, which is smart.
That's always been their greatest fear, and that's what in these books. It spells that out too. They were terrified that that's why they came down so hard on black people who basically even tried to formulate any type of resistance. I mean, the smallest form of resistance will be met with overwhelming force.
Haiti scared the shit out of them.
Oh yeah. Haiti was they started just randomly going out and killing us. Because I mean, if you even look crazy, they would kill you. You know.
And in fact, if in that book that where the separation started between white and black people is basically the other white people would hang and cut up white people that would actually associate with black people, be friends with black people. They would. So in other words, if you were a nigger lover, they would hang you.
That's right. Did you read the story about the lady who was doing business with the with the black folks? She would do business after hours with them and stuff, and how they did her.
But this thing is not just happening in the U.S. If we look at this whole world picture, France is beginning to get hell scared out of them in Africa.
Yes, they are.
Macron just came out and said, yes, we killed this leader from Algeria, and everybody on the internet just went wild. People started saying, revenge.
People are sick of this shit.
But because they see the end and it can't be stopped. Certain things can't be stopped. History. The one thing that quickly will say is that when it's time for history to roll over you, guess what it's going to do? It's like a glacier. You can't stop it. It's just going to roll over you. It's slow,
and it's going to grind.
It's going to grind. and basically, there's nothing. Like a glacier, when it decides to move, there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's gonna move. All you can do is get out of the way. Okay, and basically, white folks see that whatever they try, because they've been trying, man, for the last 20 years, man. The thing is that at some point they're giving up. If you look at foreign affairs, you read foreign affairs for the last 5 years, man, they're talking about the end of the empire and try to maintain whatever position that you still can. It's over.
I had an interesting conversation last night when I was at work while I was listening to you guys, and I've got another guy that works here with me. He's a missionary. And he basically was trying to, convince me that we were talking about these tribes in these areas, and how he was saying that basically he was trying to convince me that it was such a great thing that they would go down and they would take Jesus to these people who were just living on their own and all this. And I basically just told him, I said, okay, I said, so you know, he told me about like a group of them that basically got slaughtered to the last man, and then their wives came in and kept at it, and eventually they converted some of these people, and then one of the sons of the people of the guy who basically murdered his murdered the husband, basically baptized the husband's son. So I'm like, and he's trying to make this sound like this is a great story. I said, okay. I said, so, you know, that's a tragic story to me, because basically these men lost their lives by going down, trying to give these people religion. And you give these people religion. And I said, and what you don't understand, that there's a duality to this argument that you're making. You inject into these people religion where they are peacefully coexisting with each other. You inject religion, and then you enter that duality where they're going to be traditionalists and they're going to be these new age thinkers. Eventually there's going to be war, and they're going to be killing their own people. And then, you know, you just walk away thinking that you gave them a better way. I said, and then, you know, if you look at it as it progresses up, look at the system that we're in right now. We are essentially drones. Every morning we get up and we go to work. We go to school. There's a bell that rings. You know, it starts off with school. With this structuralism. Then you get to working. We're basically taught to be drones, to move in mass in one direction and leave.
Who were the first drones in capitalism?
Us.
Slaves.
Absolutely.
Us. In fact, there's a section in the book Half Never Told about cotton pickers and how they turned, where they had to force by the whip to turn people into machines so they could actually pick cotton faster.
Yep.
Which is the same thing with the Toyota. When Toyota did this miracle, it's in Japan, right? They called it pulling the line, right? So in other words, they would time every function, right? And when somebody fell behind, they had to pull a line. The light would come on, and then the scientists would come in and figure out how he could actually do his job faster, right? So basically, it kept going on the way down the line to the point where people were actually working like forgot they were human beings. They're actually working like machines.
Yep.
Yeah, shout out to Rodney for the Cash App. Appreciate you, fam.
I appreciate you, man.
Shout out to T Riddler for the super chat. It says, you guys are giving a history lesson than what most get in the master's program on African American studies. I appreciate this space so much.
I talked to three of them, right? That teach this stuff, right? And what they're saying is there's some things they cannot teach in university. Absolutely. And what we're doing is teaching you the stuff they cannot teach in university. Because if you taught this in university, guess what? Within an hour you'd be in office. Okay. That's right.
And I'm gonna tell you, there's something else that's going on right now too. My mom does she does genealogy, and she also works for the Arkansas Historic Commission. Okay. And I'm gonna tell you, there is a phenomenon that's going on right now where, you know, in these courthouses and these places where they hold these documents are coming up missing. And the reason why these documents are coming up missing is because these people don't want their families to be associated with what's going to happen once all of this stuff comes down, and the apologies are going to have to start coming out.
Okay.
So, the people that are the historians, the Black historians that are going out, you know, redigging up these burial, you know, these graveyards, slave graveyards, and all this type of stuff, and actually tracking some of these atrocities and tracking the families and whatnot. They're trying to stop that in a silent kind of way, but it's going on because and if it's not important, then, you know, it's like Art said, if this is not important for us to basically learn about why are they trying to destroy the evidence,
right?
I mean, we have a duty to learn this and to know the true history of it. I mean, look, people think that Roots was brutal. Roots wasn't shit.
It wasn't
compared to these books that we're talking about. Roots ain't shit.
Roots was like PBS. Okay. And
let me tell you, the one that BGS was talking about they were her property. That's even worse, where it talks about how these white women it just instilled this sadomasochistic force into the management of slaveries. I mean, of slaves, and they couldn't do anything about their husbands, having sex with the black women and whatnot. So what they would do is they would try to scar the black woman, cut off a breast, slash her face to make her less appealing to them. So that is not being discussed, but we still see that today. We see that in them. If you just look and don't talk, you will see certain aspects of their behavior that shows that they still have it in them. That's why they think that you are a worker, you are a thing, and they still treat you that way. They tolerate you, but it's only for to justify something that they have in the works.
Subordinate to them,
right.
Yeah. In fact, the gynocracy that we talked about, that women want to ignore or say that doesn't exist. This little section came out of the American Slave Codes. In fact, it's on I think it's the second page, right? It's called partis sequitur ventrum. The legal term, the status of the newborn follows the status of the womb. Fathers pass down inheritance down, mothers pass slavery down. It ensured a steady flow of salable human product from the wombs of women who had no legal rights to say no. So in other words, basically white people got patriarchy because the status of the child follows the status of the father. But except for black people who were slaves, they made it follow the status of the woman. So basically the women owned the children, or at the status of the children way back then, way before this country was a country. Okay.
Yeah. And the children, guys.
That thing came from.
You read
the Bible. The Torah. I know you read the Torah.
You're breaking up, but
I mean, I read. The thing is, in English law, right? In English law,
Torah, so you know where that came from, right?
I know where it came from. The thing is, basically, this is basically Roman. This is a Latin word, right? That says this. But the thing is that what I'm saying is that English law was a patriarchy where the father had status over the children, right? So, but the thing is, in an English colony, okay, it's for white people, it was still a patriarchy. The father ruled, right? The father had status over the children, except for slaves. Okay, except for slaves, that created a matriarchy. Well, basically, Judaism is Jewish people are matriarchs.
Yeah,
they're not. That's not a patriarchy. They're matriarchs.
You are what your mother is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's a matriarch. That's the status. That's the status. That's the arbitrary status. Actually, it goes back further than that because the father's role wasn't known a long time ago. They didn't know the role of the father. So basically, they know that the child came out of the mother's womb. Okay.
I want to go back to Jefferson too for a second. I'm gonna step in just a second.
But the thing is, but that is beside the point. Okay. That's beside the point. The thing is, English law said it was a patriarchy, and the status of the child follows the status of the father. Okay. But the thing is, why did they make a separate one for black people? Okay. Where the status of the child follows the status of the mother, basically. In other words, so that the child could be born into slavery, which is illegal even under English law. But they made an exception for black people, right? So basically, white people created a what? They created a gynocracy. They created a matriarchy that's still with us. Hadn't changed in 300 years. It hadn't changed.
That's why I was going to go back to Thomas Jefferson, because he was the one that was talking about, basically the breeding and the actual children becoming interest. So we were money, our children were interest.
Yeah.
So I mean, and when Hood Services comes in here and talks about capitalism and how it's not bad, brother, you don't know anything about capitalism.
Yeah, he doesn't. And he admits that he doesn't.
I mean, and he's refusing to read, to learn about the very foundation of the system.
Because his worldview wouldn't hold up if he read.
Cognitive dissonance.
He can't read. He can't read.
And real quickly, shout out to Mr. Meach. I sent that information to you. Yeah, appreciate the super chat.
What's happening, Meach?
Michi.
Did you guys? You guys see what's going on here? Because I think BGS was talking about how they're trying to right certain wrongs until things start to fall down the pipe.
Right.
Yeah. I'm gonna play this for you guys.
Okay.
This back and shout out to Sandog, the new dad. Shout out to you, fam.
Congratulations, man.
Congratulations.
Admiral. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, man. I got a cute little girl, man. She's 7 days old.
Okay. Hey, you ain't gonna have to be like Akeem. You have to come back to America for your bastard son.
Oh shit.
Play this real quick. Here you go. It's pretty short. Not the damn commercials.
Go ahead.
Well, they did this. They did the same thing with the.
Let's put it on mute until
a preacher. They took his land too because he wouldn't sell to him, so they killed him. And his story just came up, and I think they're going to make the folks who stole it from him pay rent and restitution and give the family the land back. But it's crazy. He was one of the largest landowners in I can't remember which state it was. I'm gonna have to look up some of this stuff and start sending it to you though.
Nearly 100 years ago, a black family was forced off the waterfront property they owned in Manhattan Beach. The land they bought for less than $2,000 could be worth up to $75 million today. Our Adrian Albert has more on how that pricey property could be returned to the descendants of the original family.
In 1924, the Manhattan Beach City Council used eminent domain to seize the property owned by Willa and Charles Bruce, the first black landowners in that city. Eventually, the state took the land, now known as Bruce's Beach, and finally it went to the county of Los Angeles. The story of this racial injustice shocked County Supervisor Janice Hahn, and she's now exploring what can be done.
I'm considering, first of all, giving the property back to the Bruce family. I think that would be the one act that would really be justice for that family. I wanted the County of Los Angeles to be a part of righting this terrible wrong.
The beach on Highland Avenue at 27th was a resort for black families who came to enjoy the beach until it was taken away. Reached in Florida, Bruce descendant Anthony Bruce said it robbed him of his family's legacy.
I think we would be wealthy Americans still living there in California, and especially there at Bruce's Beach area, Manhattan Beach, probably.
Supervisor Hahn said there is also an option of leasing the property from the Bruce family so the county's lifeguard administration building can remain there, or the Bruce family could be paid reparations for what they actually lost. Manhattan Beach resident Kevon Ward has been petitioning and raising awareness about Bruce's Beach.
They need to pay for the stripping of generational wealth, right? Like this family could have been wealthy. They could have passed down wealth to other family members. Manhattan Beach could have been more culturally diverse. There would have been more black people here.
Then there is the matter of the beach itself. A Manhattan Beach City Task Force is sending the council new recommendations, including a resolution of apology and creating a new commemorative plaque with wording prominently acknowledging the pioneering Bruce family instead of the original white landowner. Kevon Ward says the issue is far deeper than the plaque and the park.
This task force and members of Manhattan Beach are living in this sort of bubble of white supremacy and white fragility. And that I feel like it's time to penetrate that bubble. It's time for this bubble to be popped.
The supervisor says time may be right for the county to take action to correct history.
We are now in this country finally meeting this moment, and there are a lot of talks about reparations, financial restitutions being made to African Americans in this country.
I don't know why they cut that off. What's your thoughts? Because we hearing reparations.
We switch.
I switched to Chevy.
We switch.
We do switch.
Right after that.
Actually, I think that's the perfect commercial.
We sweating these folks to give us our land back.
Yes, sir. That's the perfect commercial. I'm just saying.
You guys don't know how big.
But on the East Coast, you got Virginia Beach, you got the Gullah Geechee up in Carolina. All their land was stripped from them, and it's still being taken And they're in the same position. Even Osceola County here, Central Florida, Melbourne, Florida, Cocoa, all along that coast where black people couldn't live in places, so they settled along the beach. In the 1930s, those black people, the villages were wiped out. All of them. You hear about one place, Rosewood in Florida.
Oh yeah.
But they had more Rosewoods in Florida than, I mean, geez. When I started looking at these things, almost every city in Florida had one.
Well, as bloody, what was it Bloody Summer that all happened? Was it 1920?
Oh yeah,
early 1920s,
1919,
2021. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and they were all over the country, so they only do a few places they bring up, but it was all over the place. And then see, this is the thing that I always tell people when white people get uncomfortable, just like this Capitol riot and whatnot, people say, well, hey, that didn't have nothing to do with us. Oh, it has a lot to do with you, because once they finish at the Capitol, they're gonna come out into your community, they're gonna start burning you out. Because that's what's happened historically every single time. See, and if they're trying to keep you from voting, you look at all this legislation that's coming out to basically suppress this black vote. See, and all of this illegal votes, all that is code for black folks voting. You look at the history of that, which we're not even discussing, and they blame us for when they can't maintain power. That's why they have the electoral college, they have the filibuster. All of these things were in place to maintain the systems of slavery by the minority. They even tarred and feathered white folks who wanted to undo this. So that's why this is not an odd occurrence that they went up there and tried to kill white folks at the Capitol. They always have done that. So we are trying to separate ourselves. You got these black conservatives that sit up and try to say that this ain't got nothing to do with us, and this is just them working out their problems. No, it has never been that way, and we have to be vigilant always and be stewards of this history.
Have y'all heard how wealthy Manhattan Beach is right now?
Extremely wealthy.
Yeah. Man, look at all that. They 100 years.
They knew it was going to be wealthy. That's why they took it.
There's another one like Manhattan Beach that that you hear about it occasionally, but Central Park was a black village. Central Park in New York City.
Yes, it was, and they killed them. They burned them out.
Killed them.
Yeah, they did. They killed them all.
It's called Seneca Village. Yeah, but Rodney, I have a quick question for you.
Go ahead, bro.
And the question that I have is that with the history, right? If you want to go, let's run from 1619 or even from Crispus Attucks all the way to present day, right? Which will take you about 170 something years, right? Why are black people interested in America? So, because for me, it's hard for me to understand because of my life experience, right? Everywhere I've been. Men that are in similar circumstances to African American men, they're doing one or two things. They are either shooting that place up to tear it down, or they're trying to leave.
Okay, well, I can answer that easily because we built everything here.
Yeah, that is part of it.
You know what the real reason is, Sandog?
Yeah.
You know what the real reason is? Is where do you send your children to school?
Okay.
Indoctrination.
It's called a Prussian school system. You've been socialized to believe that America is the greatest place to live, and there's no other place like it. And that's where you've been socialized to think. So you have not been socialized to think of freedom and going other places and starting over. The Chinese do it. The Chinese don't mind it. Other countries don't mind it. America is isolationist like that. So,
but even before that, though, we still invested in this country. We were like, look. If they were to take you and had dropped you off over there, you'd be lost. You're an American, and then on top of that, we're not even. BGS has talked about this. Let me throw this out here real quick.
Okay,
we are not only Africans. We are an amalgamation of almost a new product because you forget the we were bred here over and over and over and over.
I know, but the thing is, there's people that have take Latin America for instance, right? You have people that have been on that land. People that have been on that land for 10,000 years, right? On that land for 10,000 years. They come up through Mexico and they come here to a land that they've never seen before, the society they're not used to. And they do it by the millions. So say that argument doesn't hold water. Okay?
I agree with that.
People have done it forever. The thing is, there's less than 40,000 black people in Africa from America. Why is that?
Yeah, because Rodney, because the thing about it is that, for example, in finance and economics, there's a term called a sunk cost, right? Sunk cost is when you make an investment, right? That money is gone. You ain't getting it back, right? It's over, right? And so, again, in Palestine, they offered Palestinian men a two-state solution. Palestinian men said, "Kiss my ass," and they're still doing what they're doing. Right?
They want their land, yeah.
Again, even in Islamic history, you had the Mamluks. The Mamluks were slaves who overthrew the previous empire and pushed out the Mongolians, right? Who destroyed the golden age of Islam. And so, like I said, for me, it's just like I said, it's just my logic. For my logic, I'm looking at all of it as a sunk cost and saying, here it is. You have this landmass that you're originally from. That's the wealthiest landmass on the planet. They just started a free trade agreement that went live here. Me and BGS have been talking about it behind the scenes. They just started a free trade agreement that went live here just this past January. And much like what the United States was hundreds of years ago, for the most part, Africa right now is a blank canvas. They are asking for anybody and everybody to come back and invest and develop it and to help it grow. And so for me, I'm confused as to why from, let's say, Crispus Attucks to 1950s, which is wealthy America, you have about a period of 170 something years. So 170 something years is a drop in the bucket. Why is that a difficult task for us to look east and say, you know what, we will go east, right? And we will invest and we will do the things that we need to do to secure peace, prosperity somewhere else.
It's a 4-letter word, FEAR, fear.
Yeah, I think it's that too, but I think there's also there's a sentimental value thing to it that is, I mean, you can't discount that. And then there's also an economic aspect to that also. I mean, when you look at
black people on the planet.
Well, we might be the wealthiest black people in mass on the planet, but here's the deal. I mean, that would be if we put all our money together. But there's a lot of people who don't. I mean, look at Kevin's resources as far as who makes six figures, down to whatever. That is a reality we have to deal with. And then on top of that, you have to deal with, I mean, just the stuff that we're talking about right now. Most people can't even follow that.
So why do white people come from their landmass and go into Africa every day?
Yep. Because they don't, look, they don't have the same historical baggage that we do. I mean, and I think
so. In other words, basically, let's get rid of the sentimental value, get rid of all that we built. Black people are fucked up. Okay.
No, I agree.
That's how come they don't do it. They're fucked up.
Yeah,
and
they're
psychologically. They're psychologically scarred, and they're scared shitless of starting over. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to address this comment.
I know that firsthand.
I want to ask you, Robbie, a question.
Go ahead, Lee.
Now, one of the things that you saw happen throughout history, not throughout history, but I would say beginning in the, in the beginning, they were sending people back to Liberia, right?
Right.
Sierra Leone, Liberia. But in the 1900s, after, you see this push to get Africans into America instead of saying, we as a Black American, they try to get Africans, people from the Caribbean, Black people into America. Why was that? That's something I don't understand.
It's called demographics, because how white people kept their numbers up is importing people from Europe. So if it's fair enough to import people from Europe, it should be fair enough to import Black people from the continent and from the Caribbean.
And my dad told me something about this too, is that once they bring you guys over here, they don't count you as Black, they count you as white.
Well, even if they count you, it doesn't matter. It's how you look. Okay, that's
That's
you
true.
can't.
But
That's
if
going
you,
to catch up with you. But the thing is, how come they're deporting Haitians instead of deporting white folks from the Middle East? You're trying to bring people in from the Middle East, but you're deporting Haitians because they're black. This has been going on.
And they're H-1Bs, so they're.
That's because for me, Brother Rodney, like when I talk to brothers like you, DC, and others, right, I feel that pain in your voice. Like I feel it, and I'm empathetic towards it, right? Like I said, I feel it, and for the life of me, like I said, I just can't understand because, like, again, when the Jews experienced what they experienced in Germany, what did they do? They demanded a homeland. First, it was Uganda. Well, that's not going to work out for us.
Too many black people.
You know what I'm saying? And then they decided, you know what I'm saying? Then they decided on the landmass that they were going to go to. And my thing is that if you have everything from using black babies as alligator bait to Jim Crow, redlining, and all of that stuff, at what fucking point do you say, you know what? You can have this shit.
I think there's a bit of us that want a little justice too, And hey, I'm not saying that it makes sense. I think some of us want to take their faces and smear it in the proverbial shit. I think there's an aspect to that.
I mean, okay.
You have a sociological demographic dead end that you're heading right smack in the middle of, and basically. All I want is, what I want is black people to admit the truth and say, "Oh, we're willing to blend in." Okay. Either way, the Negro experiment in America is going to come to an end, one way or the other. Okay. And it depends how it's going to come to an end. If you wanted to come to the end by assimilation, then fine. If you want to remain black and culturally black, you won't be able to do it here. That's all I've been saying for the last 20 years.
Thank you.
Okay, but the dude that was just talking, he made a point about what the Jewish people demanded based on their struggles. Now, I don't see any problem with black people acknowledging that we historically have been through a lot, but I mean, to what end?
Right.
I mean, if you don't have,
what does that mean? To what end? What does that mean?
You just said the Jewish people, when they acknowledged everything that happened to them, they said they wanted something. They wanted a homeland. So if we're going to acknowledge our struggles, what do we want? We can't just.
You already have one. You already have one. You don't want it.
Yeah.
What do you?
Liberia has been yours since 1798. You don't want it.
Right. So I mean, at this point, if you got something, you just want to.
Do we not want it, or do we not know that it's ours?
No, you know that it's yours.
I mean, honestly, BGS, I don't know if the majority of African Americans even know what Liberia is.
Right.
Well, that's a failure on our part. That's our failure. That's nobody else's failure.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you, but you're moving away from the point.
Okay.
I mean, the reality is the majority of black children are not even taught what Liberia is, much less whether or not it's something for them to aspire to go into.
That is a failure of your black intellectuals that teach this bullshit every motherfucking day. They know it. They know it. Okay, there's people that know it. And who passes this stuff down? The thing is, they've made a decision that they don't want it, and they don't want to go over there, and they don't want to deal with it. So they refuse to even put it up as an option to black people.
Right. Well, okay, I agree with that, but even let's give you that point. Let's say no black person knows about Liberia, but we still want to complain about everything. What do we want to get out of the complaining? That's all I'm saying. What do we want to get out of it?
Acceptance from white people. That's what they want.
I don't think so.
Yes, they do.
They definitely want acceptance from white people.
Correct.
That's true. They want acceptance from white people. That's not what I want, but
what do you want?
Our black women flock to it every.
Well, I agree with that.
Look at the cycle with Kamala Harris married to a white man, right?
Yeah.
And they punish you as a black man for not being white and not being able to confer whiteness upon them.
Exactly.
Black people do want acceptance. You can look at our political strategy is all about complaining about racism and being accepted by people. We boycott this or that just because somebody says something negative about you. We want to be loved by every other group more than we want to win.
That's true, man. Look. I mean, you don't have to go very far. You don't have to go very far. We do it every day. Well, we want to prove and be loved by white people. So when white people do something vicious to us, what do? Do we demand justice and demand our pound of flesh? Oh, we forgive them because come on, man.
If I hear that one
And
more
we
time.
don't just want to be loved by white people. We want to be loved by
everybody.
Latinos. We want to be loved by
Arabs.
We want to be loved by Asians. We want to be loved by everyone.
Can I
Well,
tell
that
you
we're this way because we are a matriarchy, and our train of thought comes from women. They lead the train of thought in America as far as Black Americans are concerned. And when you ask, women's desire is to be accepted in any social group. So when you have a political group of people who are politically their thought process is led by women, your whole political philosophy, your whole political strategizing, your whole political strategic HQ is going to be about feelings and being accepted, not about victories and resources.
Facts.
That's unnecessary.
I have to say this because what I didn't like was
mute yourself, Archer.
Because when I first came into the manosphere and I started talking about the power of bureaucracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you had guys who flipped their wig on me. And the more I listened and I looked at Black history, because again, my skill set is that I'm a battlefield commander and I'm a C-level executive. These are my skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at it, and when I looked at it, I'm like, you want acceptance. So when I'm telling you about bureaucracy and how to use the words and how to do this, and everybody flipped out on me, and I'm listening to people's rhetoric in the sphere, and I'm like, your rhetoric in the sphere is somebody who wants their own state. So and where I'm from, or the places of where I live, the majority of my adult life, men who want their own state are not looking for social acceptance. Do you know what happens in Iraq when a law enforcement official from another tribe or whatever kills somebody? This is what happens. You will hear in the desert, those dudes will shoot up the desert all night long, right? Then the police, then the judiciary, they come out after the fighting is done and they decide who's right or wrong. So, like I said, so for all of this pain and for all of this rhetoric, it is hard for me. It is hard for me to understand when I pitch to you, hey, if you're going to stay in the system, you're going to have to learn to maneuver. But then people got hot with me because their rhetoric is actually that of, I want my own state. And you're not behaving like men who want their own state.
And do you think that that's as a result of every time we make some progress that they basically kill off our leaders and all that?
Can I tell you something?
Well, I'm not finished. And then we talk about Liberia and we talk about, Africa and whatnot. But you know what? They still got their hands in that over there, too. And you being a military man, me being a military man, we both know that they're over there manipulating and doing things behind the scenes to their own ends. So you can get over there and you can have your shit, but it's not going to be squeaky clean. No more than it is here.
Nothing. But you have a better shot of your own determining your own destiny outside the belly of the beast. You cannot do it here.
He said something that was complete bullshit about every time we get progress, they kill off our leaders. If that is the way you view progress, following behind one individual,
I'm not saying following behind one individual.
Wait, let me finish.
You just said it was bullshit, though.
It is bullshit because that's how they're able to defeat you. They shouldn't be able to kill. Time out.
Archer, slow down for a second. They don't just do it to us.
But I know that, but they shouldn't be able to kill one person.
They do it all over the world.
Exactly. And that's the point that
Archer. They did it all throughout Central and South America.
Yeah.
The CIA, anytime any effort at all was made for people to liberate themselves, they killed off the leadership.
The leader, of course.
Yeah. They didn't just do it to us. They've done it all throughout the country. It's not a coincidence that there are like more than 500 military bases on over U.S. military bases on over 100 in over 100 different countries on this planet. That's not
I
a
get that.
coincidence.
I get that. But what I'm saying is, should black people rally? Should we continue to rally around individuals, or should we rally around
It
a
wasn't an
united
individual
idea?
rally.
Archer. That's
Okay.
the way human beings work. What happened to Greece after Alexander died? It fell apart. Okay, that's the way
they carved it up. Yeah.
that's the way human beings work. They follow, they rally, but it takes one person to organize a bunch of people, because most people aren't organized like that. Human beings naturally follow the strongest person. That's the way it works. Okay, that's human nature.
Archer, look at what's going on in Russia.
I think Sam Dog is trying to get in.
This thing that's going on between.
Go ahead, finish,
sorry.
D. No, finish, D. You're already talking. Finish.
Yeah, I was going to tell him, look at what's been going on in Russia since 1991. Right now, we have Putin there, and they're trying to get rid of him so they can chop up Russia. That's what's going to happen. That's what's happening. That's why he refused to move.
Look at Donald Trump. You just saw it, man. What are you talking about? Go ahead, Sandog.
Yeah, but that's it, because that's all I'm trying to tell you. Because for Rodney, for example, for Afghans, right? Afghans give two fucks. Afghanistan is called the graveyard of empires, right? And I asked my Afghan friends, I was like, you can make deals, you can build it up, and they said, my homeboys told me that, hey, this land has lithium, it has other things. But if we ain't gonna run it right, we will keep tearing it up, and it will be a piece of shit until we can control it. Right? We can and literally that's what my homeboys told me. They said, if y'all come and bomb it, we'll sit underground and wait you out. When you come here to fight, we'll go for you toe to toe, just flat out. And this is what my Afghan men my friends told me. They said, we give two fucks about what you have and what your name is or what kind of weapons you have. They said, yo, this is the graveyard of empires, and if this land is going to be a piece of shit, it's going to be a piece of shit under our control.
Our rule.
We're not going to let somebody come and build it up and then dictate things to us.
Okay, so you say that to what end?
Well, I'm saying that, like I said, I'm saying that when I hear the pain in your voice, because Rodney, look, brother to brother, I love you, right? I do. And when I hear that pain in your voice, right? Again, for a human being, going through oppression, human beings in oppression, there's empathy, there's connection, especially since we both share an ethnic group, right? And so for me, brother to brother, I'm like, why are we going through this shit when we could pick up? We could pick up and leave, or we can do something else, right? So at the end of the day, so I'll be goddamn, right? How much does acceptance matter to me? Again, your babies were alligator bait, right? Your women were made concubines, right? You were made less than human. Why do you, what is so great about this goddamn place where, okay, fine, Africa does not remotely have the things that are in America right now. What's so hard about William and Rodney becoming seeds, giving up 170 years so that in the future, 200 years, whether it be Nigeria, Ghana, Gambia, or something else, that this is not even a discussion?
Okay, so you're a planner. You're a strategist, right? That is a simplistic way of looking at things.
No, but listen,
and that's just from me, another military man.
Why so?
I think that is probably enough to initiate it, but I think have to be some things that will be worked out, because I'm telling you, you have to. I mean, like every other time in history, we have to account for interference in that.
Take
just
the flip side. What's going to happen if you remain here?
Well, I mean, I'm not discounting. I'm just saying that for me.
We have two options. Okay. Okay, you have two options. Okay, you take the hard road where you can remain black, or you take the easy route where you won't. Those are your options.
Yeah, I'd probably take the hard road.
Exactly. That's all he's saying.
He just laid out the hard road and got a problem with it.
Because
see, Archie,
one at a time.
Archie, you want to brawl.
The question really is, to what degree are black men willing to fight for a change globally? That's really the question.
And they're not.
You're not going to get around that fact. You're not going to be able to sit here in this country and just sort of slowly and easily just kind of evolve into something that we would prefer it to be. That's not going to happen.
You're going to be digested. Okay,
exactly.
It is what it is.
So you really only have if you want to be a distinctive black man, really, if that's what you want to be, you're not going to achieve that here. You don't have the numbers. You don't have the control. You don't have the law. You don't have the courts. You don't have anything that will allow you to be able to affect a black man agenda, not over the long term.
I agree with
you. Don't have any of that.
Yeah, I just want to jump in there real quick. Squeaky G in the chat left a comment. It says, Africans not stupid. We can't go over there and jump the line without an army.
Hey, DC, get your conscious community ass up here on the goddamn panel. Stop commenting.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
Come on, DC.
Don't be scared.
You know what? Me and my partner, we was actually doing a fundraiser for a station, right? 2005. And we're asking us questions, okay? What do you want to be? You want to be African or you want to be American, right? We polled all our listeners, right? We took about 2 or 3 hours polling the listeners, right? And we polled like maybe 100 people, okay? Only 8% of those 100 people wanted to be African or go to the continent.
I believe it.
The rest wanted to remain here and live under whatever fate that America was going to give them, because they're American. You're American, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. What I want black people, what black people in America do is accept your fate and roll with it, okay? Because this is your fate, okay?
So,
and if you're American, say I'm American, give up being Negro, give up being black, and roll into whatever the next phase is going to be. That's all I'm saying.
And that means if America is a sinking ship. And that means if being an American is a sinking ship, then you're going down with the fucking ship.
And
that's what that means.
And they want to. Yeah, they want to.
Stop complaining
go ahead,
complaining like a housewife.
Go ahead. You know, I said it's the battered wife syndrome. That's what black people are suffering from. I said that.
Well, remember,
go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say to Sandog's point about whether or not staying here or going to Africa. I was invited this time last year out to Kigali in Joburg for Fourth Industrialization Conference. And they said on the ground, the diplomats said on the ground, we'll rather deal with black Americans than to deal with Chinese. But there's nobody showing up. And
there's
so
nobody showing up.
That's the problem. They're willing to give citizenship. If you look at the recent updates from Paul Kagame and I think in South Africa, they have new visas set up. If you stay for 1 year completely and contribute to the environment, you will get citizenship after 5 years.
And this is something that we were talking about, in amongst our group, maybe 2013, 2014, because I was down in Guatemala. We were actually talking about it. I said, why is it that as a black man, a descendant of Africa, I can come down to Latin America and get citizenship within 5 years, but I can't even get a green card on the continent?
Yeah.
And they had to think about that. I said, that's how come black people don't. I said, if Africa should give black Americans a better deal than everybody else, I can go get a retirement visa in Thailand. Okay, I can't go to Ghana or Nigeria or basically any other country in the continent. It may have changed, but then I couldn't go into the 54 countries on the continent of Africa. I couldn't go get a retirement visa any place, anywhere.
Yeah, they changed BGS in January. They changed it last.
I know. I'm saying, but I'm talking about 2014, 2015 when I was talking about it. I couldn't. Okay.
So I'm not trying to dispute where we've been going with all of this. All I'm saying is that I'm trying to answer from, I guess, a position that's not mine entirely, but that made me. I'm thinking about.
Okay. So in other words, what I want to know from Rodney, that's determined to stay here. I'm assuming you're determined to stay here. Okay.
Not necessarily. But
okay, or you've taken that position. Okay, what is it about? What is it that you know what
that
the
deters me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, my question when dealing with this is how does the average person get up the capital to go and do investment to start, investing in an African enterprise, in order for them to go ahead and transition over? That was my question.
They have conferences in all in various states where the Africans come over and present opportunities and will spell it out to you one to one. It's called Zoom. You can actually Zoom people that are over there. You don't even have to go over there. You can talk one to one. You can talk one to one with any official that you want to, one to one, and actually spell it out. You got people over there that are already over there that are actually detailing how you can actually do it. There are people that they're on the ground right now. They can tell you how to do it. You can find out if you want to, and it's like anything else. Save up your money, get your ass on a goddamn plane, and put boots on the ground, just like everybody else.
Can I say this, Rodney?
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, for Rodney. So, for example, for me, I deal with embassies.
Hold on.
I deal with embassies and trade and everything else. So in the United States, right, from many states, not only is there a Black Chamber of Commerce, but there's also an African Chamber of Commerce. Right. And so what happens is that you could actually start there. And so from the African Chamber of Commerce, there are various economic events, like BGS said, where it's laid out. So even here in the UAE, we have something what's called, I've been going for like the last decade, it's called the UAE Africa Conference, and all of these nations come in from Africa, and they're talking about trade between Africa, the UAE, and Arabia, and everything else. And I mean, they're looking for everything from education, electricity. I'm talking about, it is a blank canvas. And so when people in the comments are saying that Africans aren't stupid, it's not about having an army. What they're looking for is that they are looking for both financial and intellectual capital to help them develop. And the problem with African Americans is that everybody else is going to go there and develop it, right? And then what will happen is by 2150, you'll have African Americans crying. Because,
trying to come in on the ass end. Yeah.
You're going to come in last because you're going to find out, well, the Indians have this and the Chinese have that. And you're going to think off the strength of you being Black that it should be handed to you. When you look, opportunity cost in economics is that which you must forego in order to obtain something else. So ultimately we have the money, but it's just about what we value. Right. So if African American women could spend billions of dollars in beauty, I think there's a figure that says African Americans spent billions in travel and tourism. Right?
Oh, buddy. Hey, look, they staying here, so you can count their asses out. They ain't going.
They ain't moving.
Yeah, so the issue is like what BGS is saying. Like I said, the money is there, and every time I send BGS something on Africa, like I said, if for BGS it's not new information, he'd be like, "Yep, Sandog, I'm already tracking it. Yep, we were studying this."
Sandog, you're missing one point.
Being right now, just a tad.
You're missing one point, and that is, most of us have been feminized. And because we've been feminized, we're afraid. We've been bred in certain creature comforts of being, quote, American. And that affects and influences our belief that we can succeed in those environments outside of this country. And that's why you have many men, many Black men, many ADOS men who are, frankly, they are afraid and they are weary of their ability to go to the continent and effectively compete in those environments. That's what's going on.
You know what I found out strange, Uru? We have Black people willing to move out in the middle of nowhere in America, right? Build a town from scratch. Okay, build a town from scratch. But they won't take the Black ass over to. I mean, with skills. They won't take the Black ass over to the continent. That's places are already built up and start businesses.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think, to be fair though, or to be, a lot of us think that we're American, or quote American, end quote, and we believe we should be able to enjoy and exact some benefit or leverage or advantage of being, quote, American.
Talking about here? Talking about here or
Yeah,
overseas?
yeah, here. I'm talking about here in particular.
That's true,
and they believe,
they do.
They believe, hold on, they believe that if they leave here, they're surrendering that. They believe if they go to Africa or Caribbean or whatever, they're surrendering whatever that advantage means. And they fear that they themselves don't have enough or not enough to compete without that advantage.
What's the key word in all those sentences that you just said?
Fear.
Fear.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I said that about 20 minutes ago. Fear.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
it's the same thing.
Mike can tell you that's the biggest impediment to going over there, because Mike was unsure until he went over there.
No, I actually met with some diplomats in 2018. I was supposed to be in 2019. I ended up getting over there in 2020. And so I've been invited twice. And it's just a matter of getting over there. It is a long trip, but it's going to get better as the infrastructure starts to develop. When I was there, Rwanda didn't have fiber. Today they have fiber.
Yeah,
it's already been completed in January.
In other words, basically, you're going to miss some things. You're not going to have the fastest internet. You're not going to have the most comfortable situation. You're not going to be, at some point, would you rather stay here and be the bottom of the totem pole, I forget how Claude Anderson saying, the permanent underclass of a society, and basically be on your knees for the rest of until this experiment ends, or basically get on your feet and suffer a little bit.
There is no white man to blame over there. There's nothing black leadership there.
And I think that's part of the problem too, which bothers black people, because here we have somebody to blame. Okay, we have impediments. We have an out. We have an excuse. Okay, over there, when you get over there, you have no excuse. Okay, it's wide open. You get. Basically,
you have no scapegoat over there.
Had no scapegoat over there. I think black people are afraid of that. Okay, if I fail, it's because I fail.
Yeah, you have to.
There's also.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, I was just going to say that you have to bring something to the table, or else you won't eat. That's kind of how it works. They don't have a welfare system in the same way that America does, and so your ability to survive is depending on how much you bring to the table.
You spend 4 years training, okay, whatever, suffering and training over here to learn whatever you need to learn and transfer those skills over there. Okay, it's not like you have to spend a whole freaking lifetime. Okay,
that's what I was gonna say. You are your own here. Here you got a backup system. No, it's not perfect, but it works for you. But over there, you are your backup system.
Yeah. But over here, your backup system. Over here, your backup system is a prison.
Yes.
For a black man, for 6% of the American population, your backup system is a prison.
Or your other backup system, which is 17% of is welfare for your females.
Yeah. Yes.
There is no safety net.
That system in place. That's the so-called pipeline that was built deliberately for us. You know what I'm saying? To keep certain things going as planned. But when we like brother Rodney,
yes, sir.
If you are a man with some planning skills, and you gotta have a long-term plan and a short-term plan. Your short-term plan says, you know what, I got a good job in the US, I gotta do this, I gotta put aside some money. Your long-term plan now, in my opinion, I am going to work on, let me take a trip to Africa. I'll go for 2 weeks this year. I'll go to Rwanda, I'll go to South Africa, I'll go to the West Coast somewhere. Next year, I'm going back for a month.
Rodney's a nurse. Rodney can hit the ground and go right into a hospital and have a job. Rodney don't have a problem.
No,
Rodney, all Rodney needs to do is get on a freaking plane and say that this is where I work and show his credentials. They'll put him to work right away.
No, it's not. It's not even just that, BJ. I met a black.
I'm part of an organization. I'm part of an organization called ADDI. We need you. We need you.
I need to get some information.
Rodney ain't going nowhere. Rodney's embedded, man. Rodney could go over there and
send me some information. Rodney ain't that embedded shit.
Rodney's one of the most of the cats on here could go over to the continent and start, basically start their own business and be good. You already have the skills, all right? Most of the people on here can actually go over there, including me. I could go. You could just pick up and go. You already have your infrastructure. You already have the skills or wealth that you can go over there and be good. Okay. Most
I
people
need
on
some
this panel.
information. Hell yeah. I need y'all to send me some information.
Are you willing to surrender your creature comforts of being, quote,
man,
an
I used to live in a fucking hole.
But basically, Rodney, say Rodney went to Ghana and became a nurse. They have planned fucking communities with fucking swimming pools. Okay.
Yeah, you're not surrendering.
Rodney would be in a gated. Rodney would be in a gated community. Yeah,
with a swimming pool. Yeah.
You're not surrendering.
Land. When you land, when you apply for your thing, a COFO is going to give you. I just had a brother who went over there. He went in and got 2.5 acres of land to build on. They actually gave him land.
And you know what? I've just been looking at houses over there too.
There are states in Africa that are giving you. You come over. As a matter of fact, ADDI is trying to build what they call a Wakanda.
Yeah.
On the slave coast. What used to be called the slave coast. They got 800 acres of land to build the city on.
Yeah, because they need to attract Black American talent, and you know a lot of the stuff. People send me stuff. The thing is that you got to remember, I was talking to cats that were coming over here from Congo, from Rwanda, from Ghana, from all over the continent, right? Because the conscious community in Los Angeles was central for that, because they were trying to get the word out about what they needed. This is prior to really the big Chinese conversion, right? And so I was talking to all these guys of what they needed from Black people and all kinds of stuff. So basically, everything that you guys are saying is something that we have been talking to them. Hey, it's fine that you guys want something from us. We need you to go back and tell them what we need from them. And it took 20 years, but finally they're starting to do it. Like they should have been give Black Americans a path to some kind of citizenship, or at least nationalize it. What they call them? Becoming, what do they call them when you have a green card? I forget what they call it.
Resident.
Resident, right? I mean, I like I said, I could go to Guatemala and get residency within a year, 2 years max, right? Okay, in Ghana, I'm a permanent guest. I have to renew my visa every 90 days, right? In Ghana, I'm Black. Okay, I come from that region. Why can I go to a people that I don't have any bloodlines with? I can get a visa or residency visa within a year or two, and I can't do it in Ghana.
Right.
What it means is that you're afraid of me. That's what it means.
Well, Rodney, when I was over there, I actually met an ADOS guy who was over there in his scrubs. He's a nurse, he's an RN here. But over there, somebody saw him from one of the major hospitals in Tanzania. And they asked him, where do you work? And he was like, oh, I'm just here on vacation. He ended up being the head nurse of 5 different hospitals over there.
Dang.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
They wanted him, they wanted his skills, and they gave him massive amounts of land, this big mansion. It's just amazing some of the stuff that they did for him to accommodate him as he was over there. So he has acres of land over there.
Correct. Yeah. I just want to say this, and I'm going to roll out. And like I said, man, for brothers, man, I love you all, and I just want you to remember this, right? You were the ones that walked out of Africa in the Bantu migration. You fought the saber-toothed tiger. You fought the Yetis. You traversed Europe. You traversed Asia, right? and the Homo sapiens species began to flourish, right? And so all I'm trying to say is that if you come from the same or a similar genetic pool of the men that fought the saber-toothed tiger or woolly mammoth into extinction, right? Again, like I said, all I'm trying to say is don't forget that. Don't forget that you are that. In the book of Genesis in the Bible, it says Nimrod, the son of Ham, the Cushite, which is Ethiopia, the first of the mighty men on earth. He was a conqueror. And Nimrod established the land of Shinar. What is Shinar? Shinar is Babylon. So what would go on to become the Sumerian civilization, Proto-Assyrian civilization, was all established by somebody who looked like you.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
What's happening, bro?
Yo, peace out, man. Yo,
All right,
Charles,
Sandog. Always a pleasure, bro.
Yo, man, peace out, y'all.
What you were saying, Sandog?
No, I was just saying, I'm going to give you a call. I'm going to reach out to you. I'm going to give you a call.
Cool.
If coming through, doggy. So question to the panel is, how would you be able to define remnants of, I guess, the slavery effect today that we have? Is it still there?
Yes. The gynocracy that you live under, it was established 300 years ago. It's still there. I just read you the law that's established it. It's still there.
Yeah, because people are like, I tried to get what's his name, Archer, as I wanted him to touch on that more, because it's like every time we talk about it again, it's some kind of victimhood or constant complaining. I'm like,
old is Archer again?
Yeah,
he's in his early 30s.
Early 30s, yeah.
So that tells you why.
He's emotional. He's emotional.
But he's not the only one. That's what I'm saying.
See, BGS, you're building up my case. You're building up my case.
Well, the thing is that after God, it's got to be 25 years, man, of going through this over and over and over and over and over again. Goddamn it, black men, make up your goddamn minds, okay, and accept whatever consequences that comes with it. Stop this bullshit.
It's like this, BGS. When you went to elementary school, were the schools segregated?
Yes.
Think about it. You're literally one generation removed from me, from segregation. They don't understand what a real struggle was. Not the proxy struggles. Even if the police doesn't like you, that's still a proxy struggle compared to Jim Crow and segregation. So I've always said something. The only way you're going to get black people to do shit is to give them a fucking struggle. Give them a banner to cry about.
Yeah. Something to unify under.
Instead of actually saying, you know what, we got it pretty fucking good, and we should start from there, we need a struggle. That's why they always say, we had it better back in the 40s and 50s. Ask a nigga who been back there in the 40s and 50s.
Hey, so... Yeah, what's going on?
But Charles,
one time.
I feel your pain, BGS, but look at from what 1880, 77 or something like that until 1960. You understand? That was that's how long that struggle was. And if you go back,
I know. I listened to my grandmother and my mother.
Look at what Mao Zedong did in China. A whole generation got wiped out so he can produce something that he's going to call China.
Yeah, it's called a purge. Yeah.
So, think about, you know what I'm saying? So these things are going to have to happen in America.
Of course, it's going to happen. What I'm saying is that, you know, I understand it's going to happen. But the thing is that I get tired of black people, especially black men, living in a fantasy. Man, admit the goddamn truth, face what it is, and face the consequences that's going to come with your decision, and be good with it.
You got to think about it. There's still a lot of black men who won't admit that you're under a gynocracy. The women aren't that bad. I said, dude. The same chick y'all were banging out in high school, who probably has a baby. How the fuck did she become your boss?
Whoever's in a mall, mute yourself. Got a lot of background noise. Yeah. Okay.
Like, how the
Go
fuck
ahead.
does she become your boss? They go out of their way to laugh at you, Black. We just talked about the goddamn Some Coming to America too.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck can you be the king and your wife throws you out? And people think that's comical. You literally saw a scene where he basically gets raped.
Mm-hmm.
We think it's funny because black men don't really think they can do it. Oh well, you know, I gotta see about my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have balls and she doesn't?
Well, not you. You were actually socialized to serve and not rule in this society, and that's been that way for 300 years. Where they put black women over you. It's always been the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here's the issue. Oh, can y'all hear me well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what we're dealing with, right? We've spoken about this repeatedly, right? Now, I said this a while ago. I don't know if people were listening. Well, what's the remedy to really dealing with these black women? The only thing we can really do, leave them to their own damn devices. We go and do our own thing, right? Okay. Now it's the same thing with these dudes, like that guy you just heard. These guys are doing the same thing as women are doing. They want us to stay here because there's comfortability in numbers, right? That's why I said before, SYSBM isn't just about these women. It's about anything that isn't that's detrimental to us, right? So that's why we were talking about the culture is having this influence on us. So we go do what we do, and guys like that dude that was on here, Archer, guys like him, slowly but surely, like I said before multiple times, right? It's an A to Z thing. AFXD, BSFXD, BSFD, and eventually,
that's Meech. Meech supposed to be in the
that's
store
not
or
me.
something like that.
No,
that was me. Sorry, that was me.
Okay, and eventually, and eventually, those guys are going to have to get to a point where they're going to have to make a decision if they see that we are dead serious about it right now. Archer doesn't take us seriously. We have to show him that we're serious. We have to do that through action.
Archer lives it. Okay, well, Archer's pissed off. Archer's not playing. Archer's actually pissed off.
But what I mean though is that
he's not joking. Okay.
But what I mean
Archer
is that
is the most honest depiction of what's really going on.
Yeah.
To be quite honest,
he don't know what to do about it. He don't know what to do about it, but he's pissed off. He really.
And he'll get there, man. He just needs some.
Here's the thing. It's going to take a start. It's not going to be a million black women are going to up and do this at one time. That's not what it's going to start. It's going to start with a couple thousand that'll turn into tens of thousands into hundreds of thousands. But I think everybody's expecting a big wave, and everybody's just going to run out there and ride this big wave. That's not the way it's going to be.
What the thing is there really is. I think the wave is just starting. Okay. We were trying to goose this wave back 15, maybe 20 years ago. We're trying to goose this wave, trying to start this interaction, right? And this is before the Chinese came in with this big investment. We're trying to goose this wave, and I think on both sides they were hesitant because black folks, they really didn't want to come. Let's be honest. They didn't want to be uncomfortable. They didn't want to start over. They were used to being in the first world and all the other excuses about that we built this land and all that. Come on, man. That's actually bullshit. You don't want to be uncomfortable. Just admit it. I don't want to. I don't want. I don't. 99.9% of black people do not want to be uncomfortable.
Yes, sir. Yes, because most people don't even want to be truck drivers.
Hold on.
Hold on a second, brother.
Let Meech finish, and then you
gotta calm down, man. Okay, because I got to get back in this truck and get back on the road. Most of these dudes don't even want to be fucking truck drivers in the United States.
That's true.
How much? I mean, if you can't handle that level of comfort, then most of them don't even want to leave their home state or even their city,
or even their block,
or even their damn.
Okay. To be fair,
back on track. I'm gonna drop off.
Okay.
Most brothers had no concept at all of the enormity of what you described, BGS. They had no understanding, no concept of what would be required. This ain't about being a truck driver, or it's not about any of that. It's about the fact that we were a manufactured people.
That's true.
we were a manufactured people.
Yeah.
Right? Now,
Mhm.
how many of us are going to understand and appreciate what that means?
That we're
What,
manufacturing.
that we were grown like a crop.
Okay, the thing is that okay, when I say stuff like that, and I've been saying stuff like that, most people know I'm speaking on two levels, right? I'm speaking on levels for the common people, but I'm really speaking to the elite that's supposed to that know this
But you're
stuff, right?
talking about now. I'm talking
Even
about
now,
what?
I'm
I'm
speaking on two.
talking about
Okay,
20 years ago.
okay,
What number and percentage of of Ado's people
mm-hmm.
would understand and appreciate what that means?
Less than 1%. But the thing is, this is coming from an experience of people. Somebody's been over there and been dealing with this. The people that went fucking over there, that were work conscious and that did know and went over there, didn't want to be uncomfortable. That's how come they didn't go back.
Right. So if they didn't want to be uncomfortable, if they didn't want to be discomforted, then how could they possibly lead those of us who were here 20 plus years ago?
Okay, the thing is, what I want is black people to be honest with themselves. Okay, you're asking for solutions that you know that cannot come true, that solutions that won't work, but the solutions
No, but
that
what
will.
I'm saying
Hold on a second, right? I don't care about what decisions they make. Okay, I care about them being honest with decisions, including the people that actually know better. Okay, because they keep selling black people a freaking pipe dream that's not true, right? Stop it.
how many of us know better? What percentage of us know better?
I say about
10,
10-15% that know better.
Right. I mean, I would say less than that, frankly.
No, but
so you're talking about a very small population of us
yes,
who even have any modicum.
Yes,
of
but the thing is, when they come out in public, I'm one of the few people that will actually speak the goddamn. Mike can tell you from experience. I'm one of the few people that actually speak the goddamn truth.
Oh, for sure, and we appreciate you. We appreciate you, and we laud you for that. We're indebted to you for that. Make no mistake. But you are one of literally millions. Literally millions.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Right.
probably billions.
So, I'm saying amongst us of our kind, you are very. So my point is this: there was never any path to the truth for any sizable number and percentage of us. There was never any path to the truth.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have black intellectuals. What pisses me off, you have black intellectuals that hide the goddamn truth. Tell the truth, okay? In other words, stop feeding black people this goddamn false fantasy and tell them the goddamn
and which
truth.
of those people who are going to tell us the truth, how are they going to be rewarded?
How are they going to be rewarded? The thing is, at some point, you have to do it for yourself. I'm not being rewarded, okay? I'm not being rewarded.
You're not. Well, again, I said what I said before. You're one in whatever.
I know.
20
I understand.
million.
I understand. But thing is, they keep repeating this goddamn lie because it suits them. Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah. What I'm saying to black people, at some point, that lie has to stop. Okay. You have to stop lying about this shit and tell the goddamn truth. They're still lying. Okay. The black women that are in politics, they're still fucking lying. Stop lying.
It's the ego of the whole thing.
Now, do you expect them to tell the truth? Because I don't.
I don't.
I don't.
Okay, I don't expect them to tell the truth. But the thing is, when you get in front of me, when you come face to face with me, don't fucking lie to me. And we both know the goddamn truth.
But how many times are they going to be in the presence of you?
They're not.
Their equivalent.
They're gonna run from me like I'm Dracula.
Like bubonic plague. And they're going to get in the presence of the millions others who are ignorant and lost.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be online and excuse that behavior. I'm not gonna excuse it.
And we appreciate you for that.
Yes. All I'm saying is, on this panel for here, and I can't do anything about the Michael Eric Dyson or Cornell West, that teaches in Harvard, that knows all better. Who know better. Okay, I know you know better. If a simple man like me, a simple regular blue collar guy like me knows the goddamn truth, I know you do, and I know you're lying. And I have proof because I have people that's how come I talk to PhDs on that side of the wall. How many people are actually lying and actually covering up the truth? And you find out it's way worse than you actually think. So how are the masses going to know if the people that are supposed to know, they research this stuff, won't come out and tell the goddamn truth? It takes a white person to print this shit in a book for them to even start to admit it. Even then, they don't want to admit it. Okay.
But,
So
to be fair, historically, the few of us who have told the truth, who have achieved a certain profile level, have been killed.
Well, the thing is, and we have allowed them. In fact, Bob Marley said that. Said, how long will we allow them to kill our prophets while we stand around and look? He said that a long time when the Redemption song, and it's still true to goddamn day, because that's what you want. Admit that you want to be here. Admit that you want white people to like you. Admit that you want to go down with the goddamn ship and be good with it. That's all I want.
Thank you.
Could there be another motive that they want?
No, it's not. For 200 years, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
It's not. I would love to say that it isn't. I would love to say that it isn't, but it's not. I've proved over 6 years that you're being absorbed by America, right? From the Moynihan report all the way down 50 years later. Exactly what they set up in 1945, over 7 generations of being exactly. The Generation Z is proven that you're being absorbed. Okay,
Yep.
People, you're looking at it.
It's getting worse and worse,
and you still get the same kind of rhetoric. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna put my soapbox away. I'm gonna be quiet, right? You're looking at the goddamn reality of Black America right now. Now. You're looking at it, but you keep with this goddamn bullshit rhetoric. Admit the goddamn truth. Or either do something about it or to shut the fuck up. Now I'm gonna put my soapbox away. Go ahead.
Well, I want to quickly ask you, BGS, before you do. I was tuning back in. Essentially, the argument you're making is the same that was made in the Crisis of the Black Intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
So that same argument that basically your intellectual class is dishonest.
Yes.
They have jumped into. They've basically tried to have embraced integration while at the same time giving the posture that they haven't, and that they're actually trying to.
Well, I would say they're not dishonest.
Hold on. Go ahead.
They're like the black preachers. They're paid to tell you that it's okay to forgive. Think about it. You think a synagogue or a damn mosque will tell you to forgive somebody who's purposely doing some transgressions against you and yours? You're more American than white people.
Yes, you are.
You will get up here and fight for this country more than anybody else.
Oh yeah, they'll turn on it quicker than we will.
Here's my problem with your comparison, Charles. With all due respect, how many Jewish leaders have you seen killed in this country? This country has a specific and unique and a special history of killing Black men, not Jewish men, not Arab men, not white men. Well, maybe a few.
But we let them. There's no consequence.
Let him finish.
So it has a unique country of killing Black men who tell the truth.
Why are you still here then? Why are you still here?
That's a very valid question. Hold on, BGS. Hold on. Let me answer BGS question. You gave me that's a very legitimate question. One that we need to answer.
Bullshit.
Go on, Charles.
Well, go ahead, Charles. We know what the answer is.
Go ahead, Charles. Go on, Charles.
Number one, they've killed Jewish leaders. They just don't make the news like we do. They hush it down.
Hold on. So the Jewish controlled media disguises Jewish leaders.
Be careful, you don't want to get his channel struck.
Yeah, that's true.
In other words,
I'm just saying from what I see.
But it's not your channel, Uru. You got to remember.
Well, basically, you got to look at this.
Indeed.
They will see, unlike a lot of, like, everybody sells out somebody. They just have better control of it. They don't mind having sacrificial lambs.
But they also have power to inflict consequences, and it's not even non-lethal.
Exactly.
And they profit. They profit from the system, whereas we don't.
Exactly. So
Shout out to the panel.
When you look at what's up? When you look at situations like this, you cannot deny that black people are traditionally more American than even whites, because we believe in a system to treat us fairly that was never made for us,
and we go fight for it.
We'll fight for it.
Yeah, look at what happened in the Capitol. You white folks were ready to turn over the government before black people were, and they benefited more from it.
They won't even
want to stress this because I've said this to Charles.
Hold on.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yes, you. Hold on. You got 5 people in the queue, man. Hold on.
Then on top of that, black people for all these years know their plight, and still anything we get, and I have to quote Art New Style for this, is always symbolic. We don't get any tangible shit. And then we're too afraid to even look at it, like B just pulled up the other day. We're afraid to look at the manuals and say, "Hey, I qualify for this because I'm the underprivileged." We allow everybody to benefit off our fight, but us. But if somebody says, "Okay, you got to be uncomfortable for a year or two to actually be the king of your castle," you're not going to take it. I'm not saying that I'm leaving. I'm not saying that I'm going.
Yes,
but at the same time, people got to really honestly weigh down their options. I'm not saying leave or go. That's a person, each one situation. But when you have the same talk every year and thinking that, hey, this is not going to change, the only thing that's going to change is you within that whole equation. But go ahead.
No, I want to quickly say, to me, the collective mentality is you have people who want to have a cookout, this big spread, but everyone wants to bring plates and ice. No one wants to do the grocery shopping. No one wants to buy the food. No one wants to sit down and prepare it. Everybody just wants to eat the meal.
Now, let me ask a question. Who are you referring to? Black men?
I'm saying the collective black community.
Hold on, because when I look at history, brothers were bringing ribs, we're bringing charcoal.
I'm talking about currently.
We're lighting fires.
Okay.
I'm talking about currently where we are now. That's the collective mentality we have now.
But you say we. Who are we?
The collective black community.
Heard. Okay. But here's the problem.
Can I be heard?
Here's the
we
problem
can hear you. We can hear you.
Saying, here's the problem with saying we.
Hey, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You guys have been talking for the past 30 to 40 minutes, man.
Yeah.
I haven't said one word.
Okay.
So here, let me say this before you go into soliloquy.
Mm-hmm.
Black people have the inability to punish. We're compromised. We're compromised.
Mm-hmm.
To speak to what
can
you
we
said,
stop
BGS,
saying black people?
Ooh. Let him finish, Uru. Calm down, man.
Unbelievable.
No, come on.
Yeah, I have different sensibilities than most of you guys up here. My viewpoints are basically macro, so I don't really deal with the individual. A lot of these solutions that I guess that I could see or that are given most likely are individual, because you don't have the inability to affect the macro, which is the overall collective. So when you look at the whole problem, black people as a whole, speaking to the frustration that black people feel and eloquent on these actual panels, is due to our inability to mistreat. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean by mistreat is basically be able to punish and be able to reward at your whims, to be overall over the system. The reason why your women, basically, you want to call it a gynocracy, whatever you want to call it, that is done through the apparatus of racism.
Yes.
Without white racism, there is no gynocracy.
True.
It doesn't exist.
True.
So that is the actual fuel that fuels that particular part of the system that is suppressing us, so-called black men in this country.
No doubt.
The reason why black people, I guess, don't want to move or don't want to actually make any movements is that nobody sees any benefit in it. Not as a collective. Everybody has their different opinions about what the solution should be. Hence the panel. Now, I guess a lot of you guys do agree on certain things, but it still fractures. And then everybody goes to their cooper hole and have their own discussions in their own, silos, and they'll build up from there. But it doesn't. Okay.
If I could put a pin in it for a second, I said that. What I want the black collective is to be honest about it.
Well, that's the thing though, BGS, is that being honest about it basically shatters blackness.
Yes.
If you don't give people any kind of sliver of hope in this current system, then they will basically be buried under despair. If you're going to tell the truth about it, but they're not operational under it. I understand the mentality.
So we're going to stay in we're going to be staying WandaVision forever.
Yes. Yes, that's a great example.
That's
a great example of what white racism is. That's a great example of what white racism is. Because you create an illusion of people that are a combination of Europeans, African tribal people. Hold on. African tribal people from different regions in Africa. There was no such thing as a black person, right? No such thing as a white person. This is what has been constructed. This is one division. That's a perfect example of what this is.
On a certain level.
What I'm saying is black people wholesale accept it. Wholesale. Complain about it, we wholesale accept it. And
racism is a code. Okay, racism is a code, BGS. Okay,
it is. I accept
that. Wait, DC. Okay. I just wanted to ask you a quick question. How do you say blackness would disappear?
I'm going to say this, and I'm going to mute up.
No. You ain't going nowhere. You gonna sit right in that seat.
No, because I gotta go. I'm on the road. Bro. No, keep going.
I'm on the road.
Keep going.
If I could get Paradox to kind of because he gets frustrated with all this, because he's even more deeper into the rabbit hole, because when he listens to you guys, and this is a person that is in the know, that deals with these type of things, I'm trying to tell him, hey man, this is a legitimate space. But the reason why he doesn't participate because it's all circle.
Okay, but he's not here, so he don't matter. He need to be here to stand up for himself, so he don't matter.
Have you ever listened to any of our programs, sir?
No, I'm saying he not here on this panel, so he don't matter. But keep on going, bro. Keep on going with your particular view.
So here's what I'm trying to say. Racism is a code.
Yes.
It affects everybody differently.
Yes.
Black Yuru, you have your own ability, you have your own understanding of what this system is and how it has dealt with you and your family. So you have a different understanding on how to actually counteract this particular system. Same with BGS, same with other people on this panel. Now, what ends up happening is you're going to also align with other black people that share your thoughts and conflict with other people that you think are more detrimental within the same system that you're in. And what happens is, if you don't attack the actual problem, the actual apparatus that is attacking you, you are fractioned off in different movements. So you break apart. It's just like what they did to the Black Panther, the Run Karinga movement, with the Just Us movement in California. It's the same usage of power. You split people off in different ideologies fighting the same system, and you have them argue with each other, and they bicker, and they don't get things solved, and they cannot attack the main system that is basically dominating you. You're never able to break this code
because the system.
Is that good enough for you, sir?
Okay. The biggest point of this system, the reason why it works, is the goddamn propaganda that underlies the. It's not just a code; it's an ideology. Right before it became a code or a system, it was an ideology first. You had to implant the ideology into the people first, right? My thing is attack the ideology of the system, right? Because any human system starts with ideology. People have to believe in it first. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Okay.
How do you get participation though, BGS? That is what we're talking about. We're talking about getting people to participate into breaking a particular ideology and breaking an actual code of
the only thing I would say. The only thing I would say is,
if you listen, I will tell you, because I've been doing this for 20 years. What you have to do is use the truth, use facts to shatter their worldview. And slowly but surely, the facts, every time they turn around, they will actually see this stuff in front of them.
Well, that's where we disagree, sir. That's where we disagree.
The thing is that's the only way it can work, because what is when they send you to school?
It works. It works, but people have different ways of viewing on how to solve this problem. I can hear the truth. Okay. Do you know why when you get somebody like a hood conservative to come up here and you're telling them something as basic as there are remnants of our particular issues that we're dealing with now that is going way back to slavery, and he pushes back against that?
Of course. That's his worldview.
You can give him any kind of information that you want to give them, and that goes for a host of black people. They can hear it all day. They're just as blind.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
There's all kinds of examples here, man.
Yeah.
But you don't think
all kinds of examples here.
You don't think hood service is an outlier, though?
And they're going to have a different response to the said information, which means that they're going to have a different group of people that believe in a set of ideas that they believe in, that they're going to rock with. You don't attack the problem the same way.
DC. I've had people worse than hood conservative, right? Worse than he is, right?
Wow.
And basically, I piss him off enough to where he has to go out and research the facts. And guess what happens 2 years later? BGS, you were right. BGS, guess what? This is what I found out. BGS, blah, 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 blah. You can't change a hood conservative overnight, right? Hood conservative actually ran because he doesn't want his worldview challenged, okay? But he's gonna go out and try to prove what I'm saying is incorrect. And guess what he's gonna find out? Same shit I did. And that's the only way to change people, man. It's the only way to change people. Other than that, unless you have force. We don't have force, do we? What's the only thing that black people have to use? Okay, we don't have wealth. We don't
morality.
Have all we have is persuasion, sir. What else do we have? If you can tell me, man, I'll be glad to actually listen to what you're saying.
I would rather for the sake of keeping the panel going, I'm not going to push back on that. I'm going to let you have that.
Hey, you and Paradox start something later on when you guys have time, and I will join.
I'm going to see it. And Black Uru, if you ever want to come over to the rim, you can come over, sir. I will email him. I will email him directly next time you guys pop up. Okay. Do that.
There, because
you get a whole 30-minute diatribe, and we can break it down from there. But I'm gonna bid you guys. We're gonna bid you guys a due.
I want a 4-hour.
Please put the link in the channel if Art doesn't mind.
Hey, DC, we gotta talk, man. We probably have to do this shit off air.
I'm gonna bid you guys a due. You know what I'm saying?
Here real quick.
Hey, so
later, DC.
You can learn a lot from a dummy, and I'm out.
I'm gonna send the Mandalorians after your ass, man. Hit it.
Not the shoes.
That's just some good reflexes.
What I'm saying, that's what I question him. Okay. He says one thing. He said, well, we don't have wealth, we don't have force. What else do we have? All we have is persuasion. They only have 3 forms of power, right? Yeah, you have force, you got wealth, you got persuasion. What are black people left with that we've been using for 200 years? Persuasion. That's all we got.
Yeah. Now, do you think we can gain anything else?
But the interesting part is our persuasion has been very complex in that we have very persuasive persuasion, but very often we have allowed external forces to fear that persuasion.
I wish it was external. A lot of this shit is internal.
Well, yeah, it's internal, but there have
Look,
been.
look
I
at the
mean,
look at the manosphere itself.
well, I mean, take hip hop for example.
Even
Like,
hip hop.
Hip hop was very persuasive, but there were some external factors, particularly in the 90s.
Money.
In the early 90s.
Oh, in the 80s, money.
Well, but I'm just saying, particularly in the 90s, particularly with your homeboys and on the West Coast.
Hold on. Need we forget Adidas and Run DMC?
That's
forget
true.
Schoolie D now.
That's
Schoolie D.
true. That's true. That's true.
The black people own Adidas.
That's true. But I'm saying, particularly in the early 90s and your West Coast homie, it kind of redirected from, let's say, the Arrested Development to, Dr. Dre.
Oh, wait a minute. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
Then you take your friend. Okay.
Yeah, okay. But it was not the same as
Persuasion.
It was not as Dr. It was not the same as Dr. Dre.
But let me ask you this.
It was not the same. It was not the same as the Chronic. It was not the same as Doggy Style, and it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. And because I'm in Chicago, and because I'm disabused from allegiances from either the East Coast or the West Coast, I think I can fairly speak on what I saw during that time.
Oh, we're not going to let you get away with the rugged thugger's bone either. We're not going to let you get away from it. We're not going to let you get away from crucial conflict.
No, crucial conflict did not outsell Nirvana.
No, but guess what?
Let me ask you a question. Is Uncle Luke and
that's down here?
Well, those were
Miami.
those Miami.
No. Was Uncle Luke on the West Coast?
No. That's true. That's a fair point.
So I mean, did we have a fair share of consumerism?
Remember Donna Summer, Love to Love You, Baby.
Ghetto Boy from Texas.
Yeah.
Yep. Ghetto Boy from Texas.
That was
or Major Harris. Major Harris. Love Won't Let Me Wait.
Remember Schoolie D, PSK. Yeah. That's New York, baby.
In other words, music is a reflection of the community, right? NWA, basically, all they were doing is telling stories. They never expected to blow up, right? All they telling stories of their reality in the hood under the crack era. That's all they were doing. And basically, the only way to hear NWA in the 80s and even parts of the early 90s is on dub tapes.
Okay, but you're talking about NWA. I'm not talking about NWA. I'm talking about the Chronic. I'm talking about after. I'm talking about after NWA.
They were saying this stuff before the Chronic. The only difference is that white people were always buying it. It was underground. In fact, go back, and in fact, one day you can get on. In fact, you can go to his channel. Go to OG's channel, man. And he will tell you exactly how he did it. He was selling the majority of the sales that he was selling.
You talking about Lonzo?
Lonzo will tell you the majority of the albums he was selling were not to black people. They were selling it to white people, and basically that's where the money was. Okay, and the money swayed the folks in the mainstream media to make this stuff mainstream. Okay, we didn't make it mainstream.
But BGS, you and I know that those songs were being played on. They were not being played on mainline radio.
No, they weren't.
Actually, that they were.
No, they weren't. They weren't.
Initially, they were not. Initially, at first they were not. At first they were not.
In '88 and '89, they were playing on the local radio station, but it was a cleaned up version.
Yeah. I mean,
So
in
I
fact,
just
some
want
But
of
but
the
that's
songs,
why I say
never
the
made
chronic,
it though.
the
Yeah.
chronic outsold Nirvana.
Okay.
You
Why is
know,
that?
so
But you
so
talking about the chronic.
that's when
Go ahead,
it's
fam.
that's when it changed. That's really when it changed
No,
because that particular style of music went from being sort of renegade and
you know what changed.
outlaw.
You know what changed with the basic change, and everybody knows it because they paid him off to go in the movies, was Ice-T. Okay,
Yeah,
cop
I
shop.
agree.
That
I agree.
that's when it changed. In fact, they
I
changed
agree.
so much that
Yeah.
they said Ice-T said,
Yeah.
get rid of that music. We're gonna clean up the song. We're gonna
Well,
send you into.
it's not so much they got rid of the music
they
as
put him
much
in.
as they co-opted. They co-opted the gangster
Yes,
rapper thing.
they
Yeah.
was so influential that they pulled Ice-T and they sent him into acting. We'll give you an acting deal rather
Yeah,
than you
and
continue
even
to
like
That's funny. Ice Cube.
and even Ice Cube
No,
was
I'm talking
in
about Ice-T.
like
I'm talking about
movies.
Ice-T been a fucking cop logging in me on TV.
Ice Cube, Ice Cube was in a movie with Ice-T.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're right. Around the early '90s, early mid '90s, that's when it
That's what
kind of.
so you got to remember. You got to remember me and Art in L.A. We saw it from the ground up. Yeah.
And let me ask Huru this. So are you saying that Big what's he call it? Biggie's what's his name? Notorious B.I.G. and Mobb Deep were not gangsters?
Well, okay, no, I'm not disagreeing with you.
This is around the same time
changed,
as the Chronic.
but what I'm saying is started with the West Coast rap. It started with the West Coast
No, the
rap.
Ghetto Boys, the Ghetto Boys and Schoolie D pretty much took the credit before NWA.
No, before
That's
those
hip-hop history.
before those Southwest guys, it was the West Coast
You can
guys.
look it up.
It was Ice Cube. It was what's the
It was
brother
Ghetto Boys, and
in
before them was Schoolie D.
San Francisco in Oakland? It was short.
Too Short was after.
Too Short.
It was Too Short. It
E40 and them.
was yeah.
And but basically, I'm gonna tell you, it was happening on the ground long before the music came out. Long before the music came out.
You gotta look
That's
at the
true.
crack. You gotta look
I
at the
agree.
drugs. You
I
gotta look
agree.
at the gangs, the crime.
I agree.
Yeah, but basically, Ice Cube, NWA, Too Short, all these people.
But
Jay-Z
here's a
are a
difference.
result. As a
Here's the
result
difference.
of it. What's the
BGS,
difference?
the rappers, the music made it palatable. So I agree it was happening. I agree it was happening before and without those guys. But Too Short, Ice Cube, all those guys made it. And then later, Dre and Snoop, they made it palatable.
What do you mean?
They made it something that other people could or want to connect to.
That's because of the music.
That's my point. That's my point.
But they're not the cause.
No, they're just the anthem.
I'm not saying they're the cause. I'm not saying they're the cause.
They're just the anthem to what the situation was. It's like if you've been into the military, you march by cadence, which are basically songs. Guess what? It's just the fucking anthem to which you live your life.
Yeah,
you're gonna listen to music that you live your life by.
So did WAP cause slut culture, or was slut culture cause WAP?
I would say slut culture caused WAP, but I would also say WAP spreads slut culture.
You know what it really caused.
I would say human nature does that.
You know what actually started. And people don't connect the dots because maybe I should actually go get my PhD and actually start teaching some of this shit. You know, actually, what actually started slut culture was when what's his name? The congressman from Georgia. I'm trying to remember his name. That was Speaker of the House. He actually moved half
Gingrich.
Newt Gingrich in the late 80s, early 90s, moved half of the defense industry from California to Marietta, Georgia, right? Okay, and then right after that, it started to become more liberalized, right? And then the strip clubs jumped up in Atlanta. Okay, remember in the 90s where the athletes used to come through the strip clubs and stuff like
Big
that.
bitty hoes, big bitty hoes.
And where the money came into the Atlanta to the southern strip clubs and strip clubs like that, right? And then the strippers started making a whole bunch of money and becoming famous, right? And the athletes would come in and make it rain and all that other kind of bullshit, right? And then
Freak
guess
Nick.
what?
And then
The
Freak Nick.
Freak Nick and all that stuff actually popped up right after that. Okay, so then what happens is then the rappers come in. I forget what his name. Talked about Shake Your Ass. I can't remember the dude's name.
Oh,
right?
Mystical. That's Mystical.
Mystical, and all these people started singing these slut songs. I'm in love with a stripper. Blah blah blah. Basically, slut culture
That's
became more
T-Pain.
popular. It's T-Pain, right? Okay,
Can't choose all you players and pimps.
but the thing is, the music wasn't the cause. The cause was a financial boom in Atlanta, and basically Atlanta becoming starting a slut culture, and the music spread it throughout the rest of the country. That's
So
what
do we
slut
want to
culture
say
came from.
slut culture? Do we want to say stripper culture? Because it seems like there's a nuance here.
Stripper culture is slut culture.
Right.
It's
But
just
what I'm
it's the
saying
umbrella
is,
term of
One at a time.
It's the umbrella term
Can,
of
can you
whores.
can you describe the difference between stripper culture and slut culture?
Stripper
thing.
culture is the same thing. It's just it's like having public safety. Slut culture is the umbrella term for strippers, prostitutes,
This shit's funny.
escorts, shaking your ass,
Yeah.
sucking a dick, and all kinds of nasty shit.
And trying to make money, and basically you think you can make money, have influence by exploiting your sexuality.
Well done, Sir Charles.
Well, thank you.
In,
I tried.
in other words, everything has a seed. But thing is, the thing of hopefully what I'm trying to show is to try to teach. As Dr. J says, I'm trying to do is finding the impetus of these things and deconstruct them so you understand how the shit got started, why they started, and what the wave is, so you can deconstruct this stuff and tell other people, okay, what you think of slut culture started back in the 90s in Atlanta with the stripper culture.
Wait a minute.
And you can deconstruct it. Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
tease Black Yoda with this one. Wasn't that your generation?
Actually, it was Generation X.
Hold on.
Actually, that was Generation X.
No, hold on. I don't know if it was my. I don't
No,
know.
that's Generation X.
I don't know if it was my generation or Gen X generation. I'm a late, very very late term boomer. So I think that was more of a early Gen X and early.
Basically, anybody old enough to be my parent is basically a boomer.
Hey Charles, wasn't that a Baltimore Raven that got arrested outside of an Atlanta strip club and he was murdered?
Yeah.
And he won a Super Bowl too. So fuck y'all.
Was that 2000? Was that 2000?
He fit the culture. He was one with the culture.
Wasn't he Generation X?
Right. Definitely Generation X. Definitely Generation X.
Well, last time I checked, all you Mary Janes singing motherfuckers with me.
Hey, we were.
Hey, we just referencing songs now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But basically, Generation X started slut culture.
A literal Generation X. They stabbed X marked in the victim.
What did they say? Generation X rated.
Mm-hmm.
I think I came up late. I was here trying to speak on what DC was speaking on.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go first, and I'll go.
And he was getting frustrated. That's like
Yeah, I mean, because I see exactly what BGS is talking about, and I was in the chat repeating this word culture over and over again. Again, I'm gonna ask BGS: do we not understand what this word means?
I don't think we do.
No, for most black people, no.
Man,
I will honestly tell you.
I had a single question because I've been hashing this out with Sandog too.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, and I made this example when we learned about how these folks on this golden disc put the classic Adam and Eve that everybody learns in Bible study, looking just like them to represent humankind. And I had to ask the simple question: are we willing to be an imperial power globally? Starting from a cultural basis as people classified as black in the United States. Are we?
You're talking about in the United States?
I would say,
I'm saying I'm
say
speaking
no.
to our demographics, the
I
so-called
would say
ADOS.
no.
Oh, okay.
I would say no.
I would say yes. I mean, the thing is at some point
No.
you evolve into it. It's not
No.
something that you start out being or
When you
wanting.
say we, are you referring to ADOS?
I'm
people?
saying ADOS, yes.
Well,
I
No.
think that's impossible, but yeah.
well, number one, oos, motherfucker, oos.
Os.
You know,
Oh.
and us, and we have the ability to be imperial.
I
mean,
agree.
look at our culture. There's not
No, we have to internally we do, but
internally,
physically,
but
we
physically
I
we
would say an emphatic
This is
no.
where I'm going. Go ahead.
I would say an emphatic no, because the question is the degree to which you're willing to kill and enjoy while you're killing.
And it's not even killing.
You don't have to enjoy
to
it.
the sense
Not
of
necessarily.
enjoyment. It's just a sense of duty.
Oh.
See, when you're in the military,
Yeah.
killing's a lot easier. 2 reasons. One,
Here-
because you're indoctrinated.
let me ask you this, Uru. The million people that got chopped to death in Rwanda, did they have to enjoy it to do it?
I think the ones who were doing the chopping enjoyed. I not only think they enjoyed it. Let me finish. I not only think they enjoyed it, but I think they have wanted to do the chopping for generations.
So we do have the ability to do it.
Because the only reason why I believe that is they did it so quickly and so easily and so comfortably.
Okay, so we do have the ability to do it.
So that's where I'm going at. So
Well, I'm saying those people. Hold on, I'm saying those people did. I don't know if ADOS people.
What's
are
the difference?
willing to do
What's the
that.
difference between us and them?
Well, I don't know if we've been bred to be the killers
We could swim.
that those
we can do
people
it to each
were.
other. But
They have accents.
We could
It-
do.
it-
They
so-
could
so-
swim.
so-
We
so-
could
so-
swim.
so-
People do it in the name of the United States.
In other
We've done
words,
it before.
so if we took, so we were on, so you took the 4 million slaves and gave them machetes and took away the white people's guns, what do you think would have happened?
It's been a wrap.
Slaughtered the motherfuckers.
Been a wrap.
I think they would. I think those people would have it. Are you asking me were you referring to the people 150 years ago? Is that the question? I think they would have enjoyed doing that.
So
I'm not sure if we would be the same.
We
as
do
our
it. We
ancestors
do it to our. We
150
do it to
years ago.
ourselves. What makes
Think
you
about
think
this.
we can't do it to
And
others?
we do
put
it
it to
in
you
the
this
name
way.
of the United States and the military. We
Yes.
literally
Think-
take over and are the vanguard for colonization. in a
There,
lot of
you got,
instances.
in other words, you don't understand. Well, because you weren't in the military. Charles understand how human beings actually work and how they're trained to
All
do
you got to
certain
do
things.
is indoctrinate them and put them under one banner,
Yeah.
and promise them a few things. They'll gut you like a fucking fish.
Won't even
See-
think twice.
See, and here's the crazy part, right? That most black people, hell, you can include other races of people as well. Indoctrination is strong as shit, especially to the willing. Where there's desperation, there's an opportunity. Think about it. Remember the old Catons, go to war, go to jail? What was your motivation to join the military? Not to get locked the fuck up. Hey, you might have went to jail for some crazy shit, but now you have carte blanche to go kill a motherfucker for God and country. Hey, you want your student loans? Go ahead and drop this bomb on a fucking people. You know, bombs over Baghdad. Shit is so sweet they made a song out of the motherfucker. So when you look at the human mind, the motivating factor through the human mind, no matter what time, no matter what level of intellect or technology, is always going to be survival. It's always going to be survival. If I can play with your survival instincts, I get you to do what the fuck I want. Somebody can quote me if I'm wrong or not. Guess kind of okay. Okay.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
So
Well,
what I was going to
good.
tie this
Well,
into,
good.
and I'm going to
Go ahead.
I wanted to share this. The Lucifer, not the Lucifer. I think they called it that later. The Stanford Prison Experiment is what I've been studying. I've been talking about this for a little bit, and this is speaking exactly to what BGS and Charles is talking about right now. And it's led me to understand that sure, people have the neurology and the potential to do this, so long as there's a mechanism of authority in place. But this is exactly where culture comes in. And if you are acculturated to view your authority dynamic as being what actually DC was talking about, this is the deprogramming process you have to go through in order to even begin to get to that starting point, which is what I think a lot of us are generally talking about, which is why I still believe it would be an excellent starting point for most of us to sit down and really look at what culture is, what it means, how it works, how it relates to us. And then the crazy part, and this is where we can get into stuff that's being spoken about with genetics and epigenetics, especially now, about how there's probably a genetic echo of the plantation following us. Speaking to the point of the topic that Art Newstall put in the front here, what I'm saying is there is a literal legacy of being in this slave plantation mindset that is passively being passed on through people's genetic potentially. And I'm beyond thinking it's potential. I think that's exactly what's going on for a lot of us. The good thing about it being epigenetical is that you can actually do something in the upbringing stage, which we're going right back to child raising and a point that Black Uru says all the time, give the boys to the father. So we're talking about family dynamics, back again to culture. You have to literally train this out of people starting from ground zero. Otherwise, you are going to fall back to your primary algorithm, which is to be a servant, as BGS was talking about. That is our conditioning. Why? Getting back into this concept of artificial selection, which is nothing more than the word that they use for domestication. There are a ton of documents coming out that state that even modern human beings are the result of self-domestication. And when you look at what happened on the plantation, scientifically speaking, there's no difference to those baby farms than a domestication process. And that has long-lasting effects that literally will follow you from generation to generation to generation without you even having to say nothing.
Go back and read Thomas Jefferson's books. He actually stated that was his goal.
Precisely.
Precisely.
And he was literally using the scientific field, which helped really birth the concept of eugenics later on down the line.
That's what they call it. It's what they call a chattel. You treat it like cattle. You actually bred. That's how I say you're bred into this. That's just the fact that you're bred instead of being taken. That's a big difference in how you're going to respond as compared to other groups of people.
Which really speaks and sets a precedence potentially for not only a reparations argument, but an argument for the family dynamic if you want to try to fix it. Specifically speaking to Pan-Africanism, like what Mike V was talking about before. Stepping outside of the sphere that is constantly reinforcing your conditioning. You'll be surprised. And folks that are in the military, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, folks in the military already have a firsthand experience of a lot of that when they got to see the weight of them being American and just not being in that sphere of influence, what you can accomplish.
And a shout out to Lionel Celeste Plays for the super chat. Appreciate you. But continue, y'all. This is one. I had to get this conversation going because
it's gonna piss a whole lot of people off. I know I pissed a whole lot of people off.
They need to hear the truth, fam, because they do need to make a decision.
The dark Sith Lord gets his strength, his substance from your anguish.
I know DC's pissed off, but the thing is that I wasn't saying what he's saying wasn't correct. But the thing is that I'm tired of covering this shit up.
I would say this to the DC thing. Love DC to death.
I do too.
But this is the shit that it always upsets me with people. You're not gonna make everybody listen. Get that shit out your fucking mind right now. There are some people it was once in a Superman comic when he was trying to help a gang member. Just because you got the strength to lift the world doesn't mean you can move the people in it. I want you to think about that and let it seep in. Some people don't want to be saved. It's the nihilist approach. It's not. Some people really think it doesn't matter if you save me or not. It's not going to change shit.
I mean, hell, you can't have an honest conversation about white people in capitalism and socialism.
So I was gonna go to that BGS because Charles has heard me say multiple times, Black American ADOS are the most American Americans in America, right? So I say that all the time. And speaking of which you speaking to, there was a I want to say she's Indian or Pakistani descent lady that wrote a book called Color of Money, and she spoke to kind of how Nixon manipulated a lot of Black capitalist pride to kind of tamp down a lot of the civil rights movement. And it said something like focusing on Black capitalism allowed Nixon to neutralize Black resistance while also undermining the demand for reparations and diminishing the social safety net.
There's the carrot, and then the other side is the stick with the war on drugs sending Black people and hippies to prison. So there was a carrot and
there's
a stick.
only one more passage I wanted to add to that, and it said, so great were the political dividends of Black capitalism that every subsequent administration through Obama's adopts its racial neutral language of community capitalism and niche banks. Right.
Yeah,
so that goes. Go ahead.
It also goes along with the Prussian school system. Basically, your trained worldview. So they pull at that because you're taught to believe in a certain system, and they're taking advantage of it. That's how come the feminists actually took over the schools. Okay. In other words, we don't want this independent thinking. So we're going to have to go back to the old way of teaching, put the women back into the school system, and actually tamp down your boys and tamp down your males. So you had a multi-pronged effect. That's just one of them. Okay.
And so one of the brothers had mentioned church. Actually, Charles mentioned it too. They kind of socialize you to forgive after they murk some of our kids or some of our elderly or whoever. And what you'll hear Black capitalists come out like, well, if we had control of the money, nigga, if you had control of money, then you'll be a rich dead Black person. Like, them niggas don't care about none of that. The people that be killing us do not care about that.
All these guys, a lot of Black thought and Black theories based on ifs.
Yep. Yeah.
You got to look at it. Baltimore has control of the money. How the fuck does somebody have 0.1 and you're in the top 50 percentile of graduating? How the fuck does that equate? Neither your mayor, your head of education, nor the city council wanted to be quoted on that shit. How the fuck can you sustain a culture for that?
Yeah.
You want to purposely keep you stupid. So
yeah, I mean, if you look at the Baltimore City. They just had that story about the Baltimore City schools and that boy who only passed 3 classes in 4 years, and he's the median. He's a median grade level, grade point average in his whole entire school.
He's in the top 50 percentile.
He's top 50 percentile.
Like, how the fuck do you? But yet, one, it goes back to what I always said. How does the mother try to get on there? I don't know how the hell. Bless you. God damn. I felt that in my ear.
You felt the mist on your neck?
He got blown back from the breeze.
God damn, I got a spray Lysol on my neck. Oh,
at least you didn't get wet.
Oh, man,
that was funny. Beat sweat coming out of his face.
But oh my God, I got COVID. But shit. But no, seriously, it's and then the mom, she doesn't want to take responsibility for her fuck shit, which she should be, and she should be the one who gets hammered for it. You allowed this shit because you didn't see your boy being much anyway. So
that part.
So when you look at this shit, you're already in control of the money. You have nobody to actually take away the money. You're 70% Black. Your mayor is Black. Your police commissioner is Black. Your majority of your city council is Black. What competition do you really have? That's the fact that you fuck it up each and every time you get a hold of it. And then here comes white people once again to play savior because you know it's their burden.
White man's burden.
And every time I hear that poor ass excuse, if we had more of this, nigga, you would be you. See, this is the reason why I believe they should get reparations. All you got to do is make white people rich again.
I mean, there's a way, there's a way, but I ain't gonna say it here that you can make reparations work for you and make it work for you spectacularly. But
that's for Patreon.
gosh, they might even be on Patreon, man. I get a whole. Basically, you had a billionaire get in trouble for saying the same shit, but I'm not gonna say it here.
Well, BGS, have you ever considered, one of the conversations I had with Complex once, and you see this with the Black community, is that some of the Black elites or aspiring Black elites really do think that some of this technocracy should be implemented in the Black community. So, like, only your professional managerial class should be the one speaking and doing things for the Black community, and everybody else is too dumb to do anything.
They're too dumb to do anything.
That's the talent intent shit. All over.
Yeah, exactly. That shit.
Oh, basically, the United States has implemented the talent intent for the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't know about it. That's why you think you're taking those IQ tests in third grade, fifth grade, seventh grade.
That's true.
Those are IQ tests. And why do you think? Why do you think those talented 10th kids get better teachers?
Okay, I'm gonna say this because that sounds like some man of tomorrow shit. One, when he talked about why Ice Cube got to represent us, he's this, he's that. Look, you know why some people are going to represent us is because some people are just going to represent the truth, no matter their background, no matter their past, no matter their social economic status. There's some of us who are just poor. There's some of us who are poor in manners and poor at heart and poor at social status, but that doesn't make them a bad person. Guess what? If you got a guy who had a criminal record and can make something of themselves, that should be taken as a great thing. Not saying the guy who never committed a crime shouldn't get praised, but we shouldn't just shit on people and think, well, because you got a college degree, we should just listen to you. What experiences do you have to the people?
The thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? Why should Ice Cube represent you? Represent us because he's the one that has been invited to represent us. Okay, do you want your ideas represented or not? It doesn't matter. You weren't invited, sir. That's how come.
Yeah.
Okay. All the other guys that you want to be invited, that you think are better, weren't invited. Okay.
And then you ever notice all the other so-called smarty ass motherfuckers, they don't really want you to escape your bondage because they still got the mentality
they profit from it.
I'm not the they do.
They
don't have.
Why do you think that kid? I was reading it. In fact, I'm tuning up a video on it. Why do you think that kid was allowed to fail? It's because the people around him were profiting from it.
They were profiting of it because they could count down the days when he was going to go into the criminal justice system. And you know where the criminal justice system starts with? Single motherhood.
Well, the thing is that while he's in there, and it actually printed, you get $17,000. The Baltimore City Schools pays $17,000 per child, right? $17,000 per child.
Think about this. This is the fifth. This city is the fifth richest city when it comes to education.
Philadelphia, who's another failing school system, gets $21,000 per child. But nobody asks what do you get for your money, because there's too many people with their hands in the till profiting from it and don't care about it. So if we're gonna keep this kid in school, even though he's failing and not learning anything because we're making money, he's a body.
There's a reason why I brought up.
Same thing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Same thing when you put him in prison or jail, right? It's not coming out of rich people's pockets. It's not coming out of private sector pockets. It's coming out of the public sector pockets. That money could go elsewhere.
That's
making other people rich. They're actually sucking up taxpayers' money, public money, because they have a body. Yeah.
And enriching the private sector,
but nobody. That's how come I could never be in an institution, whether it's politics or in an academy, right? Because I'm not going to shut the fuck up.
And there's a lot of hypocrisy.
You know what I told a buddy? You know what I told a buddy?
Which is why people hate me on this on YouTube, because I won't shut the fuck up. I don't care. I don't care if you don't like what I'm saying. I piss you off. I'm gonna speak the truth. And a lot of people don't like it.
Charles, let me get in here real quick. BGS, you know what they're gonna hit you with the Samuel L. Jackson off of Django. Who the hell is this nigga on this nag?
No, they gonna have. If I was in politics, man, I'd be in prison.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
They'll find a scandal, put me in prison. That's what they would do.
I'm gonna tell you what it is and what it ain't. I told you, if I was Mayor Faulkner, I would tell every goddamn department head in Baltimore, you got 5 minutes to convince me not to fire you.
Yep. You know what? You know that when Eisenhower became president, you know what he did his first day?
Fired a whole bunch of motherfuckers.
No, he called all the heads of all the departments in over a period of a week, right? He said, I'm gonna implement integration or assimilation for black people, right? And you got to come up with a plan to actually either come up with a plan to actually enhance my vision or push this forward or give me your resignation. You got those are 2 choices. Now you can go. That's what he said.
Yeah, and that's how I would be, because my friends laughed and they said, yeah, that's the Charles we know. I'm sorry. This is the shit that gets me upset. You cannot say, I would have to go out there and tell people and apologize. I'm sorry, we failed you. But this, as long as I'm watching it, it would never happen again. Here it is. You got 4 classes in 4 years. And then I will pull that bitch in my office. And I'll say, you sorry motherfucker. And I will make an example of her. Because I'm tired of these fucking single ass moms talking about how hard they got it. If it's that damn hard, give your men the kids. But you won't because you think you're not going to get something out of it. You greedy bitches.
And you got the jewelry, the weave, and the makeup on.
But you can't pay Sylvan. You can't pay a tutoring class.
You can't take off from work to go down and talk to the teachers.
I say one thing about my parents. We may not always get along, but they stuck a foot up your ass when it came to education. See, the problem is this: when you start to have to pay it out of pocket, and like my man said off of the fucking Boondocks, nigga, you gonna pay what you owe. That's why I said you gotta tax these motherfuckers.
That's what I'm saying is how could a city 40 miles, less than 40 miles from the goddamn capital, the goddamn most powerful country on the planet fail? Especially fail for black boys. There is no excuse. It's because the reason it fails is because it's supposed to fail.
There was never supposed to be a winner.
That's supposed to be a winner. Yeah.
The reason why I brought up what I brought up earlier is because when you listen to people like the Black Authority or even sometimes what's his name again? Professor Black Truth and whatnot, and even Tariq kind of plays with this idea, is that it should just be like this top 5% of black people doing everything. It should be your business class. And I'm like, but niggas, sometimes you do have your business class in that space, and them niggas sell out faster than anybody.
Well, the thing is, okay, say that was true, right? Say it should be the top 5, 10%, whatever percentage you want to put on it, right? Okay, and say that it is there, right? Then evidently that plan is not working. I ain't no shit. Either it is or it isn't. Either because you have 5% of black folks, the top 5% that are very wealthy. Is it succeeding?
No. And that's what Beasley was talking about, that talent tenth bullshit, right? Like that shit ain't working.
If it works, it works. I like the gynocracy. People say
it works. Keep the status quo.
But yeah, I was gonna say, didn't when you were talking about the teachers in the school, Charles and BGS, didn't E. Franklin Frazier talk about that in Black Bourgeoisie? That essentially you've got basically black people who just see that as a middle class occupation. So it's just a check to them.
Look at this. Yeah. What did Malcolm tell you? You and I'm gonna paraphrase. You expect your enemy to properly educate your kids?
Well, yeah,
we do.
We do.
That's why you're the most American.
Because they're not the goddamn enemy. That's the issue.
They're the ones who we aspire to be.
You've accepted your place as a permanent underclass of the United States. You always have.
Let's just tell it the honest way, BGS. Some people enjoy being the bottom bitch because they don't have to do too much heavy lifting.
It ain't some, it's most. Go ahead, jump in.
Hey guys, Ronnie here. I've been listening to you guys for a long
Hi,
time.
Ronnie. I'm an alcoholic too.
Yeah, it was way back. I wanted to say a couple things, but I just figured to listen. But yeah, I feel like overall we just don't have the numbers.
We don't feel, we think.
What
women feel, men think.
We don't feel and think interchangeably over
I'm
here.
just gonna give you. I'm gonna give you fair warning. We don't believe. It doesn't seem. We don't feel. We think. We do.
seem.
We are.
Yeah.
Or I am. Just
well, I'm just saying we don't. Because basically, if you think about it, like sports, entertainment, you know, we attack at a certain rate. You know, you go in the business world, other sectors, we're always like 1 to 10, you know, 1 to 5. And it's really hard to get anything done across the board with anything. So, you know, if you try to set down an anchor politically, there was one thing I wanted to ask you, Charles. I think we were talking about the money in the city and stuff. I wanted to ask you, like, where does that money go as far as contracts, as far as people like building roads? Does that go to any black contractors or, you know, people that kind of, you know, take that money from the city?
I know where you're going. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions, right? I know where you're going, right? Because those things are outside of our control, right? Okay.
Yeah.
In this society, who makes the most money per capita in the society as far as cultural groups?
Yeah, white people. Yeah.
Oh, Asians.
Asians.
Actually,
Asians.
Asian men. Asian people, right? Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Who are the
Check,
most
yeah.
educated population in America as a group?
I think it's like, is it like black women or Asians?
Asian.
I thought it was Nigerians. Okay.
No,
Put it to you this
Asian.
way,
Where they have the highest
women
rate
are
of
not-
PhDs, it's not the same.
Black women are not even close.
Not even close.
There's a direct parallel between education and achievement in America.
And economic success.
Okay, and economic success. Okay.
Yeah.
So Asians again.
As children, they've done studies of our study. Okay, who studies the most?
Well, Asians.
They study 5 hours a day, right? Who studies the least?
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, the least of us, I guess.
Black folks, right? So in other words, Asians study 5 hours a day, but black people study less than 2, right? As children, right? Okay. You see the parallels I'm making?
Ben Carson's lays it out perfectly. His story. His story lays it out perfectly of where the disparity comes from when
we consume the most media.
Yeah.
The media is a problem.
In other words, racism in America is outside of control, right? It is. Okay. Admit it. Okay? We don't have the power, we don't have the money, we don't have the influence to control racism. Okay. The thing is, can we control how many hours our children study?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And I'm gonna answer your question.
In other words, should a school like the one describing in Baltimore exist in a black community? Should it exist where a kid?
No, but I mean, but it does.
What's your name again, man?
Ronnie.
Ronnie, I'm gonna be frank with you. I'm gonna shoot the shit, light a cigar, take some liquor out, and hang with my nigga Ronnie. But I'm gonna be truthful. When I said the statement that if I was mayor, they would have five minutes to convince me not to fire their ass. I meant that shit. Because I'm a performance-based guy. Because if we actually had to promote people off performance instead of a fucking multiple choice test and a scenario-based oral exam, a lot of people would not be promoted. You know why? Because a lot of people didn't live that life and do shit. And see, the problem is you have too many motherfuckers getting fat off the hog, and they're not willing to give up any skin or eggs for the cause. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. When they talk about defund the police, where the fuck is the money gonna go? In education? I mean, Ted DiBiase laughed. Because if that was true, with all the money that people get for education, think about it, for child support, where do you think that money is even focused? Sure as shit. Like, think about it. If you get
Mhm.
$400 a month, at least $200 can go to tutors.
Yeah, it could. Yeah.
You should be with that any other race of people.
Yeah.
Who get the amount of money that comes and goes through black women's hands annually. What we pumping out geniuses.
What if the 300,000 or black women that have children contributed $50 a month to a political campaign to take over the school board? In a couple of years, what would happen?
Think about that.
Well, are you saying you want that to happen?
Yes.
Like,
well, based on Charles' example, no.
Because let me tell you what it is. You got to start holding these broads accountable. And now, because they got this faux power, you got to put them on the pike. Be like, nah, bitch, you can't blame us. You are in power.
You're in power, yes.
And when whoever has the crown gets the fucking can easily get the guillotine. But they don't want to hear that because they still come from a point of protection.
Yeah, you're in power.
You know, Uncle Ben said it best.
But go ahead. But the thing is, we didn't allow you to make your point. Go ahead and make your point, Ronnie.
Well, I mean, you guys kind of answered it a little bit. I mean, part sabotage on our part, and kind of already from society. But, like I said, I think you guys answered it a little bit. I just feel like if we kind of focus on different sectors, and even if we did focus on another one, that our numbers wouldn't be in the sectors that we left. So, or, unless we, kind of stick to our family.
If we open up all these sectors, I mean, just open them all wide open, how many really black people actually qualified to be in them at this point?
I mean, some of them got, a lot of them got degrees that aren't used. I mean, and then a lot of them have talents that aren't used as well.
They have degrees. In other words, in the sectors that are needed, how many black people are qualified?
And Ronnie, think about this. Do you know what I had a little discussion, slight debate with my homegirl Daddy, and she's a cop, but she's called up for the Air Force Reserves. She tried to tell me about the pay gap between men and women. There ain't no goddamn pay gap.
No.
There ain't no goddamn pay gap. See, women don't like to admit they failed themselves because they work in shitty jobs. They want to make as much money. They think the sucking secretary should make as much money as a police officer. One, you have more extensive training. You have a much more dangerous job. And you're not going to get the equal pay, even if you're in the same fields. Guess what? You find out men work longer. They say women work 7.74 hours a day, compared to men who work about 1.5. So you're not even working the many hours that men will.
Yeah.
Think about it. How many degrees? Do you know what the main degrees women get?
Psychology.
And sociology. Early childhood.
It may be business. Maybe business.
Maybe that's not even. I gotta show you the shit. Okay. And this is a white woman saying this shit, by the way. And I'm gonna tell you, my ex-girlfriend has a degree in early childhood education. Who do you think made more?
You did.
Let me put it to you this way: she spent 6 years trying to get that degree. Where she start? If we would have started the same time at the same year, I'd have made more money than her, starting as a rookie officer. But women want to go, like I said it, and I had to tell her, women like jobs where they can sit on their ass.
Yeah, of course.
And take care of children, something that men are adventurous. We like naturally adventurous shit. That's why we go to the military overwhelmingly. Fire department overwhelmingly. We like to play hero.
Yeah, we like to play hero, plus we're willing to do the dirty jobs that women are.
We do the dirt. And then if you notice, most of those quote-unquote hero jobs, what do men like to do? Work with other men or not work with anybody getting in their way. So when we look at this shit and we look at the industry, How is it that in Baltimore, which is roughly 70% black, how the fuck is it you have 43% black officers and 48% white officers? I know there's black men who can take those jobs, but do you have the women promoting their sons to be great? No, they promote their sons to be fucking cute. Like BGS said, concubines.
They would rather put their kid out on the block selling drugs and train them to be something productive.
You know why? Because the money's fast and quick.
Charles was talking about
your Borgen. Your Borgen Z. What I'm saying is, Ronnie still hasn't made his point, or is he still with us?
But how old are you, Ronnie?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm 35. I don't know, a little background. I'm like art history, and I got a minor in psychology.
Okay.
You
got a good old feminist education.
yeah. This is early on before the crash of 09, so I thought I was in the green. But I don't know. I kind of stepped back, and then I did sports coaching for a while, and I kind of made out and kind of did some property selling, and I got into from my dad, and kind of made a way into that, I guess. And now I'm just trying to figure out how to see to help others, I guess, really.
Okay, but you were trying to make a point, and I think we got part of it, and we didn't get the rest.
My point was, I just feel like our numbers, as far as if we whenever we for example, whenever we get attacked as a community, it takes us a while to kind of come together to kind of get in defense of it, because we're always splintered, and I feel like I think it's just a number of I always say kind of in the chat, consciousness or being aware. And it always takes our community as a whole to kind of catch certain things at a certain time.
Okay, give us an example.
Well, the example is kind of like how the Asian community right now is kind of.
No, I'm talking about an example where it took us time to respond. We were attacked, it takes us time to respond.
Well, I mean, we still do it. Even now, where.
Okay. Give us an example.
Okay. Well, just with the media and how it attacks us with just the Asian community recently, with New York and other places, and how they perpetrate us all the time, and instantly, the whole community. It thinks, well, it's splintered for one, because it's our leaders aren't there to defend us.
Well, the leaders aren't there, but the thing is, the reason the people aren't taking it seriously because it's not true.
Yeah.
And so basically, they're trying to put that out there. But the thing is, are the Asians being attacked? Yes, they are, but it's not by black people.
Yeah. I understand.
But black people ain't doing it. So that's the whole thing. That's basically there's nothing to defend because black people are, and people actually came out when it first said that I don't know who you're talking about. Even our leader said, I don't know who you're talking about. It's not black people that are attacking Asians.
I know I'm kind of just all over the place. It's my first time kind of talking in here, but I'm just saying I know it's not true. It's just the fact that how media perpetrates us, and the fact that we don't. Even though it's not true, we don't have someone right in front of it, immediately saying, "How dare you?"
I think I know where you're going. I asked everybody the same question. That's conscious, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I said, okay, you don't believe in it, and you want things to be different as far as the mindset of the people. I said, where do you send your kids to go to school? Do you send them to an independent, black, conscious school? To where they can actually be trained and socialized differently, okay? And they say no. So why do you expect to send them to a Prussian school system that's going to brainwash your kids to think in a white manner and expect them to come out with a different mindset?
Think about it. I want you to really put this into your mindset, right? Somebody got some noise in the background.
I think I don't know.
I think
it's not me.
It's not you. Somebody's
Why?
breathing into the mic.
Like somebody
breaking twigs.
Like somebody doing pull-ups or something, like a Rocky montage or some shit.
Yeah.
But I want you to put this in your mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are Black people encouraged to be boisterous or the quiet minority?
Yeah,
hell no.
Quiet minority.
Are they encouraged to be warrior-like and assertive? Like, when's the last time you ever heard of a Black maverick? Or the phrase even used for a Black man?
Wait, a Black John McCain?
Yeah.
Do you know why? Do you know why they actually did the doll test?
A black American is an arrogant, uppity person.
Yeah, I'm asking Ronnie. Do you know why they actually did the dog test?
The dog test. I'm not aware of what you're talking about.
Doll test.
The doll test.
Oh, the doll test. Oh, yeah. I'm aware of that.
You know why they did it?
Yeah, just to see. Yeah.
To see how brainwashed Black people actually were.
Yeah, see. Yeah.
So guess what? As far as the dog test is still the same. They just did it a couple years ago. The results.
Yeah, they do it.
Because
identical.
Even more so because that's the way you've been socialized to think. You think of yourself the same way white America thinks of you, and it's not by accident. It's by training. And people think that Black America is supposed to think differently because they're Black, and they don't. It goes by training.
You're whiter than white inside.
Your women think of Black men just like white men think of Black men. The same thing. Why do you think that is? That's what they've been taught. The same reason you take art history and psychology.
Mm.
You have a mindset. That's how come you use feel instead of think.
Mm-hmm. And you do it unconsciously too.
Mm-hmm. Feeling is feminine. Okay. You know, I mean, men and women have aspects of male and female, but feeling, emotion is feminine. Thinking and logic is masculine. So basically, the words that you use invoke the kind of thought pattern that you're going to have. So when you come in as a feel, that means you're not coming in with logic and thought. You're coming in with emotion.
And then God fail you.
Man, what do you guys mean by like coming in with coming in with feeling instead of?
In other words, you've been programmed. You've been programmed to go by your feelings first, and notice how your responses are delayed. Not saying you're slow. I think you're an intelligent guy, but your responses are delayed because you're trying to overcome your programming, and it's the old saying, your ears are smoking because you're trying to overpower your programming or your education.
You can literally switch your mindset, switch your thought process by invoking certain words. Okay, if I ask you how you feel, what are you going to do? You're going to go through logic, or you actually go into your inner self and see how your body feels, what your emotional state is? What are you going to do?
Well, it's not that.
It's a direct question. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna think about the feelings. Yeah,
you're not gonna think about it. You want to feel yourself because you can't think about feelings. You got to actually express them, right? You got to experience them, right? So if I say, hey man, what do you think? Okay, that's going to turn on your logic centers. Okay,
you make better decisions when they're based on thought, not on emotion.
And notice how, and I'm glad Beasley said that. Notice how many great leaders can you come off the top of your head as women?
For me, I don't know. This is like 2, 3, like Cleopatra, maybe.
No, she was a failure.
What I'm saying is
I ain't giving credit. I mean, it's hard to think of. I'm not saying it.
See the word that you just used.
You fucked 100 Roman soldiers one after the other.
See the word you just used. You didn't say. It's hard to feel. It's hard to think of. That's lot. You had to go back in and actually logically think of people that you know that are great leaders, and actually identify them and actually have a good solid reason of why they were.
And
in your
then how
mind.
many
All right,
male
I agree. I see.
and how
Yeah,
many male great leaders can you think of off the top of your head?
yeah. I mean, tons.
But
Yeah.
and by the way, BGS, you kicked the chair because that was the purpose of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's real simple. Okay, if I say, what do you? If I show you up a color, right, and I said,
Mhm.
okay, what do you feel about this color? Okay,
Mhm.
and you're an art major, you know, right?
Right.
Okay,
Mhm.
you're gonna come in with something that's non-linear, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
if I ask you as an art major, what do you think about this color, and where would you place it? Okay, that's logical, right? Okay,
Right.
okay. This is blue or pink or something like that. It goes with with compatible colors. Or I want to. I want to people to express a certain idea. So I'm gonna go use instead of using pink or red. I'm gonna use blue. All right. I'm gonna use
Yeah.
a certain color because I want a certain outcome. That's logical. That's thinking. All right. Not how I feel about a color. Those are two. Even though we talk about colors, they're two different processes, right?
Right.
Yeah. But that's an esoteric lesson for the day.
Okay.
So.
I kind of I'm catching you
But
guys' drift here.
but you know, most people make their major decisions based on emotion, based on how they feel about something, and they defend that decision based on logic. When it was really emotion that made them, whether it's a new car, a house, or the woman they picked.
Yeah.
That's kind of improvement.
And there's nothing wrong with it, you know, when it's used properly. Because sometimes if you have there's not a whole lot of logical information coming in, and you have to make a decision, and you're going to get a feeling. You're going to get a hint, a gut feel. Whether you're gambling or whether you're doing a stock, sometimes it's because you don't have any tangible information. But the thing is, you've seen it before, you just can't remember, and basically you're going to get a feeling. Yeah,
it's the realm of the unknown.
I've never bought a car based on gas mileage, miles per gallon, practicality. I've always bought any car. It's always been, damn, I like that car.
Yeah.
Oh, I would look good in that. Oh, that.
Yeah.
This right. Yeah. And then when I defend it, I'll say, damn, it rides good on the freeway.
And it might, but the thing is that I'm not saying one is worth more than the other. You have to be balanced and certain, and they have to be used in properly. Okay, sometimes feeling you get in the feel, getting emotion, getting charged up. You need that, right? Rather than just start thought or start logic. Okay, it takes a balance of both of them. But the thing is,
you know.
But if you come in a logical argument, you can't start with feel.
Yeah, and what's also dangerous is that you've got experts, you know, like Bernays and the whole advertising industry.
Oh yeah,
and even political operatives.
Yes,
they know that they tweak people.
Yeah,
on emotional things.
He knows.
So not to cut you off. So you're saying that it's like almost like the speed to remember what you like learned. Is that what you're saying?
No, basically 95% of your brain is emotionally driven. Okay, it's done by feel. Only 5 or 6% is logical. So basically, what artists do, what music does, what advertising does is bypass the logic center and go to the feel because that's your control center. Okay, so in other words, feeling is way more powerful than logic. So if you can bypass the logic center and get to the feeling, people will do almost anything.
In other words, if I make you, it's like a woman who makes you feel good.
Okay.
You know,
compared to the woman that makes you think. A woman that makes you feel good can do anything she wants with you, right?
Okay.
I've read that when people are like heartbroken and lovesick, and they just think they can't do without that person, it's not necessarily that person. It's how they felt with that person. And that's why a lot of times when people try to reconnect, it doesn't work out because they're not able to get the feeling back.
And feeling is a drug, by the way. because you're releasing all the endorphins and the same serotonin and all the shit in your brain the same way as a drug. And Maya Angelou said it best. And yes, I know she loved white boys, but still, it was a good quote.
I'm going to touch on that in a minute.
But she said it. People don't remember what you've done for them. People don't remember what you say. And people don't even remember what you've given them. But people always remember how you made them feel.
That's true. You know, talking about what we were talking about. So we mentioned Asians and Asian men specifically. They make more per capita. They study the most. But let me ask you a question. Who marries outside of their race the most outside of Native Americans?
I want to say Japanese women.
No, I'm talking about a race, not a specific nationality.
Well, Asian women do.
Asian women. American-born Asian women, 54%. American-born Asian men, 39%. And that's only because the white girls, for the most part, ain't checking for them. The reason why I brought that up is to say that's how the socialization affects them. So it doesn't hit them the way it hits us when it comes to education and maybe academic accomplishments, finances, but it does hit them in who they prefer. See, that's one thing that we have to realize too, is a lot of us walk around here with this, I just prefer this. I just prefer this. Well, what informed your preference?
A whole demographic full of educated lanes.
See, that's all Asian men are. A whole demographic of educated lanes.
Basically.
You know? So that we're all being hit with some of this American hyper-capitalist socialization. Some of us is getting us in the school system. Some of us is driving us to prison. Some of us it's the media apparatus and how it makes us think about things and the word you use to feel about things, right? And the other ones of us will be highly accomplished. We'll be doing well, right? But we'll still be, like Beasley said, educated lames, and you can see it by who we prefer, air quotes, to marry, who we prefer, air quotes, to date, right? So we're all being socialized in a particular way. It just shows up differently for different demographic groups. You know, and I'll pause right there.
Now, would you guys say that the fact that a lot of our boys, or even men, are constantly being emasculated, whether it's in entertainment, sports, education, would that be reminiscent of slavery as also?
Of course. Because, number one, what was one of the biggest hang-ups in football? Black men can't win the Super Bowl. Black quarterbacks can't read defenses.
Right.
What was the biggest thing when I wrestled? Black men aren't technical enough. Like, I was winning awards for being the most technical wrestler. I mean, if you looked at my Facebook and my Instagram, I was putting up homage to black wrestlers. Did you know the only person to win 6 NCAA championships, 3 in NCAA 1 and 2, was a black man? I mean, there's only 3 black men to ever win an Olympic gold medal in wrestling. 3. That's a very physical but intellectual sport all at the same time.
I'm a fellow wrestler myself, by the way. Did the high school.
That's why I like you. That's why I like you. Did we become best friends? My nigga. Here, get a cigar. And see,
not to cut you off real quick, if you know Ohio wrestling, Jake Jagger, that class, me and him used to wrestle a lot in tournaments because we were like we lived right down the street from each other.
Oh
It's
yeah,
kind of cool.
that's how it was for me when I wrestled. But even when you got the guys who can become a valedictorian and they're muscular, it's almost like a disbelief for a black man to be physically strong and intellectually sound. If anybody else want to take the question further, please do. And don't forget to donate to my boy Art. You know, everybody listening. But go ahead, somebody next.
Yeah, I've been trying to give them something new, but hey, it's like I'm gonna hold my money in my pocket.
Yeah, but you know, Art, I wanted to ask you what sparked the topic.
Well, you know, I think it was more like the last straw because I was on another brother's panel yesterday, and one of our buddies said that, you know, I think he was asking why we're having these problems that, you know, and we haven't moved forward like we should, and blah blah blah. And so one of our familiar brothers said that, you know, part of it is, you know, that slave mentality and some other stuff. And the dude went ham and cut him off and said, "No, man, we got to get out that victimized thinking and blah blah
Oh
blah."
God, the conservative
And
bullshit. Okay.
and then my turn came about. I was trying to, you know, trying to support the brother that spoke before me. Like, hey, man, you know, he has a point, but let me take it first. He cut me off before I can say anything on his diatribe. I was like, God damn, you know.
I see part of the truth in that though. You know, if you're giving yourself away, even if it's true or not, if you're giving yourself a built-in excuse, or it's a reason why you can't, your mind will work in a way to manifest that.
Yeah, what I was trying to explain to him.
That's a even if there's some truth in it, that's a heavy burden to carry on with you.
Yeah, what I was trying to explain to him, because I think I can tell the reason why people don't want to speak that, because when you say slave mentality, it gives you the impression that you just want to sign everybody's shoes. You want to be the servant, the victim. You know, you're not going to step over this line because it's a slave. You know, slavery has held me back.
You're afraid to be assertive and go for yours, and that's what it takes.
Yeah. So what I was saying, because some people take that as a narrative instead of somebody explaining what slave mentality mean, because I think it's so many layers. You know, you can be an Uncle Tom, you can be all kinds of stuff, man, to be have a slave mentality.
You could be subservient and kiss ass to white people.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
you could be actually afraid of white people.
Yes,
you
sir.
You could be the strong dumb Negro.
Mhm.
Okay, you could be the guy who wants to fight, but guess what? He won't put his mind to the test. See,
yeah,
it's funny because I've always noticed this one thing about me: the one people who are black but not ADOS that I get along perfectly with, that I've noticed, are usually Haitians.
You know we about it.
I get along with all of them.
You know, I mean, it's always one thing, like Nigerians, even though a good part of my DNA is from Nigeria, but Haitians always sing to me, because Haitians, you know, they are like fucking Master P. You know, Mr. Rogers ain't got shit up on the neighborhood. They were not afraid to do what needed to be done to get the French out of their fucking country. They
Ain't
might
no
have
denying
paid
their
for
legacy. Ain't no
There's
denying their
no
legacy.
there's no denying it. And if I took 20 Haitians with me on a mission, they would be willing to kill and die to make sure that mission goes through.
And shout out. Oh, go ahead, Beasley.
No, most Nigerians, they're pretty clannish anyway. They kept their close circles. They usually keep amongst themselves. You know, they don't. Generally speaking.
And a shout out to Charles Irby.
But now there seems to be a whole new, like, second generation Nigerians that are.
I've never had one Haitian, even God damn it, even DeAndre, who I wrestled against for a championship. It's funny. We will be the most fierce opponents against each other, but cool as a fucking goddamn air conditioner fan and a fucking icicle off the mat. And there's times like, shit, that's the type of motherfucker, if he see me beefing with somebody, he'll throw the punch before I will. And I've never had an issue with Haitians because they get it.
So I want to speak to that, Charles.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Shout out to Charles Irby for the super chat. If y'all can read it, he says, "I'm enjoying listening with my son."
Oh wow!
Thank you.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. You know, speaking of what Charles is saying,
that was my issue that when I was speaking earlier on this live. I'm like, when we keep taking this whole slave conversation with a broad stroke, the young folks are listening and not really understanding what happened.
I think when you mean slaves, you're talking about the total experience, Jim Crow,
the whole thing, the whole operation.
That's heavy duty shit.
Yeah, the whole operation, man.
talking about centuries and decades of willful overt oppression.
And what we do to each other.
People talk
what we
about
do to each other.
how there's it's a wonder that there's any of us left.
Yeah.
I want to speak to what Charles is saying
ahead,
and about being Haitian, and to what Art is saying also. The reason why, especially in the Haitian community, growing up, I grew up black, just black, and I knew I speak Creole. I'm Haitian descent, so it's a little different, but not completely. The reason why you get along with us so much, Charles, is because we were able to defeat white supremacy, but we acknowledge it. A lot of brothers, and it speaks to what Art is speaking to, a lot of brothers have a problem acknowledging white supremacy because of their pride as a human individual. They don't want to acknowledge the blockage. They don't want to acknowledge the system that's at play because it hurts their pride, especially as a man, to be like, God damn, this system is so overbearing. God damn, like I got screwed by this shit, or this group of people got a one up on me because they don't look like me, and people can see me coming from a million miles away. They assume they know what I'm gonna be about, right? The thing with us as Haitians is that we acknowledge that that's the case, and you push through anyway. But we first acknowledge that that's the case. A lot of brothers, ADOS and not ADOS, have a problem acknowledging what is first because they don't. It's one of those I gotta see the glass half full all the time people, and a lot of brothers fall into that because they can't wake up in the morning and be producers if they acknowledge the system. And some of us are different. We can acknowledge that the glass is half empty, right, and still go out and bust our ass and do what we got to do, and that's the way that I see it when it comes to some of the brothers that have a problem acknowledging that slavery and Jim Crow is still with us, especially in Black America. And I'll pause right there.
Z, I swear to God, probably some of my descendants are probably Haitian, because in my family you're not allowed to fucking fail. There's no fucking excuse why you can't do it. Nigga, you had all this help. You could have called all these resources. It's like, I'm gonna get motherfuckers reading comic books. It's the Neil Gaiman's Death, which is one of the best comic book characters of all time. Sandman, who is Dream, in the Vertigo section, where it's more philosophical and darker than the predominant DC universe. He's moping around, woe is me, shit ain't right. And, Death turned to him and said, look, because that's his sister, wait a minute, if you would have called my name, I'd have came with hell coming with me just to help you. I would have knocked over countries. I would have knocked over anything just to help you. Think about it. Black people, sometimes the saddest thing about it is that you become intoxicated with the struggle, like fine liquor. You define yourself by your losses and never your victories.
That's a good point.
And what's the problem? What becomes of it is that you've allowed feminism, you've allowed white supremacy to bring you down in ways that it just tore you apart spiritually and mentally. And your women have not done anything to help you. And it goes back into your mom. She doesn't even think you're gonna make it. I mean, you got a goddamn art professor and teacher who's about to be an administrator, probably has to hold his damn composure for some of the stuff he's heard. When they talk about their sons. But go ahead.
It's just, and speaking of, I think Balari is in the comments, and he said something, and I've said it before. Somebody mentioned earlier, Nigerians, and earlier when we were talking about education, and Nigerians do have the most PhDs per capita in America, but that don't mean shit because they too tribal. The reason why you cannot be, and for any of the Nigerian brothers in the comments, I'm sorry to say this, but the reason why Nigerians will never be the leaders of the Black diaspora, even though even in Canada, they kind of have a nice, stronghold when it comes to education, and in Britain too, from my understanding. But it can't be you because you're too tribal. So that education really don't mean shit for the greater cause. That just means something for you in your namesake, which is cool. There's nothing wrong with that, but that don't mean anything for the collective, right? And that's the problem. Too tribal.
Here's the bad part. They don't even pay homage. Who got them the fucking degrees? If it wasn't for black Americans fighting for your asses to come over here, you'd still be in the fucking third world countries.
Yeah, they probably have this.
Go ahead, Art. I'm sorry.
They probably just have this impression that black, and I hear this from some of my African co-workers, that black children don't value education like they do in my country. My country children are in line with bad supplies and ran down desks just to learn how to get some kind of skill. So I mean, they see it as far as a lot of the black children are lazy and not willing to work. So therefore, I'm gonna take these scholarships since you ain't gonna do nothing because you're lazy. That's the
Well,
narrative
how do
that
you
I hear every
explain the
now and then.
corruption then? Art, you see what I'm saying? Art, like that's some half-ass thinking right there.
That's
If
the
you're so
narrative.
educated, then how do you explain the corruption in Nigeria? Because a bunch of those second gen and third gen Nigerians coming up, that education system, they came here, their parents send them here to college and university, and then they go back home and they be just as corrupt as their parents. So the education did what exactly? You got a bunch of educated, corrupt ass people. You see what I'm saying? Like, what did the education do?
Or they're the biggest drug dealers in fucking North America.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Sugar
So
Hill.
like and this is not to defecate on Nigerians as a group, but it is to say like the education matter. You will never see me insult or demean educated brothers and sisters. I'm not one of these, I don't got a degree, so fuck everybody with a degree. No, what I am saying is the education is just one part of it. We talk about culture like when Nameless was here, but the education is one part of it. Brothers are coming here, either staying here or going back home. They get their education, but the education really don't mean shit outside of their immediate person or family. And then so what's the point? If you have a bunch of people that's coming to the US and going to these Ivy Leagues or second tier universities, then going back home all across the black diaspora, and then you look at their country 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, and you still can't really see what the benefit was of them coming here in the first. As a matter of fact, maybe the education made them worse because now they know what they're doing when they're screwing over their people, right? That's the issue. What does the education do if you're corrupt as hell? It just makes you even more proficient at being corrupt.
They're two separate things, though. You're tying in education with morale and integrity.
I am.
I am.
Those
are completely separate issues. Those are completely separate things. But
I'm tying it in to say that it's not,
You're writing what
Go
you're
ahead.
saying. The higher educated people put themselves in a position where they can steal a hell of a whole lot more with the pen and the paper and make back deals and side deals and everything else. So, but there's two separate things. Corruption becomes part of a culture. There's cultures of corruption.
What did they say? Black man said it best in the Batman comics. You give a guy a gun, he can rob a bank. You give a guy a bank, he can rob everybody.
I'm gonna say one thing about God bless the Nigerians. When I went to college a long time ago, we were in like the lunch hall, the mess hall, so to speak, and the Nigerians were joking around with the American dudes. And when the American dude said, "Oh, nigga, what are you talking about?" He said, "Nigga, I'm not your nigga. I'm a British subject."
I am the Prince of Zamunda.
Right? No, it was all lighted-hearted and everything. Someone said, "Oh, nigga, be quiet." He said, "Nigga, I'm not your nigga. Don't call me a nigga. I'm a British subject."
But he forgot the word what subject means. Yeah. Subjected to somebody else's rule.
He's a British subject.
I can just imagine putting his hands on his side and looking up while he says it.
No, that shit was comedy. He said that shit at the top of his lungs. He was fully offended.
That motherfucker had a monocle and everything when he heard that shit.
Like Michael Blackson.
He's fully offended. He was pissed the hell off. He was drawing the line.
That motherfucker had a monocle. That motherfucker had a monocle and a pipe and a top hat.
You got a fucking had a Peanut fucking outfit in this.
And he knew what it meant. That's the thing. He knew what it meant. So ain't nobody playing.
Oh yeah, he
He
knew.
played dumb.
Nigga.
Oh,
What
because
you mean,
when it
nigga?
comes
Who
down to
you
it, when they come down to nigga, they talking about ADOS. Like,
who
that's
you
just to let you
calling a
know, no, I'm
nigga?
not one of
Who
you.
you calling? I know, nigga. You ain't nigga.
Nigga.
You can
can
only
sing
hide
it to the
behind your
Muslims.
Igbo or Yoruba last name for so long. You can only hide behind that shit for so long.
And you know who
You
used to
know,
do that to Hong Kong?
Mm.
Motherfuckers in Hong Kong used to do the same shit. They talk about their ancient Chinese traditions, but they'll pull out Great Britain and the motherfucker, won't they?
Yeah,
Chinese.
that's kind of the issue they having right now, and with Hong Kong is Hong Kong don't want to be part of mainland China's governing body because they already know what they're gonna be about, and they right.
Right.
I gotta give it to the Hong Kong the Cantonese Chinese right now because they're right. Once you're fully integrated, it's a wrap. It's over.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right.
You know, there are so there's a thing here that there's a lot of communication issues that Black people tend to have, right? A lot of aggression that comes with us talking to each other, right? Because typically, no matter what your education level is, especially I'm gonna say ADOS, we all have it. The vast majority of us have a somewhat common background here in this country. Because I mean your title is pretty self-explanatory, right? Acknowledging slavery doesn't make you a victim. People have to understand the difference between victimhood and a victim's mentality. Do you get what I mean? If I get attacked by 8 clan members, right? I was just victimized. Even if I go down swinging, even if I never complain about it, I was victimized, point blank, period. And if I don't acknowledge that action, that happening, and the effect that it has on the rest of my life, then how can I possibly begin to resolve anything? The Black people got to start understanding. We got a lot of shit bubbling below the damn surface. People say they're surprised we're here, we survived. I'm surprised there's not more of us committing suicide. Because we walk around with a lot of anger.
That tells you the
all
strength
the
of
goddamn time, man.
that tells you the
And so when
strength
we
of the
come in,
American Black.
Yeah.
But finish your speech.
Yeah, here's the thing though, is that mentally though, man, we gotta stop. That's why the attack comes on each other so often. Because we're out here a lot of us are trying to tightrope out there, and we can't attack them. We know we can't attack them like that, right? So we get super aggressive with each other because if we do it at work, we're gonna lose our job. If we do it in the educational institution, they're gonna try to kick us out. If we do it in general, they're gonna try to keep. They're already looking a lot of times to try to get us out of these spaces. So with that being said, we got to start understanding that we have to listen to the message that's being said with each other and not get so triggered because we don't like particular words within the message, right? That word may rub you the wrong way, but the word that you're okay with might rub somebody else the wrong way. We have to start stepping back out and looking at the message, because people, it's the hey, well, slavery, you can't use slavery as an excuse. Well, just because we're having a conversation or we have conversations and they include slavery and we talk about the effects of slavery on us, doesn't mean that we are so crippled by slavery that there's no chance of doing anything. That's not what we're saying. And there's a lot of people here who are educated, who are well employed and make decent money, and they're talking about the same thing. So there's not a saying it's out of victim mentality. But what I'm starting to recognize is that there's a lot of people who they themselves are so. I put it this way. Let me make it analogous, right? It's like the people who don't have the discipline to keep a credit card. Instead, they pay it off and then cut it up and never get a credit card, right? They don't get. You can have the credit card. You don't have to go crazy with it just because you have it. It's the same with the conversation about slavery, Jim Crow, redlining. all of this stuff. We need to have that conversation, right? So that we can recognize that they say history repeats itself, right? And it's just all we're looking at nowadays is just a remix version of all that old stuff, right? They say it's nothing new under the sun. You take the same old concepts, remix them, and do the same shit over and over again. We need to understand where we are, how we got here, and the fact that they are rinsing and repeating it. So we could say, okay, you just put, Nikes on the motherfucker that was wearing Adidas before, but he's still gonna try to kick me in the ass with them though. Do you get what I mean? So we have to, people have to stop, and I think that was Archer's issue. He just said he's just angry. Yeah, and that anger is called he's not stepping back and truly taking in what you said. You know why? Because he's focused on that trigger word.
Yeah, because I think obviously he's removed from the struggles that held us back. So he's removed from that. So basically, it's like that attitude, like, hey, that happened to y'all, but it ain't happening to me. That kind of stuff.
Right.
I'm glad you mentioned that. One thing about my parents, they were never shy telling you the shit that black people went through in this country. Okay? And I think that's the failure of having single parent homes. You don't have a joint effort in actually educating you about your people and your history. So what? We were slaves. Who wasn't at one point? But no slave has ever made the progress that we had.
Yeah, man,
Think about it.
That's all my folks talked about.
Think about it.
They talked about that every single day, it seemed like.
Think about it. Give me a group of people who could teach their own asses to read under the threat of death. Actually won revolts. You actually had a substantial amount of people in the goddamn U.S. Senate and Reconstruction.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the victories we actually claimed right after slavery were fucking 85% of our inventions we use today are made by black hands, black men in particular. So you're telling me, remembering our fucking shit is a defeated mindset? No. Nobody tells the Native American, forget the Trail of Tears.
Don't let me talk about the Holocaust.
Nobody tells the Jew to forget the Holocaust. Nobody tells them to forget the Holocaust. But when it comes to slavery,
tell Americans to forget 9/11.
Even though you sent blacks who were still to this day called the liberators in fucking Germany and Amsterdam, who were sent to the worst concentration camps to liberate you, even though your ancestors financed the boats to bring us here. We won't talk about that. But yet y'all celebrate us like we the goddamn Avengers. Ask me how I know. I was there during the goddamn festival. But yet, when you would think, and I'm trying not to get my man's channel strike, but you would think, one oppressed people to another, out of all, because a lot of the people who are still alive today or born under the Jewish people or culture, owe their very lives of survival to black people who rescued them, they will be the first motherfuckers to say, give these people their reparations. Just out of a sign of gratitude that we came over there as second-class citizens to rescue you. That makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's called can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My phone is tripping. That's called being on cold. Like I said, you can be all these different, you can be French, Russian, Scottish, Scandinavian, you're still white first. Remember when the Germans were prisoners, when they brought them over here, they were able to eat with handcuffs with the rest of the white people, and the black soldiers had to still eat in the back. Oh yeah. Oh, well, let me
That's
That's
crazy as
victim
shit.
victim mentality,
That's
right?
victim, but we can't talk about our struggles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like I told y'all, it goes down to the pride. It goes that's brothers that have said, you know what, and somebody explained, Meech explained it perfectly. They don't want to acknowledge it because being a victim to them is victimizing yourself, which is the most backwards way of ever thinking about something. Let me get this
There you
right.
go.
So if you get randomly jumped by 3 different dudes, you are a victim, period. But your pride won't
Yep.
let you admit that you got your ass jumped by 3 different dudes at the same time.
And
Yeah.
find a
And,
way.
and, and
Find
imagine
a
what
way to
that
make it
also
like
does.
that.
It lets them get away with it. That's the thing too. It lets them get away with it
Exactly.
because you don't even want to acknowledge that these people did
Exactly.
that to you.
Yep.
They get to walk away scot free.
Exactly.
Yep.
You're letting them get away
But
with it. You're letting them get away with it, and then you
For your
wonder
pride.
and not only that, the people who did attack you, they're gonna get on the side of the people who are claiming everything's a victim's mentality and make it difficult for the people who got fucking attacked. So if me and Charles are out some goddamn where and we get jumped, right? And then I
we
sit up
going
there and
down
say, well,
swinging.
it really ain't all that big a damn deal. And, Charles, you shouldn't be saying anything to let's not sue him. I forgive. It makes Charles' case that much more difficult. And
And
yeah, I
I'll
heard
But
what
add
you
one
said,
more thing
Charles.
to that. Let me add this
If
one more
you
thing real
understand
quick.
that, go ahead.
Let me add
but
this.
you know what's
And not only
what's
did they jump you, Charles, give me 2 seconds. Also, they occasionally trip you too. That's the thing with racism. It's not like slavery and Jim Crow did everything. They occasionally trip you also. So occasionally you'll be walking down the street
Exactly.
and they'll trip you and you'll fall right on that same nose that they broke a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That's something we have to acknowledge too. Every time we see one of our leaders go down, every time we see like how the Democrats sideline Cube, we all understand what that is. But just because it's not overt like race, like slavery was, that also causes psychological anguish because you've always got to think, well, is that because he's black? Right? Imagine all the damage that's done just even psychologically when you have to question whether something is happening because you're black. So you're always reanimating this what happened during slavery, what happened during Jim Crow, because this question is always in the background. Other groups of people don't gotta necessarily do that, right? And I'll pause right there.
and I'm gonna say this.
All right.
How do
Go
you
ahead,
think?
Charles. I'll speak up to you.
I'll give an acknowledgement. Let's say me and Meech went somewhere, D.C., Baltimore. We got jumped. We breaking jaws, breaking necks, and cashing checks. We might have been banged up, but like I know a guy like Meech gonna be like, you know what, we might have to go get them motherfuckers. But then you turn to the Haitian brother, yo,
Amen.
they did that to you. Let's go get them niggas. They understand. See, this is the point where black people in America have to understand who's for you and who's against you. When you're taught in the military, you have to understand this very clear. Know your enemy and know him decisively.
That's a big problem.
And this is the biggest shit when I go on my channel, which we're going to talk about later tonight, by the way. So we're making don't call it a comeback. A lot of people get into this kumbaya bullshit and not understand it's us against them. And I'm not racist or nothing that because one, I don't have the institutions to be such. But I treat everybody as an individual, but I understand the name of the game. You allow people to dictate reality to you for so fucking long, you don't know where the fucking oxygen is compared to the water. And the fucked up part about it is you still think hope is going to come when you hope nobody's going to whoop your ass while they got bats, chains, and brass knuckles at you. Instead of taking action to prevent that, or unfortunately bad things happen, and get out the way the best way you can, and regroup, we allow other people to say, well, we're the most accosted. When the fuck was an Asian man the most accosted? They brought you over here because they just want to undermine the skilled labor of the black man. Guess what? I can't open up a goddamn shop. I got more lineage in my goddamn family than most people in this fucking country. Hell, part of my family is Native American, so I've been here the whole fucking time. But see, when you have these divisions, when you have this lack of unity, and you have these naysayers that say it's a victim mentality, that's like telling a you know what victim that it was their fault to begin with. But go ahead, Meech.
Yeah. So let me. So here's a thing here with, and I'm glad you said that shit, right, Charles. So with racism, it's like the America thing, right? People like to conflate things. So the United States is not itself America. It's part of North America, but people keep saying this shit and they conflate things to confuse it, because this all is to make people think a certain way. Because I'm guaranteeing you that most people, if you ask them, the average person in this country does not understand that Mexicans are also Americans and so are Canadians. Do you get what I mean? So where I'm going with that is that when we're talking racism, people have to understand something. Being called a nigger isn't racism. What it is an indication of somebody who would likely participate in a system of racism. So when I hear all these other groups talking about black people, a black person calls somebody a different damn racist name of another damn group and say that's racist. No, it's not. See, and if you don't have a system to back you up, if you're not under a system that is already oppressing that person, right? A system of racism, then, and you're not participating in that, then it's not racism. You say whatever you want to about white people. It ain't racism, right? When a white person calls you nigger, it is not a racist remark. It is a racist remark. It's something that a racist person would say. But that calling you a nigger itself is not racism, because they got a whole lot of damn names they like to call Asian people, don't they? And Indian people, don't they? But Asians and Indians are some of the most prosperous people in the country, right? And so black people have to really stop with the kumbaya shit as far as everybody in the struggle. We can't help other people struggle. We got to start focusing more on ourselves. Do you get what I mean? People think that just because you work hard, that other groups are going to be just fine with you. That's not the fucking case.
Nope,
that's not the case. Because this is about resources, right? That's what racism is.
So here's what's going on with that. And I'm glad you brought up the N-word. People don't understand, even though they want to throw in the whole, it was used in Ethiopia, some kind of king type thing or whatever. People don't understand that for 300 to 400 years or even more, that word over here is used as ownership more than anything else. It's not just subjugation. It's more like I own you. So, and then not only that I own you, but I can kill you at will. This stuff that
I can discard you like cheap old furniture.
Yeah, the fact that when you heard that word,
and it didn't capture kings. It's not kings they caught and brought over here.
Right, exactly. So it's a mockery. It's just like calling somebody Leroy. Leroy means the king in France, but Leroy was mockery to us. You know what I'm saying? So either way, are we trying to take the right of Leroy back?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like this: call things out the way they are, not the way that you want it to be, just because you want to be aligned with a certain people that don't really respect or care for you. That's my issue. It's like, these people don't care about. Well, they don't. I just say they don't like you enough to where they don't.
Let's be frank. They don't give a shit about you.
Right.
No, they don't.
They don't give a flying shit about you.
I mean,
and they go out of their way to show you they don't give a shit about you. If they actually gave a shit about you, they would actually. I'm gonna say this real quick. Then you got the floor, Beach. They go out of their way to prove they don't give a shit about you. They go look at your education system.
Don't they?
Look at your fucking your prison. Black men have gotten their freedom papers through the military more than any other race of people. I bet you, I'll put fucking $300 on the goddamn table and bet you, if your family has anything of value, it's from a fucking VA loan that your grandfather or your great grandfather earned, not given, earned. I bet you that shit. Most of your money, and this is the part that I get pissed off with a lot of our women. The little bit of college and the money you got was never because of the women in your family. It was because of the goddamn men.
But they never fucking acknowledge that shit.
Exactly. And you fail to do that shit, and you wonder you failed at your job because a woman throughout history, throughout biology, is to become the glory and protect the glory and the image of their men. Fucking women used to sing the praises of their men conquering other people and enslaving them. But your goddamn woman can't even acknowledge you paying a goddamn rent or the mortgage. And then she wants to ask, why couldn't you do more? Bitch! And then you got your brothers over there looking at you crazy, ready to rob you, instead of saying, hey, how did you get where you are? Well, pick up your fucking shit and follow me. But we got so much animosity and hate for each other, not because we legitimately have beef, it's because we were institutionalized to look at black as inferior.
Well, yeah,
go ahead, Meech.
let me get this out real quick, Meech. Let me get this one.
Okay.
One second. So, one of the ways I judge other groups is how you treat and talk about your sellouts. Do you even have a word for your sellouts? Is there even a pejorative word for sellout in your community, in your group, in your race? And what you notice is often these other groups don't have that. That's one of the things I fucking love about being black. We deride the hell out of our sellouts, whether they're ADOS or not, even black immigrants. We have words. We have so many words for the sellouts. These other groups, these other races, they don't. I'm around some of them. Especially a few years ago, I was around Asians. I was around Latinos, Arabs, well, not Persians really, but even with that, they don't have word for sellout. They don't, and they do not even look at them particular. They may look at them a little negative, but it's nothing compared to how we are in the black community. And that to me lets me know what your community is about when you don't necessarily have that anger towards people in your community that sell out, right? And other Jewish people, you can see they have it. Black people, you can see we have it. Other groups, not so much. And so that let me know how much you are willing to placate, ego stroke, kiss ass to climb this ladder. And also, I also pay attention to your interracial marriage rates. I know people don't like to look at that, but I look at how many of y'all that are scratching and itching to marry out. And what is your justification oftentimes? That's why I'm all over online, right? To see, oh, so you say you going after the white boys because the Asian dudes look like your brother, which is the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. But that let me know what you about, right? That let me know what you about. You ladder climbing. Nothing wrong with that. But when the white boy break your face, don't tell me it's about love. It's not.
It's not about love. It's about hierarchy.
It's about
That's
hierarchy.
All it is.
Nothing wrong with that. But here's my thing. And I'll end with this. If something happened to you because you were in love with a person, I get it, right? And I'm willing to give you a little bit more leeway than you ladder climbing and then failing at the ladder climb. That's a whole different proposition.
Right.
Falling in
That's
love
a
with
whole
someone,
nother game right there.
Exactly.
Can we get a couple of you niggas to donate to art? Because y'all getting some game right now. But go ahead, finish.
No, but falling in love with someone and it failing and y'all have to get in divorce and whatever, that's one thing. But trying to ladder climb and being a super opportunist and then it failing, that's a different situation. And I'll end right there.
Mic drop.
Especially when you want to try to crawl your way back over here now and crying with these fake ass tears and shit like that, right?
And I'm talking about all races of men and women with that, by the way.
So real quick,
and there was a lot of people, black women making videos like that, right? But
real quickly, was a slave mentality implemented and coming to America too?
Yes.
and break those things down.
Absolutely.
What
Let me get what I was gonna say, because that let me get out what I was gonna say first, so we can really delve into that. I haven't seen that movie, but I saw the commercial, and that is sick. I want to get this statement out. So I y'all know I serve and shit, right? Well, there's one of my buddies I keep in touch with frequently and shit, right? We talk about this shit. Okay, you got jokes.
I'm just fucking with you. We know you.
So here's so here's the thing. This is what I was trying to get across earlier too, right? Is that we're not gonna get all or even most black people to just join in and do what the hell it is they need to do. But you know what? Not every other group does it either. You know what you have? You had it's like a pyramid. Picture it like a pyramid, right? So I said earlier the A to Z thing, right? A talks with B, B talks with C, all the way to get to Z. Well, here's the thing, though. It's like a pyramid. A is at the top. Those are the people who innovate. They start things. They get in early. They're the frontiersmen, right? And then as you work your way down this pyramid, you're gonna get down to Z. Now Z is gonna have the most people, and they're gonna be the ones at the bottom, right? But you're only gonna get Z to come in as A starts it, and then B joins in, and then C joins in. People have to be attracted. It's not getting everybody to come in, and that's what I meant by the wave earlier, right? It's not gonna. The wave has to start. The wave doesn't just snap, and then you have a 60-foot wave out of nowhere. It starts somewhere, and so what it is that there's gonna have to be action of people. We can still, have your discussions, but also talk while you're walking. Because as far as just convincing people, and black people are combative, and a lot of us don't want change. There's a lot of us that just don't want change. I would say at least half of us don't really want change. They just want a better place within the shit, right? They don't actually want things to change because that's going to require a lot of them, right? They're going to have a part to uphold. We're going to have to put shit in place because, like you just said earlier, most people aren't going to want to come along until it gets comfortable. There's going to have to be people uncomfortable that start adding in comfort that other people can tolerate, and then come in and themselves increase the comfort, and then another wave of people that increase the comfort until this wave gets bigger and bigger. Because we're as far as, because you could hear the frustration here. Look, we've been I haven't known everybody on here as long, but Charles, BGS, I mean, that shit goes back 4 years. And we've been having these conversations trying to figure this shit out. The thing is that people are they're lazy when it comes to comfort level. Even if they will work their heads off at their job or whatever the hell it is, they have a certain level of comfort in that environment working. You get what I mean? So we're not as the people who are trying to get stuff. We're gonna have to adjust our expectations.
And shout out to Mr. Z for the super chat.
That's all I got.
Yeah. But
you already know.
I want to tackle this parallel as far as like some of the things that you've seen that kind of like display the what do you call it, the slave mentality, even though they're trying to give you this whole prince and king thing. I mean, what do you guys?
I'm ready to tackle that.
Kicking the king out of his fucking room.
You telling me?
Right.
Number one, let's look at the heir apparent. For those of you who don't know what an heir apparent is, this shit makes me so mad. I gotta pour a drink. God damn it!
The next in line to the throne.
Next in line to the throne. Literally, you're the next in line to a throne. This man from another culture, still your biological son, proves himself through his. See, people don't understand what courage really means. Courage is still doing what you have to do under the threat of death and fear. It's okay to be afraid, but it's not okay to be petrified. And petrified is to be so entranced in fear where you can't even move or to think or to do anything. Was he petrified or did he get the job done? Did you see him use ingenuity? Did he look at it while he was talking with his sister, who basically had nothing but animosity for him. And to give you a side note, my sister is from my father's side of the family. When my first memory of my sister, when I was about 3 or 4, and I'm like, "Who are you?" "I'm your sister. I'm your big sister, Tracy." "For real?" And all she said was, and that's how I spoke. "For real?" Imagine a proper kid.
The fact that you're saying it now is funny.
It's like a proper kid, like, "For real?" And then I went to private school, so you use big words. I don't actually remember my mother giving birth to you. "Well, I'm older than you, so you wouldn't remember." "True. I give you that." And I was saying that shit back then. "Okay, I love you anyway." See, I never had to deal with that from my sister. Even though we're black and we don't do the half sister shit, that's your sister. Just like my son has brothers from his mother's side, I don't even refer to them as his half brothers. "How's your brothers doing?" Because when I pull up and drop my son off to his mother's house, they're like, "Hey, Peanut." They're happy to see him. They look up to him. We don't do that shit in Black American culture. There's no animosity because, yeah, she might have grew up with her mother at times, but she was happy to embrace me. And even my nephew and niece, who were like right underneath my goddamn hip, looked up to me. So he had to show his courage under fire. Remember, I've said this once, and I'm going to say it again, and we're going to talk about it tonight. The rite of passage of a man is to see how he would do under great distress, even if it comes to his death. Still, he was the butt of everybody's joke. Still, you tried to show that he can't make a decision without a woman. The king of your goddamn country, which is well off if you go by the surrounding country, the landscape, which is fucking filthy rich. His wife, who is a commoner to him, the only reason you're a damn queen is not because of you, it's because you married him. Last time I checked, the queen is the first servant to the king. You have dominion over everybody in the kingdom. I'm going to say it again, and I'm going to go even deeper to that. You have dominion over everybody in the kingdom except one person, and that's number one under the sun, the king.
Sacrilege.
I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can, as far as that Google moderator, is that automatic or can you turn that off?
I think you can turn it off, but the settings get a little tricky. See, then you have Leslie Jones, who made money, millions of dollars playing and somebody in my chat when I gave the review of the movie said it best. She's the 21st century Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, that's true.
That's actually a really good that's a really good description.
Hold on 1 second there, Charles, because I want to understand. I didn't see the movie, but I'm not gonna watch that fucking movie. Fuck that. But I want to understand.
No. Watch it to give context.
Okay, but am I correct in assuming that
she had like one line?
Leslie, what's her name? Leslie Jones is Eddie Murphy's baby mama of a kid that was a bastardized kid here in the country?
Yeah,
they did that.
No. I'm going to give you full context. Spoiler. Fuck you, spoiler. Not only was he sired by a woman, because when you look at Hakeem from the original movie, Hakeem was not even a homosexual. Hakeem actually had responsibility of his loins. Hakeem was actually date raped.
Oh, she date raped him.
Wow.
Wow.
Jesus fucking.
So get it. But once again, if the tables were turned, you would have seen protests around the country and not
about
laughter.
that in a movie.
Yeah, they slid that in.
But yet,
These
I respected Prince Hakeem going to Semi and beating his ass. You know why? Because you're supposed to be my confidant and my bodyguard. You failed, like Oliver Queen said in Arrow, you failed Zamunda. You gave a motherfucker I don't know the fucking crip walk to the throne.
And he didn't grow up under my tutelage.
And exactly. So guess what? You've showed that a black man is weak. And then think about it. The scene where he's like, the three women were ready to bathe you, Your Highness. He had to ask his mother to get bathed by three beautiful women. Ma, get the fuck out of my room. With all due respect, I love you. You got to get the fuck out. My mother comes to my house. Both my mother and father have a key. They can come in any time. My mother and father know. Knock on the door. You might see something you don't want to see.
That's why
my mother, at 62 years old, I had to pull my mother up. Okay? Real life shit. When she wanted my son to do something, I had to pull her up and whisper to her. I've asked my son to do something. He's going to have to do it after he does what I asked him to do. You know what my mother did? Okay, you're the boss.
All that stuff is slave mentality, man. All that stuff.
See, it's funny because my family, we're not perfect. Far from it. We are fucked up people. We're great fucked up people, but we're fucked up. But you got to understand, my mother gets the utmost respect, so does my father. But when I ask something to be done in my domain, it gets done. We still have a clan mentality. If I'm late on a bill, they will go out of their pockets and say, pay this motherfucker. If they late on a bill, here, Dad, whatever. I gave $3,000 fucking dollars for the closing costs for my father to use this to get for his house from his VA. You think I even question him? Like, I need that money back. Fuck no. I'll earn the money back. You deserve it. That's how a clan functions. I don't keep my mother like nigga. I piss more money than most people earn. I get more money out my check for my fucking retirement, my fucking dues, my insurance than most people earn. You think I'm worried about the people who made sure I was good in life are gonna be great? Fuck no. But once again, like you said, Art, we go through the slave mentality because we can't make a decision without a woman being present. We look like the bumbling idiots, even though we're in charge of a whole kingdom, a whole community. Somebody else take this because this shit pisses me off. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
I wanted to touch on what Meech said earlier about, and I think it was Meech that talked about, being comfortable and how a lot of people, they'll work hard at their old job or whatever, but when it comes to fighting this particular structure, they want comfortable. And I thought about China. For those of us that follow international politics a little bit, why haven't the average Chinese person tried to overthrow the one-party state, excuse me? Because they make them comfortable. That's the whole point. That's why China was working so hard to keep that economy growing at double digits. Now it's down to single digits because their fear of one thing going wrong socially, and the average Chinese overthrowing the Communist Party. Right? We got to keep them comfortable. That's what America does to Americans, and they're actually kind of sucking at that. Well, they've always been sucking at it, but even the average white person is starting to consider this, right? Because y'all are not making people comfortable enough. The black elites, and this is why we should have been had a couple of people's heads on pikes in the black community, because they don't even work to make us comfortable. What they do is sell us on a bunch of crap about respectability politics, do for selferism, rugged individuality, and they let that trickle down. There's a news clip with Nas speaking about business and doing for self and being industrious. And I just thought to myself, I wonder what the 22-year-old Nas would have said to the Nas now, you know, about this, about how he sounds now. Because, like I was saying earlier, a lot of brothers fall for this crap. Once again, just because you've been a victim of a certain situation doesn't mean that you have a victim mentality. You're acknowledging what happened to you, and maybe even your current position. Acknowledging your current position does not automatically make you someone that loves to be a victim, right? But that's what a lot of brothers are. Tying that to my China example, y'all are not even doing a really good job at keeping people comfortable. What you're doing is insulting and belittling people under respectability, under do for selferism. I like to say we hide a lot of our anti-blackness behind constructive criticism in the black community. A lot of anti-blackness is hidden behind constructive
There you
criticism.
go.
And that's one of the issues that I have, and I don't know why we do not have these people's heads, figuratively, maybe even literally, on a pike, because these people should have been ran out of here. But I guess in the black community we like verbal abuse, and social abuse, I guess. So that's why we haven't told these people to shut up and sit down. The closest we've gotten to that recently is what we did with Oprah when her and Gail went at Kobe. That's the most recent example I can think of where the masses of black people told a black person of note to sit down and shut up, right? But I don't know why we haven't done it to the Obamas yet.
I was proud of that. I was so proud
Yeah,
of that.
but there's a lot of other black people. I can't wait until we tell Barack to shut the hell up, right? Don't even get me started on that. But there's a lot of black people that we need to tell to shut up, and it's not just brothers and sisters on the Republican or right-leaning side of the aisle. There's people on the left that we need to tell to sit down and shut up too. And I'll pause right there.
I bet you this one. Oh, go ahead.
Shout out to the one and only Charles Faulkner Jr. for the
Yeah. So we gotta mix it up. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa.
But Art and Charles, speak to that. Speak to what I was saying, like that hiding anti-blackness behind constructive criticism, and please tell Barack to shut the hell up and go away, please.
See, you gotta understand something about that, right? you gotta get real recognize real. I like to go back to that shit. Because the people that I came under, you gotta understand, my parents came under the time of the Hueys and the Black Panther and all that shit. My mother and father could tell you when Dr. King got assassinated and they had to leave, that was their 9/11. Okay? See, 9/11 happened for me as an adult. For them, they were children. Where the people who spoke up for you knew that their lives were not going to see. Excuse me for a minute. I got a goddamn VSOP brandy. See, leaders were leaders back then because they knew there's a strong possibility you're not going to make it to old age. Okay? That's one. Number two, the men of the community were not docile. The men of the community were so thorough, they said, black woman, stop perming your fucking hair. We love you in your natural state. We came out with the fucking afro. How many women you seeing unattractive with a fucking afro?
None.
Yeah, exactly. Think about it. You know why I think Tiana Parrish is so beautiful? She's one of the few chicks in a fucking TV show and soon to be in a movie who produces natural hair and dark skin, and it's fucking unadulterated beauty.
Yeah.
And the craziest, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you get your turn. And it's funny. At one point in the black community, and I think this is the last point in the 80s, we chastise our leaders, and because the leaders used to live with us. The leaders used to be among us. They didn't sit in some fucking mansion away from the people, people used to knock on their goddamn doors and say, look, this is the problem. My boy Johnny has the grades, but they ain't trying to let him in his goddamn prep school. The fuck's up with that? They heard from the people directly. The minute you get so high that people can't sit down and speak to you as a leader, you failed. The minute you cannot be held accountable for your bullshit, you fail. That's the reason why you have all right to tell these people, shut the fuck up. Because Barack speaks not as a black man, but as a goddamn elitist. Barack didn't have to live the way I lived and you lived. He was privileged.
They say he only knew 3 black people in his youth. 3 up until 18. Are you crazy?
Privileged men should not be able to speak for us. Period. Privileged men should not be able to speak for the country.
Exactly. Think about it. When I first came to the Black Manosphere, people had their gripes about me because of my profession. Nigga, I'm blacker than you. Do you know how many black people owe me their freedom?
But we still got your gripes against you.
I'll raise my hand. I owe my freedom, Charles. Thank you, Charles, for the simple fact. I was one of those detractors in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. It took me a minute to start. It took me a minute to start.
Hold on. I want AL to speak on this.
Send you an email.
But guess what? I'm gonna say this real quick.
Okay, I just want to let him know I sent him an email and for him to check that out. I sent you.
Okay, cool.
Check your email.
It's like this. There's not one motherfucker in the Manosphere I'm not willing to give my personal cell phone number and to answer whatever questions they have when it comes to law and law enforcement.
I got it.
Even people from Cleveland?
And he ain't lying.
Fuck the niggas from Cleveland. No, Cleveland's cool. Cleveland's cool. But even though I have to admit, Cleveland does give me love. Even when I wear my full Ravens gear to Cleveland, they show me love. But in all seriousness, I shouldn't have, and this is the part that black men has to take back theirs. I should be the one. This is what I've been doing for a lot of my wrestlers looking for work. Because they know I'm having trouble because of the surgery around the house. I pay them out of pocket to help clean up or help put shit together out of my goddamn pocket. That's what a community does.
That's actually really dope.
And it teaches business.
It teaches them business.
Well, that
you
too.
work for what you get.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
They help clean up the bathroom, the kitchen, everything, cook, whatever. Put together the weight set. Help tutor my son on his online classes.
Charles Faulkner for president 2024. I'll approve this message.
They'll murk Charles so fast. Are you serious?
Shit,
We're gonna have to have super security for Charles.
Shit, I'll be the first president to still be armed. Oh my God, they shot up the president. Oh my God, the president returned fire.
That's why I wasn't worried and I didn't talk no shit. I already knew what was gonna be up.
But see, I don't brag about none of this shit that I say because I've been about it for 20 years. You know why? Because my wrestling coach took pity on me, this nerdy little kid who had a little bit of muscle mass, and said, you know what? I'm gonna make a champion out of you. He said to me when he knocked me unconscious, he says, when I'm finished with you, I'll have you feared in the state of Maryland. And God, he was right. And think about it. Think about it. How many motherfuckers you hear in this pro-black sector says, I pay young black men to keep them from stealing from you?
Yeah. Well, not even the fact of that, Charles, but think about it. Back in the day, too, this one of the things I've noticed. It's like back in the day, the community could raise the child. You know, where nowadays the community is not allowed to tell the child shit. Like everybody could, like, you know, like certain skills that your father may have not had or he could not see that you would develop into. Where now your now other people in the community could step up and be like, yeah. But now it's like, no, don't tell my kid nothing. So they're missing all that training. They don't get that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, that's part of the rugged individuality, Dre. That's the issue that you're having.
No,
Is that
but I
too
mean,
many
like
conflicting
Charles,
ideas are
Don't tell my
coming into
baby
the black
nothing. You
community.
can't tell my baby nothing.
Exactly. Exactly.
And
Too much
Dre,
conflicting
I'm
information.
gonna
That's
tell
the
you.
problem.
This is directly towards Dre. I'm gonna tell him a quick story that he's gonna be happy about, and it might even have him to tears. One of my former wrestlers who graduated sat down and said, "Look, I had to take a DNA test. Found out I had a daughter 2 years ago. I had to give him advice to go in front of court and do what he got to do. At 21 years old, he has full custody of his daughter."
Hey, Amen Ra.
When does that happen? Like never.
But I still got people questioning my blackness, and I'm dark as fucking 3 nights.
Right. But Charles, we don't sweat the small.
Charles said he dark as the other side of the moon.
I'm as dark as the tents of Jerusalem, as dark as the curtains of Kendar. That's actually in the Bible, by the way. I am.
You old North Carolina black Tar Heel Bill.
And love it every way. Most of my grandparents are from there.
Bless their hearts.
See, you got to understand something. I never had a shame. My father's about AL's complexion, okay? Now, one damn time, and my sister is light, yellow. Not one damn time did my father ever make any of his children, and my brother's my father's complexion, any of us feel inferior, nor did my mother inferior to the other because of our skin color.
Right.
I don't comprehend this fucking ugliness that we have in the black community. I don't.
Charles, you know, on that note, let me sidebar you right quick because you said something about that colorism, and it dawned on me. You know, my tea lady used to run around, had audacity, her and her older twin sister, because it was 3 girls that my grandfather sired before he sired his first son. She used to run around talking about, your granddaddy used to always treat us differently and this and that. And I had to go back one day and I sat back and I had to ask my granny, I said, why is my mama like this? Why your daughters like this? Y'all gave them everything. They come from a military background. They were military brats. They had it all. They could speak German. They could speak Spanish. They could speak English. They well groomed. You presentable in public, but inside the home, some of the most nastiest, evilest women you ever wanted. And these were blood relatives. Blood relatives, mind you. And then I asked my granddaddy, I said, did granddaddy ever do that to my mama and to Aunt Paulette because she was the darkest? He said, no, he actually loved your mama the most because she was his baby girl, but he loved Aunt Paulette because she was dark like me. And look at your granddaddy. He's red like you, and he married me, and I'm dark from East Texas. I don't know where your mama got that shit from. I say, I do, granny. The late 70s with all that feminist bullshit. She want to walk in this house talking to granddaddy crazy. That's why he put on her ass 5 times.
Okay, now I'll tell you where they got it from. Just a lot of people don't realize this, especially in the black community that runs rampant with us. The reason why there's gender war, the colorism, all of the, even if it stems down to cancel culture, it has nothing to do with other motherfuckers getting ahead or this motherfucker getting treated better than anything. You know, the main thing it really has to do with is money, because this is what happens. Anytime you create a group, what you can do is steer that group to buy products, resources, and what you can do. You can steer government. You can steer like basically like what do they call it? Like Black Lives Matter. You can steer programs like that. But think about it. How much money have you seen Black Lives Matter putting in the things? Unless you one of them like 1% at the top, them the only motherfuckers getting paid. It ain't like Black Lives Matter was out there paying people's light bills.
Exactly.
I said it's a basically
BLM was an investment. So
wait, I'm gonna go ahead and hurt your feelings and shit right here. Okay, if I was running these companies, right? I would immediately, and say a person like me could actually get up and speak and start pointing stuff out, I would immediately tell them to pay somebody to come in this room and put a bullet in my head. The reason why not, if I was there, I would tell them, because a person like me, no offense, I've been on that other side, and I realized the best way to actually take advantage of a person and to take, that's one of the reasons why I'm not a thief anymore. Or when I did that crap when I was younger, I like literally, I was such a good thief. I could tell you I'm gonna rob you and you would never be able to prove it. That's how good I was. Like, even my children even know the two type of people I hate: liars and thieves. And they said, well, Dad, didn't you say? Yeah, I used to, but back when, that was like right before you were born, and I never did it again after that. Because I knew that, and he said, well, why do you tell? I said, because I knew that eventually you guys would get older. And my thing is, I said, I would never lie to you. That's the reason. So I was one of those ones where I would be the one, like I said, I'd be the one taken from you. And I got your ass looking 50,000 other places. And I mean, I'm the main one leading the charge, all of this crap. And they don't realize these companies are technically doing that. The news and the media does that. Why? They need the views. They need the this, that, and the other. There's plenty of white people that get choked out by the police. They do. But George Floyd was a martyr they used, because why? They need to keep your ass, put a butt in the chair, keep you in front of the TV to keep the advertising and views up, because the stations are losing their fucking shirts right now.
Yeah. Well, see,
no more Trump. Right? So ain't nothing to show.
Somebody asked why they.
You're talking to a person. You know, like I said, I know what a manipulator is, and I'm not easily fooled. That's why I ask the hard questions. Anytime a person asks you 5, 6 deep, 7 deep questions in a row, and you switch with attitude, either that realize it's only two type of people you are. You realize that this motherfucker is on to your ass, or you just that dumb you don't realize what's going on. It's only two types you are. And that's the reason why the answer stuff comes out when people ask questions deep, because, you know, I knew. I mean, when you've done type of stuff like that, like people have done larceny and stuff like that, those are the people right there that you didn't even realize that these people done pulled the wool over your ass so damn well that it'll take you 500 years to realize that you was being played. You sitting up there cooking them breakfast, all
Okay,
this crap.
so here's the thing too, right? So it's not just going to be ratings. The reason that they're not going to sit up there and tell you about all these white people and the white kids getting screwed over in the legal system and shit like that is because they don't want white people to raise up and do something about it. See, as long as you're only talking about black people, we're the group that people care about the least in this country, right? So you can brush that shit off, and it always make the police look like the bad guys. Until they start looking at these kids, these stories that you hear about, where these kids are locked up for fucking months and years on end with no explanation. Parents can't find out where the fuck they are. White people getting attacked and shit like that by the police for doing next to fucking nothing. They don't want to do that, because when the majority in this country, which is still white people for the time being, if they see that, they're going to want to change some shit. They're going to start looking into shit. It ain't going to be enough to just, okay, well, we won't do it no more. No, why were you doing it in the first fucking place? And how the hell did you get away with it for so fucking long, right? So you keep pushing black people out there, because on one hand, okay, black people are always doing some bullshit, get approached by the police, and then we don't really give a fuck even if they are innocent. We really don't give a fuck all that much. And we're seeing that a whole hell of a lot in the past 8 to 10 years.
Here's the key point. The key point you're missing with that is this. The reason why they will always play that card and play the black people against that, because yes, they're doing it to white people too. And the reason is the reason why they always play the black card is because what? As long as they show them doing it to the black people, even though they do it to them too, the white people will still think that they're better than the black and not realize, wait a minute, these same top motherfuckers who running shit fucking us too. So instead of being mad at them and I'm thinking I'm better than them, I realize, no, I'm getting fucked just the same way as he. It's just that his is televised.
Real quick, I got a little bit of ad. Real quickly. Shout out to my Leo brother, Jay Shine, for the super chat. Yeah. And shout out to I guess the name is Stack and Starve. Let me make sure I get the name right. Y'all heard it?
Stack and Starve. I like that.
Stack and Starve.
Starve and Stack.
Yeah. Continue, fellas. Continue.
I had a little bit. A couple of you guys were focusing on a point I was want to talk about with the media just right before George Floyd and everything. The media ratings was just so down. It was horrible, and a lot of people like disregarded them, especially on the Kobe factor. I think that was like a real big nail in the coffin for them. And then out of nowhere with that George Floyd, they were like back in business again, just pumping stuff like repeatedly.
Their numbers are back in the trash with Biden. Their
They're
numbers
still
are back in the
they're in
trash.
the trash, but what they're doing is they're trying to use whatever that whatever they basically like this is. One reason why you think that the cancel culture and stuff, we sitting here laughing at it now, but they realize that the cancel culture is a mob. It's only a limited time on that. That you probably got another good year of cancel culture, then it's gonna roll over into the next phase.
Yeah.
Because the problem with the cancel culture, and they know that, and they see the problems coming. I mean, if you want to do some dirt, technically, you can cancel anybody. Everybody has done something that if we pulled up and had enough people to say, we could get you canceled. Like literally, you could get 10 people who knew me back in the day and be like, now think about it, I'm a $1 billion company, and say I know that this dude got this patent or whatever, and say I want, or he got something I want, say he got some information I want, or he's coming out and about to just show something that's going to show that we've been polluting the water, anything to discredit us. First thing I can do before anything, I can find 10 people that I can think about. And this is the bad thing. We make it easier with the social media, with linking up and everybody, so they can find all these people that and then they can find 3 or 4 motherfuckers that really don't like you. And then what they can do is be like, I'll give you $100,000 to say 10 years ago that this motherfucker did it. Tell the truth. A lot of people, especially the women, that's what makes it so easy for them. But if I told you right now, say I'm rich enough, hey, Charles Faulkner, say that BGS slapped you 20 years ago when you was, and that I'm gonna give you $2 million. I mean, not every man is gonna be like, well, BGS been pretty cool. I ain't gonna do that, but no, that motherfucker slapped me. I mean, can you imagine how many people did you think about the people that you've just crossed paths in your life? And think about how many people that will stab you in the back so quick it ain't funny. Now then say, well, now add if they stab you in the back because they was paid to. Imagine how many, literally, you got 100 daggers in your back already.
Dre, you don't even got to go that far. Look at what happened with Aziz.
People don't realize.
No, look at what happened. I'm gonna give you just one example. Look at what happened with Aziz, right? The comedian.
Perfect example.
Aziz went on a date. Homegirl fed on. By the way, they both gave each other head, right? She felt uncomfortable because he asked her to pipe 2 times, and mind you, he didn't advance on her. When she said no the first time, he asked her one more time, and he did not go any further than that. She felt uncomfortable. Told one of her journalist friends, and they made it. They tried to make a big hay out of it. It was other women that said, whoa. Let's not take it that far. And you know who those women were? Upper echelon white women who knew that that's how they came up in the first place.
Thank you.
Here's the thing, too, gentlemen.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing, too. Wait a second. Here's something to understand. Just because they said they felt uncomfortable doesn't mean they actually felt uncomfortable. But they will say anything to get paid because they know it's easy. For one, it's easiest to attack the men, especially if the men are not white in this country. And third, especially if the men are black. That's why when you're looking at all of this shit, the rape culture and everything, who's the face of that? Black men. They got Bill Cosby up there is one of the biggest name of it, right? They got R. Kelly as another biggest thing. You got Michael Jackson. You got Michael Jackson, and every time you turn around, they had what's your boy? They tried to do T.I. right now, but they're trying to do T.I. Every time you turn around, they're trying to make black men the face of this. Now, anybody that has any decent, 1/10 of a goddamn conscience and 1/100th of a fucking brain is going to sit up and tell you that in the United States, nobody has raped more than American white men in this country.
Well, me,
It's ridiculous to even say this shit. And the same way as they're trying to make, okay, here's another thing, right? What's the most recent? Attacks on Chinese people, right? And who are they trying to make the face of that? Black men.
Black men.
So that's what these chicks are doing because they know they can get.
Do with that.
Because they know they can get it. They do that because people attack men easily.
This is the key word. See, if you notice, it had nothing to do with attack and all like this. This is what they're trying to do now. The reason, and they realize that this is the key word that they figured out. They realize technically a person does not have to commit a crime. All the person does have to do something that incites a feeling that you don't like.
Violate a social
sit up
norm.
here and police, right. When you sit up here and police and say you can destroy a person over a feeling, no one is above the law now.
Yeah.
Because basically it's you didn't do nothing, but I felt that way, so it doesn't matter. You're guilty. Right.
This is why these things are not making it to court.
But here's the fucking thing. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
Is the thing what I'm saying.
I'm gonna say this from a law enforcement standpoint. Number one, see, I was brought up under the old remnants of law enforcement. Just like in the military, for some reason, I've always been in the last remnants of the old army and ushered into the new army. And I'm like, yo, this ain't the shit I've been raised under.
Right.
Same thing of being an 80s baby. You were brought in under the old remnants. This ain't what I've been raised under.
Yeah.
One, as a police officer, when they said you're disturbing the peace, I cannot arrest you legally unless there's 2 to 3 people coming out of their house. Now you're disturbing the peace. My peace cannot be disturbed because I'm the professional. I'm the law enforcement officer. So I get upset when people do not do things as a pro. As a pro, you don't think emotionally, you think professionally. Sometimes I have to make the judgment call of saying, I'm chasing this guy. Unless they got a kid kidnapped or they're about to cause some death, I might have to let that person go for the safety of the public. Now, if they got a kid, I'm gonna follow you till my fucking gas tank runs out. If they're about to go and stash up and break into somebody's house to hold a fort, yeah, we going in that bitch. Yeah, I've done some dangerous shit as a police officer and a soldier. I've been the guy who's been in the house raids, staring down AK-47s. Staring down, this might be the last fucking hoorah of your boy. See, yeah, was I afraid? You fucking right. You might even screamed a little bit, but you still did your job.
Yeah.
See, the problem with it is that one, you got away from the realm of being a professional. Even when muted, my son's mother in her household had COVID. First thing I asked, how y'all feeling? Why the fuck do I gotta have animosity when I'm above it?
Right.
The better you are, the better I am, the better our son will be. See, a lot of people don't get out of their fucking egos and get over their fucking selves. When you have a community, you think of the best options for the community. That's what men do. That's what civilized men and women do.
Do they?
That's what I've been raised under.
Yeah,
that's what they should be doing.
But that's what that's
right.
But see, when you actually see shit ran the correct way, see the guilt of us is being older men now.
Yeah.
I'm not 40 yet, I will be next year, but that's the guilt of older men, is that we seen how shit is supposed to be ran. See, the faulty of this feminism shit is that it taught women how much you need your man to settle the fucking herd. How much you need your man for day-to-day fucking protection. I've always asked this question to women. Should a woman cook every day for her man? Well, at least 3 to 5 days. Okay. Boom. Should a man protect you all the time? I had a woman one of the chicks I'm talking to. Well, we don't really need protection. Bullshit. The police gotta, one, be called to you, and two, they gotta get there.
Mm-hmm.
You've been spoiled and intoxicated by the Western culture of you being independent, but last time I checked, men still are more powerful than women.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason we don't take what we want is because we're civil.
Yeah. And
the only reason.
That's one of the things I say with this. I say, you don't realize something. I hate to say that the cancel culture is going to go to the point like this is to where you're creating uprising right in the United States. Like, I'm not even going to lie. Like, if I was another country, I would be glad. Like, say I just want to cause maximum damage. This is what I do. Cancel culture is actually part of your plan to cause maximum damage. Because what do? You fraction the people on so many different lays, so many different directions, where anything that you got so many fucking cells that can start a fight or go off for any particular reason. Now, I'm a billionaire company, or I'm another country trying to make sure that your company go down. So what I'll do is I'll use, say it's another company that's competing with something that my country's good at. I'm going to use everything I can find on them to use cancel culture to cancel them. By the turn of canceling them, I can also use cancel culture to single out individuals. But the bad thing about doing is you realize you do this shit enough, all you are doing is creating terrorists technically within our country. Because you tell the men that they ain't shit, they ain't worth shit, they can't do shit, this, that, and the other. Because a lot of them they're already civilized. I sit here and laugh. They act like we out here beating women up. We're not. The worst thing we'll do is say something they don't like. We're not doing.
But that is enough.
So right,
Dre, I gotta cut in here real quick.
But that's what they're trying to say. But they don't realize.
Yeah. That's where I was going.
So far into a corner that the only thing that them people are going to be able to do, well, fine. You know, it's like you called somebody happy back in the day. So now I'm gonna cost you your job, your life, your familyhood, you know what I mean, your home, everything. So now you out on the street. Well, fuck it. If I'm gonna lose everything and be out on the street, motherfucker, I'm taking you with me. And they don't realize you can't keep playing this game because we are creating too many fucking, it's like explosives right in the country, just waiting to go off.
Well, that's the issue that you're having now.
I don't want to be here for this shit because you just sitting up here. You don't realize you creating minds right all over the place. And then you wonder.
Well, look at what we have right now. Look at what we have right now. So when we watch Kevin Samuel's show, what you hear is a bunch of sisters that have adopted the waiting to excel, color purple ass mindset towards men in general, but black men specifically, right? And even some of the sisters will live a comfortable life. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
So what will happen is they live a very comfortable life, or a regular black life.
Yeah.
But because of these movies and because the nigga that they wanted in high school or in college, Charles has heard me say this a million times. They will be so mad that the dude that they wanted in high school and college had a thing for light-skinned women. They'll be in their 30s still holding on to that. And the color purple ass mindset and the waiting to excel mindset is all the excuses they need, right? Either these men are in the DL, or we're leaving them for a white girl, or we're verbally abusive. All the waiting to excel tropes are what these women use to justify their fucked up ideas about men, black men specifically. Now, what happens is when they're in their late 20s, early 30s, maybe even mid 30s, that shit ain't working enough no more. Now they desperate because they're super single, super lonely, super bitter, and their vibrator is not hitting the spot the way it used to. Right, so this is no serious shit because this
channel
Dre, you
on?
heard. Say that again.
Whose channel we on?
We on our channel, but you heard me say that before, Dre, for real. Like a lot of these sisters, I told you already, they haven't had sex in like 2-3 years, bro. A year, 2-3, right? Because what's happening is some of this feminist shit is biting the average woman in the ass. The elite women are good; they still good. The top 5, top 10%, they're good. Maybe even the top 20, but all of them under that, those are the ones that found themselves in this fucked up position because they're trying to do two things at the same time. They're trying to be I am woman, hear me roar on some I'm Miss Independent shit, but they're also trying to get men to be their protectors and providers, also known as a overglorified guard dog in a walking wallet. How do you have both of those things at the same time, right? That's the issue they're running into. You're trying to have men do two things. You're trying to have dumb, rich lames. You heard me say that before, Dre. That's what they're really looking for. Dumb, stable lames and dumb, rich lames. That's why they're in the situation they're in. And the Me Too movement was their way of corralling who they see is lower than them and to get out the way. They want all the guys they think are lower than them to move out the way. Don't even talk to me. Don't even flirt with me. Don't even look at me. I only want that top 20%. And I'm going to try to chastise him to get me. But all of you 80% down niggas, I don't want y'all to even look at me. That's what Me Too really was. It was to get the average niggas to move out the way. You know,
that's new. Charles Faulkner got a lot of, I hate to say something, Charles. You know me, because I ain't gonna lie, I hate police with a passion. Except for you. You can hang because you didn't talk. But I hate to say, y'all motherfuckers in the next 3 years.
Shit, wait till you work for them niggas.
Police got it worse now. I hope you retiring in the next 3 years, because I ain't gonna lie, these motherfuckers are about to go ballistic. Because
let me put it to you this way. I've said this before. A man doesn't make his name during calm times.
Right,
a man makes his name when shit is fucked up, during chaos. I'm pretty sure when you were working on the house, you didn't get your respect working on just doing simple maintenance. You just like my father, who does the same work as you. He does electrical, sheetrock, carpentry, flooring, plumbing. I can't think of what this man can't do.
Right.
He's like Sugar Ray Robinson when it comes to boxing. It's not what he can do that is great. We try to find out what he can't do. That's how great he is. See, he turned a house that had 40 cats and 20 dogs that was about to be condemned by the county, and it sold for $500,000 when he got finished in 4 months. See, that's what you call a one, taking pride of your fucking career, and then two, being diligent at your career. See, I take pride. I may not get promoted right now, but when the promotion board comes back up, I promise you, I swear to God, I promise you, I will be in the top 10 or less. And guess what? They're going to beg me to be a leader among men. See, that's the type of pride I am. You know why? Because motherfuckers respect me so much. They ask, you have sergeants who ask me what the fuck we should do. I had a lieutenant ask me during a tactical situation, you're in command. He didn't give it to the sergeant. He gave it to me because of my experience in Iraq and other places. See, that's the type of man you strive to be. The man who prides himself when shit goes wrong. See, what do I do for a living? I get motherfucker out the fucking mud. I get motherfucker out the danger zone. See, and this is the reason why you got to go back to being a professional and teach your sons and daughters how to do the same. You don't pray. You don't fucking pray for a lighter load to whatever ancestors and gods you believe in. You pray for a stronger back to take care of a difficult one. That's how you earn your name. See, when people say we're getting off the hook, not on my motherfucking watch. Okay? Even during the riots.
Charles, it's hard for a lot of these black, I mean, you know this, I'm just speaking to the choir. It's hard for a lot of black boys to adopt that mentality. You know, the gynocracy just shits on them, beats it out of their minds before they cuts their balls off before they get a chance.
And then their parent, and then what's so bad, the mothers actually, when the men come around and try to do something, the mothers actually shield the older men from teaching the young men.
You know what I learned from my wrestling coach is to give a fuck about not while he's your athlete, not while there's a wrestling season. Give a fuck about him when the season begins, during, and after. Even after they graduate to school, I can't get rid of my wrestlers.
So now Mr. Z was talking earlier about the color purple and the waiting to exhale, and we all know that those are like the Bible. It's like the Bible, and you know, I don't know what's another like canon within the black community. You know, it's just like it's like the Old Testament and the New Testament, basically, of the black community, or at least for the gynocracy. But I would add to that those models are becoming outdated. Like there's like, as black men, there's this gynocracy as black males. We've got this gynocracy redemption story, basically from the late 70s up until pretty recently. The redemption story from us was, I was raised by a single mom. I dropped out of school. I joined a gang. I was a criminal. I went to prison. I got out. I turned my life around, and now I give back to the community, and I'm a good guy. And I'm the best person to talk to young black men because of the dumb shit that I used to do, so they can relate to me.
Exactly.
Well, for women, though, they got their own. Women have their own redemption story, and that redemption story is, I got pregnant, and this ain't shit nigga dumped me. He walked out on my family, and then I went to college and I got my, an AA or a bachelor's in psychology, and then I got a government job, and now I'm strong and independent, and now I'm 39 years old and looking for a husband as my daughter's going to college. And it's funny because, though this waiting and the exhale and this color purple, these are almost old models now. And like, if you wanted a new movie that kind of encapsulates what a lot of these women want, I hate to say it, man, this dude David Carroll is on point. Watch the movie Ma. If you haven't seen the movie Ma yet, watch that movie. And you watch that last scene in that movie. Holy shit! And we ain't heard a peep about the last scene in that movie. That should tell you something, because people should be offended, and they're not. They don't even say a word about it.
I'll tell you one thing I've noticed 30 years, right? I'll be 39 years old April 1st. Not an old man, but not 21 either. I'm a lot closer to 40 than 20. Sure as hell a lot closer to 40 than 30. But I still can go. Even if I have to push my surgically repaired ankle and knee to save my life or my son's life or somebody's life, I can still do it. I can still hit a target 400 meters iron sights with my goddamn rifle if I can't physically move it. See, let me tell you something about me. See, it's kind of hard to fuck up when you got a name to hold up. See, people don't understand why I'm so proud to be a Faulkner. See, the Faulkners, and so does the Bazemores, which is my mother's maiden name, which she went back to when my parents divorced, have a long history. You know why we have a fucking family farm from 1940 to this day? Because people like my great-grandfather and my grandfather and all 12 of his brothers and sisters had to be trigger pullers when the Klan came up in Windsor, North Carolina, trying to take their shit. See, this is the reason why I understand Naruto.
Your grandfather's last name was Faulkner?
Yep.
I'm
a Faulkner. Because guess what? The Faulkner side of the family, I'm the fourth generation to go to war. We earned our right to be men. We weren't given, men are not born with value. We earn it. Women automatically get value. They lose it the older they get. Your characteristics, when your beauty starts to fade a little bit, it's your character that keeps you around.
Say it again, Charles. They didn't hear you. Say it again. They didn't hear you.
Oh, you must be watching my channel a lot. Whoa! It's your character that keeps you around and not get replaced, ladies.
Yep. Yeah.
See, I love it. See, I love it when women come on my panel. See, I have, a Dr. Nicole Ali who didn't want to. That tells you how much of a character she has when she didn't even want to mention that she has a PhD.
Mm-hmm.
That endeared me to her because I'm thinking the level of scientific understanding and knowledge you had to be a PhD. Stop bullshitting me. I love you for that. Why do you think we love it and we pay so much homage to her, Dr. Dunbar, Dr. T.S.R. Johnson, Dr. Gigi, Dr. Ronald Neal, Dr. Curry? Why do you think we love these people? Because they exude Black excellence. When you see me out there full uniform spinning my S-band, dude, we exude. When you see fucking Z out there doing landscaping, doing whatever the hell he has to do to work, he exudes Black excellence. He may not be ADOS, but he exudes black excellence. When you gotta get out your fucking bed, rain, sleet, hail, nor snow or blazing heat. When you know, and I had to go to a little bit of dusty roads, hard times, it makes a man or woman out of you. You look at motherfuckers and say, I can't go to work, I can't go to school. And nigga, you looking at them like, nigga, this is part of my daily regimen. Okay? See, the problem with the black community is that you got soft. Should I say it again for the niggas in the back who didn't hear me, Art?
One more time.
You got soft.
Yeah.
People say, well, Charles, you drink and you smoke so many cigars. Nigga, I earned the right to do that. My homeboys told motherfuckers that. My homeboy told his wife, well, Charles, he drinks and smokes so many cigars. You know what he told his wife? He earned the right to do that, lady.
Mm-hmm.
And when we sat down listening to old school music like Maze featuring Frankie Beverly, you know what she said? You earned the right to be here. She said, you can be pissy drunk. We'll clean you up. Make sure you sleep on the couch. You earned the right to be who you are. And that's where the black community failed in the last 40 years. Fuck racism. It's not like you didn't deal with it. You think a guy like Art Newstyle, who's a teacher about to be an administrator, basically a vice principal, a department head, is worried about racism? No, he's worried about being fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what? If I told Z, if he was in Baltimore, I told Z, we got a tree that we need to be taken down, he's not going to whine, well, I don't know if we can do it. No, he's like, by this time, it's going to be done. That's what real people do. If I told Shonda H., who's a nurse practitioner, she's not going to whine and be like, I don't know if I can do this for the patients. No, she's going to go out there and do it to the best of her abilities and get it done.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the shit that pisses me off about people. Winners think about winning. Losers think about the fucking winner.
Mm-hmm.
And when you keep thinking about the fucking winner, that's how much you lose.
Charles, tell me right here, it says streaming on the bottom of this show, it says, does Coming to America show a slave mentality? Why does it say that? What's in the movie that would make even somebody think that?
You know why? Because throughout the whole movie, everybody undermined the man in charge.
Too many agendas.
Too many. When I saw that crap going on, even when they made that comment about the happy people in the barbershop, that kind of, I was watching the movie and then I turned over and said, fuck it, I'm going to bed. Because, I mean, it had a fuck up. I said, I can't watch this crap. I understand what they were trying to do, but it was like, I mean, no offense, dude. You could have, to me, it's like if you made this movie and brought this shit back, you could have brought this shit back as a movie how it was supposed to be without putting all this new age mumbo jumbo in it, trying to satisfy some, sharp edges points of different points of views. We didn't need no feminist points in there. We didn't need no happy people in there. You understand what I'm saying? Put it back to that era. If you want to make that movie again, that's what you should have done.
I'm gonna say.
Well, let me rock out for a minute because I got a point I want to make about this.
Shit because you said something very important. See, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Z's a long-time listener. He's been hanging with your man for years. So does Dre. So does Meech and a couple of people. We've been hanging around. So does Art. We've been hanging around. We all knew each other probably because of Angry Man or BGS, or even Prophet of Thought. Shout out to Prophet of Thought because you're goddamn right. Adversity reveals who you are.
And shout out to Prophet of Thought for the Cash App too. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah. Continue, Brother Charles.
I know everybody likes it when I get drunk and preachy, but anyway, I'm not drunk though. But
I'm just drinking.
That's what drunk people say.
That's what shit. I'm not a quitter though. But here's the point in principle. I'm so great, I don't have to talk about my accomplishments. I brag on my students and my understudies. I remember 3 years ago, we had a guy come back home. He's wrestling in college. He's 310 pounds, 309. Nobody's big or strong enough to wrestle with him except your boy Falk. We wrestled for so long, for 2 hours. We literally lost 10 pounds apiece. When he went back to college, he took number 2 in the nation in college. And thanked me publicly on Facebook, including my name. Thank you for taking the time out to teach me and to show me I could do it. A brother, a young brother. Think about that. Think about how much pride that the shit that you tell somebody actually works.
Yeah.
Think of how much pride they get.
Pat on the back.
I got bronze medal in freestyle wrestling in Germany. I'm a 4-time wrestling champion in high school, and I ain't touch a mat till I was 14. When I went to Germany, there was 120 wrestlers, only 2 black. Guess which one was it? I was so respected that the fucking mayor of Munich invited me to their house.
Oh, wow.
See, I don't tell people a lot about my story. I remember one of the teachers gave my mother this list to say, hey, we set up this appointment in case to see your son. He's quiet, but we wanted to make sure he wasn't he had some mental deficiencies. You know what the fuck happened? I'm a naturally quiet guy. I observe and I talk once I get comfortable in the situation because I'm scanning my lane. They found out in the fucking 5th and 6th grade, he was doing 12th and 11th grade level social studies, history, science, and English. Even in the military, they were asking me, what's your degree in? Nigga, I ain't finished college. This says you have at least a graduate's level of comprehension, reading, and social studies and science. So if I don't want to learn it, it's only because I'm not interested in it. Like, so, and this is a humble black boy from Baltimore. Okay? If I could do it, sure as hell anybody else can with much more resources. You're talking to a guy whose father dropped out of high school because high school was fucked up and boring, had to join the Marines to help his mother pay for the fucking house, and went from 2 points of fucking maxing out the GED, which is one of the hardest tests you could take. Went to drafting school and diesel mechanic school. Same thing with my mom. There's no child my mother cannot deal with where she got her associates in early childhood education, where teachers were begging her, please come on this side. She did crossing guard for goddamn 30 years and lunch for like, what, 25? They were begging her to come into the classroom. See, I don't come from bad stock. You're talking to a person whose grandfather had an 8th grade education and is a Korean War vet, but was one of the finest auto and body men in the fucking state of Maryland. You could take your fucked up car and you wouldn't even they said that he could take your vehicle and fix it when you wouldn't even recognize it anymore. It looked like it was fucking off the showroom. See, a lot of guys out there don't understand when you come from excellence and you come from a name, regardless if they're blood related to you. That's why martial arts and combat sports are important in the black community, because men understand legacy. Your legacy is not what you create from between your legs. It's what you create for the world to see. Okay? My wrestling coach, his son Poncho was a famous black painter. And I'm pretty sure New Style knows who Poncho is and probably met him, because black artists are really that connected. Hell, his paintings have been in some of your favorite movies and TV shows like The Wire. So when you have a legacy to carry, you
What's
walk
that name
with a
again?
sense
Charles Poncho? That sounds familiar. What's his name?
Poncho. His real name is Larry O'Neal Brown Jr. And my wrestling coach is Larry O'Neal Brown Sr. By the way, my wrestling coach was a single dad as a fucking teenager, but still got his master's in technology. So I've came from biologically and also and also scholastically from good stock. And I'll be damned if somebody tells me the black race is inert when it comes to capabilities.
That's white supremacy talk.
I piss on white supremacy for a living. When you can't police each other, the fuck I can't. The same dudes who selling drugs thank me for saving their lives. I'm one of the only people in my district who can sit there and listen to Frankie Beverly, park his car on the fucking sidewalk, making sure drug dealers still live to see another day. And you wonder why I get my respect. Even the OGs of the block telling the young boys at 19 trying to disrespect me. The OG pulled his ass to the side and said, yo, number one, that's a brother you talking to in a position of authority, respected. Number two, I've seen this motherfucker in action. He'll beat your ass like a tent spike into the ground. Okay? He was like, yo, that motherfucker caught me dirty, took my drugs, submitted it, let me go. Said, if I catch you with some shit on you, I gotta do my job. I respect a man like that. He's a man about what he says. He's a man of honor. Notice that's a word you don't hear too much in the black community anymore. Honorable.
Oops.
Y'all better, this ain't even my channel, but if you like what the fuck I'm saying, please donate to art. I don't give a damn if it's $2, $3, or what. Because y'all getting some good knowledge about some good brothers and sisters right now. But see, this is the problem. We look at all the shit that's against us, but we never look back into history to all the shit we defeated. Last time I checked, your Native Americans didn't do what the fuck we did. Your Arabs, your Irish, your Italians, your Jewish, they could never do what the fuck we did. They had to wait till we did the heavy lifting to use what the fuck we earned.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, we still have a question about our greatness. Nigga, somebody take this mic.
That mic is heavy now, man. It's hard to pick up. God damn. Yeah. That's a 225-pound mic.
Right.
Now, let me give it a try. Let me give it a try because I want to tie this into what you're saying, Charles, with these movies too. Because I haven't seen this Coming to America part 2, but it sounds like they on some bullshit in that movie. But look, we could go back to these recent slave movies, and this kind of ties in. I'm gonna tie it into your story, Charles, because you got 12 Years a Slave that came out. What, maybe was it 10 years ago, 8 years ago or so? Recently, we got Harriet. I didn't see that. I heard that was some bullshit. They got Annabella. That looked dumb. Yeah. I ain't seen that one either. That one looked dumb. Then I watched Queen and Slim last weekend. That looked like a runaway slave movie to me about some dumbass chick who got her, who was shitting on her date on some black man and got him murdered and got herself murdered. That was dumb. That looked like a runaway slave movie. And so I look, and I look at intersectional feminism, right? And that's where they say, well, where black women said, we're going to section ourselves off from black men. That's what it means. Intersectional means we first and foremost sectioned ourselves off from black men and then from other types of women and until black women have their own political needs that they go after. And then instead of fighting for the black family and the black family structure and the black community as a whole, they worry about everybody else's issues without worrying about with black issues the most. And then again, that's what they call identity politics. I learned this on King Sigma's channel. This is a fact. I could actually drop the video link on there, but he talked about it on his channel. One of the women who was in the Cohambie River Collective, which pretty much underwrote the what was it, Kimberly Crenshaw's what's that called, intersectional feminism. In that, you had a bunch of black lesbians that got together. I'm sure you guys know about this, and then they wrote the Cohambie River Statement, which was lesbians saying that we invented identity politics, which is politics for black women by black women, because the white feminists were too racist and black male revolutionaries were too sexist. So we created our own political party. So that's actually what identity politics originally means. That's the definition, is politics by black women for black women. So you move it to that was in the late 70s. You move it to 2021, and what do you have? You have Black Lives Matter, created, the organization created by black lesbians, and it says right there on the website that black men from 60 years ago in the revolution from the 60s can't have positions of power in our organization because of their sexism from 60 years ago. So I mean, this is a part of black culture now. It's part of the gynocracy. And so now, and this is what Mr. Z was saying earlier, he kind of got me twisted up in one of these conversations, because what's happened now is they got children in the street protesting. And I get it. And if I was a kid, I would want to be out there too. And we probably need some of that. But at the same time, though, Charles, what you're saying is, you talk about your grandfather, you talk about your last name, you talk about your legacy, you talk about imparting your will on the environment so you can get shit done for not just you, but for your community, for black people as a whole. Intersectionalism doesn't give that gift to black males. It teaches black males to have this victim orientation. Look at me, we need to fight for our rights and our privileges, and look at the slavery and these movies and the pain that we go through. You watch Queen and Slim and that old fucked up movie, they got like a 10-year-old boy who shoots a black cop in the face for no good reason, just shoots him in the face and murders him in the middle of the street. And when I watch that and I go, this is some of that bullshit. So now we have a generation of boys being brought up in intersectional feminism, where they're not taught to fight for their own education, for their own economic prosperity. They're supposed to be involved in a much bigger fight that's supposed to be a tide that lifts all boats, which, if it works out, maybe it will, or probably help to some degree. But we don't teach the gynocracy, and this broken family structure is not teaching our boys to go out there and have that fight for your last name and not your first. Shout out to Dash Dame. Shout out to Officer Charles. Is that what I believe to be true is that if the black community had the highest marriage rates instead of the lowest marriage rates, if we had the highest two-parent home rates instead of the lowest two-parent home rates, and we had black fathers in the home, just like that CDC study that said that black fathers who are non-custodial spend the most time with their children, well, what would happen if we all lived in the home with our children at a higher rate than other demographics, and we lived in these same neighborhoods together? Man, we would be producing amazing children. But the way the gynocracy works, they don't want that shit. They want that redemption story where they're like, nah, I'm going to be 39, 40 years old with gray hairs.
They want that Miss Feely story.
And hair growing on my chin before I want a fucking husband. And furthermore, let me add one more thing into this, because if you go to the fragile studies, there's a fragile family study, which is a longitudinal study for like 30 years on broken families and what families work and what families don't. It's like an Ivy League meta study by different universities. And they put this work together, and they basically said that black boys, that it was in the New York Times too, they got an article on this. They said that black boys, even when they come from elite families, even when you come from these 1% or 3%, 5% families, black boys struggle much more than their white counterparts. But those women from those same homes actually do almost as well as white women. And they said the reason why is because the biggest indicator for black male success is living in a demographic that has 51% of fathers in the home and 10% poverty. They said that 61% of white males live in those communities, but only 5% of black males. So, just as you're born into this world, no matter what community you live in, even having a father in your home, statistically speaking, is not as powerful as living in a neighborhood of black fathers in the home. And until we get that, man, it's like we just got our backs up against the wall and we got to fight our way out. But it shouldn't be this fucking hard. Just get, if these women would just get married or have a 2-parent home and raise the family structure in a traditional way, we wouldn't have these problems.
They ain't gonna do it.
No, they're not.
You know what is funny about that, right? Is that even a small window of time when your father's in the home. See, we got away from the Klan. Do y'all want me to go in depth about the Klan?
Yeah.
I need everybody on the panel to give me a woo and in the chat if you want me to go in depth about the fucking Klan.
Woo! Woo!
Woo! See, the Klan, this is the reason why it was a woman's duty to get a man that's worth a shit. Because forever and a day, that child has to carry that father's name. The Klan was not the nuclear family, which black people are not used to. We're used to the Klan. Everybody, see, we're the motherfuckers that invented it takes a village to raise a child. Because it's true. You were the Klan. Some people may be great at math. Some people may be great at wrestling. Some people may be great at archery, sewing. Hell, I had to learn how to sew. I had to learn how to iron. I had to learn how to fucking change a tire. I had to learn how to change a tie. I had to learn how to throw a proper punch. I had to learn how to fucking turn off the water and connect the fucking washer and dryer and all kinds of pipes to it so the shit could flow outside and not dust up your basement. Had to learn how to put in a floor. Had to learn how to put together a fucking porch with my dad and my mom. See, the Klan gave you pride because the Klan always gave you some stories about your family history that one person alone couldn't always tell you. When you understand the legacy, remember that word again, legacy, that people before you, your aunts, your uncles, your grandmothers, your grandfathers, your great aunts, had to tell you. Like I told you last time, a few months ago, I had to bury my godfather, who was my great uncle. He was married for almost 60 years before they put him in the ground. My father doesn't really bang with my mother's side of the family as much anymore. But when he said, whoa, Joe died? That was a man's man right there. When he moved to Baltimore from Windsor, North Carolina, with my aunt, who I'm blood related to, he made sure her younger brothers and sisters who were married stayed at their house and get themselves established to buy a house. He didn't downgrade them. He took it as a sense of pride. People looked out for me, I looked out for them. My wrestlers come to me when they start dealing with women and having children. Coach, what should I do? This is what you should do. How many motherfuckers you know at the age of 21 have full custody of their daughters or sons? There are kids who still know me, not as coach, but either as Uncle Charles or Granddaddy Charles. I'm not even 40 yet. You know why? Because some of their grandparents, I hate to say it, weren't shit. But that's not an excuse for failure, is it? Like one of my wrestlers was a white guy, the heavyweight, juvenile fucking delinquent. And it's funny because his grandfather, God rest his soul, was also named Charles and also born on April the 1st. When I found out he got in trouble in school, I gave him a Mike Tyson classic body shot and dug into his body. You know what his grandfather said? Yo, coach, hit that motherfucker again for the left side for me. By the time dealing with him in 4 years, he not only was our team captain, but he was responsible for making sure everybody's grades were in order. He kept everybody in fucking line. Now he's married and have kids and be like, look, kids, we may be white, but your great uncle / grandfather is a black man. And that man looked out for me. And if it wasn't for him, I would have been in jail somewhere and you'd never been born. That's legacy. See, the Klan looks out for everybody. See, as a man, we got into this gynocentric mindset of looking for me and mine, which is nesting. Nothing wrong with nesting if you do it properly. That's why women are so important to take care of the house and the kids. See, once upon a time, you didn't have to ask a black woman to pick up kids from school and to tutor them. It was their honor to do so. It was when there was a sense of pride.
Part of this clan is now the women. They've got a clan. It's called a manless clan, where men are literally second-class citizens in this clan.
Well, actually, so are the children.
And guess what? Tell me how successful that clan has been compared to the clan that I speak of.
Oh, Lord.
The kids are second class and the men are third class. Weave is second class. Kids are third class. Black men are fourth class.
Yeah, that's about right.
You put that. Hold on. Go back to that picture again. The one before.
Wow.
See, that's men of character.
You mean this one?
That one, and then the next one after that.
I like the one where the dude was getting his ass whooped. Go back to that one.
Stop. Hold up. Go back to that one. Because it's going to go into the next one. Does that look like a man afraid? Or a man looking at them? I wish you would. He looking. I'm hoping. I'm praying you say bigger because it sounds like nigga to me. Look at them. They looking. I'm gonna paint a picture because I'm an artist myself. And what did they say? A picture tells 1,000 words. Notice that black man is looking into the eyes of these motherfuckers. And they're covering their faces, not even to look at him. He's in the, what do they say? Though I may walk in the shadow of the valley of death. What's the next line?
I will fear no evil.
Now all together, goddammit.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art
with me. Say it with your goddamn chest out. That's what Drake Sergeant would say. The shadow of death. I will fear no evil. Does that look like a fearless black? Look at this. See, these are the images they don't want you to see. They want to show the peaceful kumbaya, which was a strategy.
No, but Charles, the reason they show these pictures and they don't show you the raw dog pictures because them white boys was running for their life, getting their ass whooped and having bullets fly through their head. A lot of black men was shooting the shit out of white boys back east, down south, and they didn't take photos of them incidents. And black folks wasn't writing about that. They weren't going to snitch on themselves, and white folks wasn't going to tell that story of weakness and spurring on more revolution. So we're this right here is tame compared to the reality.
Why do you think I told you the story that my great aunts and uncles and my grandfather were trigger pullers? When I tell you about the story of Naruto, they put bullets in these motherfuckers' head. Look at that. Oh, that's Donnie. I wish a motherfucker would. Williams, the first motherfucker that caught a Klansman. Look at him. held him by his fucking shit. Does that look like the weak, cowardly motherfuckers they try to produce in fucking media? Do you think you could have told that black man to get out of his palace? Do you think he would allow his daughter to whine to him? Look at that picture. Look at that. You know we not.
Oh yeah.
I ain't seen that one before. That's a new one. Yeah.
No, go back to that one, Art.
Stay on that.
You know
one.
what she said? You know we're not using any anesthesia.
Oh yeah.
See, y'all gonna make me use up all my good liners for his show and not mine.
It's practice.
I'll email you the pictures.
Oh yeah. See,
email me too. Shoot.
That's the shit that you don't see. That's the shit that they failed to show you. We didn't sit on our laurels when they used to come to black communities. We were looking for a fight. See, Wish a Motherfucker Would came from the black community. We didn't hope and pray that these people would treat us justly. We were going to take justice either legally or not so legally. See, the equality didn't come from the stroke of a pen of somebody in the executive office. It came from an ass whooping. Okay?
Why do you think they don't call you nigger anymore? Why don't they call you nigger no more? It wasn't because they got nice, because they wanted to be politically correct. No, they was tired of getting their ass whooped.
Yeah, they know we'll put our foot. They know we'll put our foot up their ass. That's why they will do it.
Man,
seriously, that's not a joke. It's real.
Anytime the Klan came have you ever noticed? Anytime a Klan came to a black city, you notice all the brothers were walking back home barefoot because both their shoes were up a motherfucking Klansman's ass.
Yeah,
that's why. See, they don't tell you them goddamn stories. See, I never came from a stock where a dude tried to come up there. No.
Oh, another thing they don't tell you, they don't tell you that they had to bomb Tulsa, Oklahoma because they could not take it by gun force. The army got his ass whipped trying to take that town by gun force.
I believe
that. That's why they had to bomb it.
Why do you think America America never won one war without a black soldier?
Well,
should I say that again? Hey, Art, do I have your permission to say that again?
Go ahead, fam.
America never won one war without a black soldier. Did you know that the AR and AR-15 comes from Armalite rifle? Guess who they hired to be their professionals to improve upon that weapon system?
Black man.
It wasn't the white boys. It was the black man. See, the black man.
We know how to improvise.
The black man in World War II took over them Panzer tanks. You know, like I said earlier, to rescue them Jews. That shows you the ingenuity and the pure intellect of the black man, where he learned how to work a fucking system when the whole fucking operation fucking manual was in German.
Artificial selection, baby. Artificial selection. We shouldn't be here. Yet we're here. Where's the Indians? There's 1%. Disease knocked them out the box. We're still here. Latinos got deported. We're still here. We're damn near Superman.
You could damn near. Shit. Krypton ain't got shit on us. We are the Kryptonians. Hell, even DC, you know, when I spoke to John Burns and also Neil Adams, he said, man, the black man was Superman. He said, why you think I drew the picture of Muhammad Ali beating Kal-El's ass? This is a white guy saying this shit. I got the autograph hardcore. He loves me. He always calls me Arms when he sees me. Next time I go to Comic-Con, I'm going to put that interview on my channel. And hopefully if Art's not busy, I want him to come into town and I want him to do his art because he's too talented not to get his shit sold. Salute and support your black artists and your black creators. See, you got to understand something.
Oh, hold on, Charles. I just want to say too, I am thoroughly impressed by that all-black medic staff, man. That is one awesome photo.
You got to understand something. You can't be around me 5 minutes and not be proud to be black. You talking to an officer who corrected white boys and said, well, you know, the rich guys over there, we got to give them. I said, I better never hear you say that shit ever in your life again. But you got to deal with me. I don't give a fuck if you got to work in the projects. You better equally give them the same care and the same protection you give the rich motherfuckers. Because guess what? My mother still lives in Baltimore. And prior to 2 years ago, my father still and his wife still lived in Baltimore. My son goes to a school here. My best friends still live here, with the exception of some in Atlanta and some in the county. You better treat them with respect. When my youngest brother, got hit by a car, my sister was kind of like out of it because she was like, yo, get him a medic. The fucking cop arrested her instead of being worried to make sure my brother was okay. I never told people this story because I said, you know what? Why did I called to the station in the Eastern District? I said, why did you arrest my sister when she was worried about her brother? Well, she was I said, no, that's not professional. You get, I said, you know what, Sarge, with all due respect to you and your rank, I'm coming down to that to speak to that officer. I ain't going to be loaded with no firearm, but I'm going to have some fucking tape fist for this motherfucker. They literally stopped me in the parking lot. I was, please, Falk, please. Worry about your job. I'll get another one. Tell that motherfucker come out. Tell him not to bring his gun belt. We're going to settle this shit like grown-ass men. I'm going to show you what a real man does to a motherfucker. That motherfucker wouldn't come out. It took the major of the district. Faulkner, I love you. We love you. We respect your career. Please, I'm ordering you. Do not go in there. We have to suspend you and arrest you. I said, sir, with all due respect, some shit is worth it. I bet you within the next hour she was out of jail. But I still get motherfuckers questioning me about my blackness. See, a guy like Art, how many school teachers and college professors you have telling you the gospel truth? The gospel truth. How many fucking PhDs and cultural studies like Dr. T tells you the God honest truth? How many PhDs of philosophy like Gigi tell you the God honest truth? You see, the Black Manosphere is the most diverse section of YouTube ever known to man. You have programmers like AB. You have nurse practitioners like Shonda H. You have truck drivers like PK and AL. You have city workers like Z. Why do you think
I'm not necessarily sharing my screen. Can you just blow me up?
Okay, here we go.
It's a 3D render I've been I worked on.
Exactly. Talent. And know how, do how, and will how. See, I don't promote the Pookie and Ray Ray argument. You know why? I'm too multifaceted to give a damn.
Right.
Oh, well, this person's non-select to select. You select to somebody.
Yep.
Yeah. So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So we're gonna, pretty much put a pin in this.
Okay.
Take it all the way to.
I'm good. You can.
So if you guys got the last comments, because shoot, I put in like it's over 6 hours in this bad boy. So I wanted everybody to come in and say what they had to say on this topic, so it won't be like a little small thing. I want to really dive into this without any kind of hang-ups. So I think I don't know if we accomplish what the title said.
More than enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, because that's what I wanted, man. We got up to 100 at one point, so people were listening. So hopefully they got something out of it. I think we cut the narratives and face this stuff head on, because in my opinion, I know this might hurt a few feelings, but people that try to avoid talking about slavery, I think it's a little cowardice.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're afraid. I think there's some kind of fear, and then try to put a narrative on it to just to shame you on talking about it. So we hit as many corners as possible. So anybody have any last words or whatever before I go ahead and finish knocking out this damn paper?
I actually been kind of reviewing some works of Bami Hemmet and his works with talking about the Black community and how it was originally from Egypt, and how pretty much the Europeans wiped a lot of our history up to cover up a lot of things that keep us confused. And I find it's very informational for all types of reasons. But I figure I'd just end it with that, because it kind of loops in with the whole slavery thing and the reason why he gives in his talks. So you could check them out on YouTube if you guys don't know.
The best one from Bobby Hemmett, in my opinion, is Human Artificial Part 1. That sums up a lot of stuff. That was when he was out in the 90s. Very sincere, pure. Gave a lot of, matter of fact, you can build your library based on his references on that video. It's called Human Artificial 1. Part 2 is just another continuation of it, but 1, he gave you some good data. I would recommend that.
Yes, I agree. That it's good work.
So anyone else want to put their
I'll say this. I'm going to do a panel, probably a continuation of this.
Okay.
And everybody's invited. I want everybody from AB to Crimson Cure, everybody to come up. If anybody doesn't have the channel and they brand new, it's Charles Faulkner Jr. Like, share, and subscribe. Bring your cigars, drink your liquor, and come hang with your nigga. And we're going to continue this with such class and vigor. Woo!
All right. Anyone else? I think AB is the last one.
Yes. Every other group they try to put the slavery they put us through on died out, and we're still here. Remember that.
Yeah.
Every other group they try to put the level of the cruelty, the rape. Every other group they put that on died out, but we're still here.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So I guess once again, if I hear any kind of talk about, like taking it off the table or whatever, I might do another live. I just had to, because it's too many people coming in trying to put a narrative in to take the conversation away.
Yeah.
But I appreciate
you thoroughly debunked that shit.
Yeah, I brought all the experts in. Everybody came in and chimed in and put references, and I was hoping I had more archers and hood conservatives, but I think the wall was too thick, so they couldn't push it. But thank you guys. Wish me luck on finishing this paper.
Okay.
It takes a while. God. Anyhow,
wish you luck. Good luck. You've already conquered it.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. So y'all have a good rest of your Sunday, because next week is going. We're gonna be working for those who have jobs, or the ones that don't have jobs. Look for one.
I'm healing and stealing, so you got my support.
And what they say, don't use slavery as an excuse to find a job. Okay.
So don't use slavery as an excuse not to whoop a little ass and conquer either.
Thank you. Especially in Madden, right? No, I'm joking. Okay.
Hey, I've been conquering, baby. Woo! The shit. My quarterback's black and so am I. Shit.
Oh, Renaissance man. I thought didn't he ask me that before? He said, "What prompted this?" I think because I heard this before in other panels, but the last one I was on yesterday, not Artifort, but I kept getting cut off, and I was treated rudely just by talking about some remnants of slavery without even getting a chance to get my whole thing out, because I don't know. We had a very righteous. I call him a righteous brother. I'm not gonna mention his name because I don't want people to be looking at this YouTuber a certain way. I still give him respect, but I'm not going over there anymore. But the whole thing was he went through this whole diatribe, and that's his space too. That's his channel, so I had to give him respect for that. But he put too much emphasis on not even talking about it, and that kind of concerned me. Because there's so many layers. And the part that I did understand, most likely, was that a lot of I never heard these people, but this whole thing that if you just talk about slavery, you're a victim, that kind of thing. And I think I was able to at least say that it's not talking about slavery is not always about somebody being someone's servant or being under somebody's feet. Sometimes it's about how we treat each other as a people. That's a slave mentality. The gynocracy is slave mentality. Being a coon, slave mentality. All that stuff is a slave mentality. So now you call the sickness. Now we got to come up with the cure. We got to come up with the solution. And right now we've been at this stuff for years. Right now it's 2021. We're still trying to get out of this matrix. So as people progress and learn things and research, I think eventually they will find a solution. So I do have that outlook on that stuff that I've been hearing. But the fact that you've been in some denial stuff, that's a sad thing. So I had to do that because ain't nobody's going to mute me or cut me off on my channel. So this is how we do it here. I appreciate you guys for coming through. I'm gonna go ahead and I gotta do a cleanse tonight too. I got a lot of stuff to do tonight. Appreciate all you experts coming through. Appreciate it. Try to do some stuff. I really might do that New York panel, man, the New York brother panel. So be safe out there. Peace and hair grease.